Before we begin, this is a story for anyone who likes Harry Potter when the familiar parts feel personal. The opening is not about explaining everything at once. It is about a mood, a pressure, and the first signs that something important is shifting. It starts close to Scorpius and James, where the choices already carry weight. The tone is quiet and emotional, with stakes built around magic and family. It is spoiler light, but it gives you the shape of what to listen for. The quiet conflict under the surface, and the moment where a known world starts to feel new again. We'll start there. Harry Potter, The New Marauders. Chapter 1, Hogwarts Express and Sorting Surprises. James had gone to find a compartment with his friends, leaving Al and his cousins to fend for themselves without a second thought or backward glance. Al had known that his brother wouldn't be helping them, first because James had told him he wasn't going to be his babysitter at least 100 times over the summer, and second because if James had to choose between responsibility and having fun with his mates, fun always won. He and Rose found an empty compartment together, and they had just begun to put their things away when the door opened and Nicholas joined them. "Come on in, Nick," Rose told her cousin with a smile. "I'm surprised you were able to escape that broom lecture so quickly." Nicholas smiled at her. "Mum ran interference for me," he explained. His cousins laughed with him. Nick did love his father, but sometimes those lectures could be a real snore. When they'd all stored their things, they sat down and were about to start talking about what would be happening when they got to school, when the door opened again, and the blonde-haired boy that Rose's dad had been talking about looked in to see if there was an empty seat. Rose smiled at him. "We've got room, and you're welcome to join us," she offered. Scorpius Malfoy looked at the 3 other kids, and they watched him in return, seeing the expression on his face change as he recognized each of them when he looked first at Rose, then Nicholas, and finally at Al. Rose stood up and walked the few steps to the door. "Our parents aren't here, Scorpius, and we aren't them. Why don't you come in, put your things away, and we can decide for ourselves whether we like each other or not." Scorpius looked at her for a long moment, and then he nodded, dragged his trunk in with him, and closed the door. "Since you obviously at least recognize which families we're from by our looks, then you probably just need to get names." Scorpius nodded again as he sat down. "I'm Rose Weasley," she began, holding her hand out to shake his before continuing. "This is my cousin, Nicolas Weasley," she told the other boy next, as she pointed toward him, before turning toward Albus and smiling at him. "I'm sure that you recognize the red-haired carbon copy of my Uncle Harry, my cousin Al." Al and Nick had both held out a hand to Scorpius too, as Rose introduced them, and he shook their hands, though he was still watching them intently, and seemed to be very carefully assessing the unexpected situation he'd suddenly found himself in. "I hope you won't be offended, Rose, but this is really, seriously weird," he finally said, speaking for the first time as he sat back in his seat. His 3 compartment mates all laughed, and Scorpius couldn't help but smile at them. "No offense taken," Al answered for them with a smile. "I'd say that was pretty accurate." The 4 of them settled in for the long ride, and Scorpius pulled out Hogwarts, a history, and turned to the page he'd left off on about halfway through the book. Rose saw what he was reading and smiled. "How do you like the book?" she asked him. "I like the stories about the founders the best, but Grandpa says the new chapters that cover the last war and the Battle of Hogwarts is a load of hippogriff." He trailed off, blushing a bit, and looked back down at his book. Rose laughed. "Don't worry, mate. My mum says there are a lot of mistakes in those chapters too." Scorpius looked up at her again, his face showing his surprise. "Really?" Rose nodded. "Nobody in our family ever really talks about the war very much. but I get the feeling there were a lot of things that happened that are never going to make the history books." Scorpius nodded, and he went back to reading his book, but was paying close attention as the other three kids talked quietly together. "You know," Nicholas said, "even though almost everyone in our family has been in Gryffindor, I'm not sure it'd be all that bad to be sorted into another house instead." Scorpius jumped slightly and was again surprised, especially since Nick was telling his cousins something that he'd been thinking a lot about for most of the summer. Rose smiled at her cousin. "Your mum was in Ravenclaw," she pointed out. "Maybe you'll get sorted into that house instead of Gryffindor." "If I can't be in Gryffindor, that's where I'd want to be too," Al told them. "You should be sorted into Ravenclaw, Rose. You're the smartest one of us, and Ravenclaw is supposed to be where the best and brightest get sorted." Rose laughed and leaned over to hug Al. "Maybe, but if I am, it's not by very much. Since Mum was the best in her year, and she got sorted into Gryffindor, I'm not sure that matters. If any of us cousins were going to get sorted into Ravenclaw, though, I'd have to pick Lily for that. I can't wait until she gets to Hogwarts, too. That's really going to be fun to watch." Al laughed too. "It will be, and that wouldn't surprise me at all. She had every one of my first-year books read, just in the time since we got them. I'm planning on getting her to help me with my homework during the holidays, even if she is only 9. The others were surprised when Scorpius joined in while they laughed. He still hadn't said much yet, but they'd all gotten a really good impression of him so far. When the trolley came by, they each got drinks, a few sweets and pasties, and then passed the rest of the trip to Hogsmeade talking about Hogwarts, school Quidditch, what they thought about all of their first-year textbooks, which they had all nearly finished reading, and mostly about what they hoped their first year at school would be like. By the time the train pulled into the Hogsmeade station, Al, Nick and Rose had made one new friend. They'd helped each other work through the nervousness they were all feeling about being away from home for the first time, and were ready to face their new adventures together. "All right, first years, follow me," Hagrid called out to them. Rose ran over to the big man and gave him a hug. "Hi, Hagrid," she told him, flashing her brightest smile as she looked up at him. He patted her on the back with one huge hand. "Good to see you, Rose." He looked over at the other three kids. "Al, Nick," he greeted the boys. He hadn't met Scorpius before, but there was no doubt whose boy he was, and he was surprised to see him obviously chumming with the others. "This is our new friend Scorpius, Hagrid," Rose told him. "We rode here on the train together." Hagrid nodded to the boy, who stared back at him with wide eyes. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Mr. Malfoy," Hagrid rumbled. "Now enough chatter, let's get to the boats or we'll be late for the feast." Rose led the way as they followed Hagrid. She and the three boys got into one of the boats, and they were each thrilled as they crossed the lake, getting to see the amazing view of Hogwarts as they approached, and then arrived at the school. They were ushered into the entrance hall, and were met at the top of the stairs by Professor Longbottom. Rose again ignored protocol and gave him an enthusiastic hug. "Hi, Neville," she told him happily. He looked down at her sternly and shook his head. "That's Professor Longbottom, Miss Weasley," he told her. 5 points from—" He grinned suddenly. "I guess that one's free since you don't have a house yet, but remember that next time, young lady." Rose giggled, and her eyes were dancing with delight as she rejoined Scorpius and her cousins. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Neville told them. "When we enter the Great Hall in a few moments, you will each be sorted into one of the 4 houses. They are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin." He looked around at the children and smiled. "Your house will be your family here at Hogwarts while you attend school. Please wait here, and I will return for you once we are ready to begin the sorting." Scorpius had been staring at Rose, having seen her now hug a half-giant and a professor. Actually, 2 professors, he thought, remembering that Hagrid was also a teacher here. She didn't even seem to think about just how unusual doing that really was. Rose saw him watching her and smiled. "Wait until my dad finds out that I almost lost points before even getting sorted," she told the boys in a hushed voice. "He'll be so proud of me." She had a mischievous grin on her face, and Scorpius, Al, and Nick all laughed. The more time he spent with his 3 new friends, the better Scorpius was feeling about what it was going to be like for him at Hogwarts. He'd never in his wildest dreams considered a start to the year that was anything like this. Professor Longbottom returned and smiled at the mostly nervous-looking group of kids. "It's time to go in now, follow me," he told them, waving for them to follow him into the great hall. Rose and the 3 boys walked into the great hall close together, and they all had the same awed expression on their faces as they looked around at the incredible sights. Al saw James sitting at the Gryffindor table with his friends, and his brother mouthed the word Slytherin, which Al pointedly ignored. When they were all lined up at the front of the hall, and the sorting hat had finished its song, the sorting began. Scorpius was the first of the 4 of them called to be sorted. Since everyone in his family had been sorted into Slytherin, except for 2 black sheep who were never talked about, Rose wasn't sure if she and her cousins, or Scorpius himself, was more surprised when the hat called out, "Ravenclaw!" He hopped down from the stool, looking stunned, and walked over to the Ravenclaw table, where he sat down next to one of the other new first-year Ravenclaw boys. The students in his new house clapped in welcome, but many of them looked just as surprised. The Malfoy name just didn't mean what it used to. Al was the next one of their foursome to be called. He sat nervously on the stool as Neville placed the hat on his head. Another Potter brother. Let's see now. Yes, you are very much like your father, no doubt about that, but wait, yes, this is very interesting. My boy, there's only one place to put you. Ravenclaw. Professor Longbottom lifted the hat, and as Al got off of the stool, he looked over to the Gryffindor table, where he saw James looking at him with stunned amazement. He quickly went over to join Scorpius at the Ravenclaw table, which, with this announcement, had gone absolutely wild as the other Ravenclaw students cheered. Ravenclaw was getting a Potter. He smiled at Scorpius. "Won't our parents be in for a shock when they find out?" he told the other boy with a grin. The 2 Weasleys were at the end of the alphabet, and the last 2 to be sorted this year. Nick was called up first and sat down on the stool. "Well, well, well, what do we have here? A Weasley. But oh, look at that mind. You definitely belong in Ravenclaw." Nicholas was smiling happily as he ran over to join Al and Scorpius, where he was getting a welcoming round of applause from the Ravenclaw table that was nearly as loud as it had been for Al. Finally, lastly, it was Rose's turn. "Another Weasley. Yes, you are quite as brave as your mum and dad, and just look at that shining mind. You are every bit as bright as your mother. My dear, you must join your cousins in Ravenclaw." Rose was cheered and welcomed by her new house, her cousins, and new friend, as she hurried over to the Ravenclaw table, where she hugged all 3 boys. When the commotion quieted, they were all asked to take their seats, while Professor Longbottom took the stool and sorting hat with him, and joined the other professors at the head table. "Good evening," Professor McGonagall began. "To all our first-year students, welcome. For those of you returning to our school, welcome back." She looked around the room and smiled. "For those of you who do not yet know me, I'm Professor McGonagall, headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Before we begin our feast, there are a few announcements. Mr. Filch has asked me to remind you that Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes joke products are, as always, banned at Hogwarts. Wycoms, Game Wizards, and portable WWVNs are not permitted in classrooms or the library. The Forbidden Forest is off-limits to all students, except when in class with Professor Hagrid. She took a moment to look around and seemed to be making eye contact with some specific students before she continued. Finally, I wish you all the best for the coming year. It will, I'm certain, be the finest one yet at Hogwarts. With a flourish of her arms, she added, "Let the feast begin." The tables filled with food, and everyone started filling their plates. The ghosts entered the hall, and the Grey Lady introduced herself to the first-year students at the Ravenclaw table. "Well, what an interesting group of new students we have this year," she said happily. "Our house is very fortunate to get some of the best and brightest from families that usually end up in my brother Gryffindor and Slytherin houses." She looked at Al for a few extra moments, which made him a bit uncomfortable. But then she moved on along the table, continuing to greet the other new and returning Ravenclaw students. Dinner was amazing. Al, Rose, Nicolas and Scorpius talked happily together during the meal, and after the feast ended and Professor McGonagall wished them all a good night, two of their prefects gathered the first-year students together, led them to Ravenclaw Tower and into their common room and new home for the next 7 school years. They hadn't been there very long when an older girl came up to the 4 of them and introduced herself to Al. "I'm Trinity Bradley," she told him with a smile, "the captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team." Al returned her smile. It was obvious that she already knew who he was, so he didn't bother to state the obvious, and instead introduced her to Rose, Nick, and Scorpius. "With today being a Friday, you all get the chance to settle in here all weekend before classes start on Monday. But I wanted to let you know that I'm holding our Quidditch tryouts tomorrow morning. Will you be trying out for the team?" Al hadn't planned on playing Quidditch, but then most of that decision had been because he hadn't wanted to be competing for a spot with James, Aaron, or Ariana. Competing against them, though, was a whole new possibility, and the idea of it had his smile brightening several notches. "Actually, I'm fairly sure that we'll all be trying out for the team tomorrow," he told her enthusiastically. Trinity looked surprised, and he laughed. "You're probably thinking that you've got one of my dad's sons, but you've also got the daughter of 2-time World Cup Quidditch champion Ron Weasley, the son of a former Slytherin team captain and seeker, and I can assure you that my cousin Nick here is about as fast on his firebolt as any of the rest of us, and I've had the bruises often enough to prove that he's a pretty fair beater, like his Uncle Fred and Uncle George used to be when they played for Gryffindor." Trinity looked like she'd just been given the best Christmas present of her life. "Then I'll see you all at tryouts tomorrow. Who knows? Maybe we'll finally be able to give Gryffindor a run for their money this year." Al laughed. "That'd be great if we can, Trinity. I'd feel really bad for my brother if your team beat his, but I'm sure that somehow I could find a way to get over it fairly quickly." They were all laughing now, and after Trinity had left them, Al turned to the others and grinned at them. "I hope you don't mind that I volunteered all of us to try out for the team, but I have a really good feeling about our chances." Scorpius was the first one to answer him. "I don't know about Rose and Nick, but I was sure planning to try out for my house team anyway. It'll just be way more fun getting to do that with the rest of you too." He turned to look at Nick and smiled. "You have a firebolt too?" Nick nodded. "Actually, we all do. Rose got hers from her dad, and Al and I got ours from Uncle Harry." Scorpius nodded, and his smile brightened. "I wasn't really looking forward to coming here, but things are definitely looking up." Rose laughed and gave him a hug. "Great, isn't it?" she told him. Looking into his startled eyes, she smiled. "You're going to have to get used to hugs, mate. They happen a lot in our family, and if you plan on hanging around with us, hugging is definitely going to be involved." Al laughed too, and put a hand on his new friend's shoulder. "Definitely. If you think Rose hugs a lot, wait a couple of years until you meet my sister Lily." Rose was led off to the girls' dormitory when she and the other first-year girls were rounded up so they could be shown their rooms. while the boys were taken to the boys' first-year dorms. Al suspected that someone must have been keeping an eye on which boys were hanging out with each other, because he, Nick, and Scorpius had their beds next to each other, with Nick in the middle of the three beds. They each started unpacking, met the other first-year boys in their room, and then got changed and climbed into bed for their first night sleeping at Hogwarts. They did talk for a while, and though they were all tired with everything that had happened, and so much of that being unexpected, it was quite a while before any of them got to sleep. They were all still a bit shocked about the start of their year, but they were also each sure that whatever happened next, it was going to be very exciting. Chapter 2. Quidditch Tryouts. Rose met the boys in the common room in the morning, and they went to the Great Hall together. They found seats among the other first-year kids and enjoyed having a great breakfast before heading back to Ravenclaw Tower to get their brooms. They faced their very first question from the Ravenclaw Eagle door knocker, and Rose had happily answered it correctly for them, earning a compliment for her answer as they were admitted into the common room. It only took them a few minutes to get their brooms, and then they hurried out of the castle, heading for the Quidditch pitch. There were over 50 Ravenclaw students there when Trinity called them together, and she began the tryouts by having her team prospects demonstrate their flying skills in groups of 10. Al, Rose, Nick, and Scorpius were all in the first group, and when they landed, about 15 of the other students left the pitch without even getting in the air. Last season's team had 3 7th and 1 6th-year student who hadn't returned to Hogwarts this year. Trinity was a 5th-year student and was one of the chasers. The other 2 chaser spots were open, as was the keeper and one of the beater positions. The seeker and 1 beater from last year were trying out today too, but nobody really expected anyone to be able to take their positions away from them. Nick was one of the 6 students trying out for one of the beater jobs, and he was the only first-year student in that group. As expected, the beater from last year, Rick Davis, earned his spot back, and to the surprise of several of the older students, Nick earned the other position with a tryout that proved that he was actually a bit better than Rick. That accomplishment earned him some well-deserved respect from the other boys, and his new third-year student beater partner looked very happy as they talked together while the tryouts continued. The tryouts for Chaser were next, and Al and Rose stepped forward, along with 9 other excited-looking hopefuls. While he was just as excited as the others, Al almost felt sorry for their competition. He and Rose had 2 years of Quidditch practice, and years more of flying and playing laser broom together, and they had trained with and played against all 3 of Gryffindor's chasers. Trinity had just picked 2 students that she knew were going to try out for the position to play keeper, and sent the 11 chaser candidates up to battle against each other and try scoring against the 2 temporary keepers. They'd thought that it was a strange way to do that, but Al and Rose took advantage of the situation, worked together, and scored 4 and 5 goals respectively in under 15 minutes, while only 3 other players scored a total of 4 goals. Trinity called everyone back to the ground at that point, and nobody in the stadium had any doubt who'd made the team. When Trinity called for the keeper tryout next, Scorpius was the only one to step forward, with the 2 boys Trinity had played keeper for the chaser tryouts. She, Al, and Rose took to the air, and the 3 keeper candidates faced 3 shots from each of them. The first 2 kids, 4th and 6th-year students, saved just 3 shots out of 9 each, both of them stopping 2 out of 3 of Trinity's shots, and the first guy stopping 1 of Al's, and missing all 3 of Rose's shots, while the second guy missed all of Al's and stopped only 1 of Rose's shots. Scorpius stopped 7 out of 9 shots, blanking Trinity, and only allowing 1 goal each against Rose and Al. "You learn fast," Rose had complimented him after they'd landed. "I take it that you don't make the same mistake twice very often." Scorpius had grinned at her. I really try not to, but I'm pretty sure I had a little bit of luck with me today. Along with some serious Quidditch skills, mate, Al countered. Trinity was already moving on to the Seeker tryouts and had just 2 students step forward. She released the snitch, the 2 teens took off, and in just under 10 minutes, the 6th-year witch who had played Seeker for Ravenclaw during the last few seasons successfully defended her spot on the team. Trinity had hugged her smiling friend and teammate after she'd landed. She'd thanked everyone for trying out, and then met with her new team to do the introductions and set up practices, while the rest of the Ravenclaw students left the stadium. This is the first time that I've ever heard of at Hogwarts, where 4 first-year students have made a house team in a single year, she said, smiling at the newest members of her team. I'd say that from what I saw today, Ravenclaw is going to be a team to look out for over the next 7 years. Since Nick had spent most of the time during the rest of the tryouts talking with his new beta partner, Trinity's introductions were mostly for the benefit of their Seeker, Christina Chambers, who had been just as excited as Trinity and Rick were about their 4 very talented new players. While Trinity began going over their practice schedule, which was going to be starting on Monday, Al was smiling as he looked around at the other members of the team. Trinity and Rick were both using decent Nimbus 2015s that would at least allow them to be competitive with the other teams, but Christina was using a school broom. He thought it said a lot about her abilities that she had managed to win the Seeker tryout on a broom like that, when her competition had been flying a Nimbus 2015 too. Al's smile brightened, thinking that there was a good chance that, with a little help from his family, his new teammate was going to get a surprise next week that she was really going to love a lot. When the meeting ended, and after they got back to the common room, Rose was gathered up by a group of the other first-year girls, while Al, Nick and Scorpius were surrounded by some of the other first-year boys, who all wanted to congratulate them and celebrate having so many firsties make the house team. Later that afternoon, Al finally got a chance to sit down and write the first letter home to his parents. Dear Mum and Dad, well, depending on whether you've heard from James, Aaron or Ariana already, you may or may not know that I was sorted into Ravenclaw. I'm at least in good company with Rose, Nick and our newest friend, Scorpius Malfoy. Hopefully you didn't fall off your chairs with that news. While we're still just getting to know each other so far, we all really like Scorpius a lot. Everything has been great so far, but the best news is that Rose and I both made the Ravenclaw Quidditch team at Chaser. Nick is going to be one of our beaters, and Scorpius made the team too, winning the keeper job. How's that for a powerhouse group of first years? While I'm thinking about Quidditch, I think that our Seeker, Christina Chambers, is really great, but she uses the school brooms, and as good as she is, probably can't be very competitive against the other team Seekers flying better brooms. Do you think we could help her out with a Nimbus or a Firebolt? I know it's for Ravenclaw and all that, but if we can't help, maybe Nick can see if his mom wants to help her old house team out, and we can give Gryffindor at least one great team to play against this year. We get the rest of the weekend to settle in, and the 4 of us are heroes with the rest of the first years, so it should be loads of fun. I'll write again soon. Love you, Al. P.S. Give Lily a big hug, a kiss for me. I miss you, sis. Take care of Mum and Dad for us while we're away. When it was time for dinner, Al went down to the Great Hall with Rose, Nick and Scorpius, and James was waiting for Al at the bottom of the stairs in the entrance hall when they got there. I can't believe that none of you got sorted into Gryffindor, he told Al, Rose and Nick. What's up with that? Al smiled at his brother. I don't know, but it's been great here so far, and we're looking forward to playing Quidditch against you this year. James stared at him in surprise. I thought you didn't want to play for the house team. You always told us you just like to play for fun. He watched as his brother, cousins, and apparently a new friend all laughed. I hadn't planned on trying to compete for a spot against you, Aaron, or Ariana, but since I'm not in your house, that wasn't a problem, and when Trinity asked us about it, playing for Ravenclaw sounded like fun. He waved toward Rose, Nick, and Scorpius and smiled. We all tried out for, and made, the team. Al laughed again at the look on James's face. We really wish you the best of luck this season. Except for in your game in May against us, Rose added with a grin. We're hoping that luck will be on our side that day. James laughed too. You know, that sounded a lot like you seriously believe that you have a chance against Gryffindor. That's really funny and fairly delusional. Al just smiled and shrugged. We'll see. You haven't seen Scorpius here play keeper yet, and we might just surprise you. James put his hand out to the other boy. I'm sure that Ariana, Aaron, and I will look forward to playing against you, though I really doubt you'll feel the same way, mate. It's nice to meet you, Scorpius. You have my deepest condolences on being stuck in the same house with my loser brother. Stick with Rose and Nick, and maybe it won't be so bad. Scorpius shook his hand. Nice to meet you too, James, he said with a grin. I wouldn't look too forward to that game if I were you. James laughed again, his eyes lighting up. That's pretty brave. Maybe you should have been Gryffindor. While embarrassing Al in front of the entire school would be fun, I actually do hope your team is good this year. That'd make our win over Ravenclaw that much more satisfying, though getting to beat my brother and cousins will be enough of a reward. He gave them a jaunty wave and left for the Gryffindor table to join his friends. Rose spent most of the weekend with Al, Nick, and Scorpius, and they quickly became nearly inseparable as they explored the school, walked the grounds, and hung out together in the common room with the other firsties. They all went to bed early on Sunday night, and while they were nervous about the first day of classes that would be starting in the morning, they were also excited and sure that they were about to begin a brilliant, amazing adventure. Chapter 3. First Day of Classes. There was an excited buzz of noise throughout the great hall on Monday morning. This year had been one of those rare occasions where September 1st had landed on a Friday, and the students had started their year with a whole weekend off, instead of getting right into classes. Al was looking around at his cousins and Scorpius, and was smiling. Rose looked up from her food and smiled back at him. "You look happy this morning, Al," she told him. "I am. Was just thinking that maybe not getting in Gryffindor, or in Scorpius's case, Slytherin, is going to be a really good thing for all of us." Rose nodded. "I think it's brilliant too, Al. We can let James carry on with all of that family tradition and reputation to live up to over at Gryffindor, and we can just do our own thing here in Ravenclaw." Al laughed. "There goes the family reputation." Scorpius snorted a laugh. "That would depend on the point of view, mate. From my grandfather's perspective, I'd say James has nowhere to go but up." Al, Rose, and Nick all laughed along with Scorpius. Their friend knew by now that he could freely talk with them about some of the less complimentary things he'd always been told about their family without having to worry about offending them. The only thing that he found more surprising than that was the fact that their family never talked badly about his. In fact, these three kids really didn't even know very much about his parents and grandparents at all. They received their schedules after breakfast and all headed off to potions with Professor Slughorn. They were all gathered in front of the dungeon doors to the potions classroom when Professor Slughorn opened the door and invited them all into the room. Come in, welcome to first-year potions." They filed in, and Rose and Al sat at one table, with Nick and Scorpius at the table right behind them. When all of the students were seated, Professor Slughorn stood at the front of the classroom and took attendance. He would make comments about the important family members that he knew of some of the students as he went along, and most of those kids he singled out seemed quite pleased about it. He didn't make any comments about Scorpius's family, but when he got to Al, he stopped and looked up from his class list at the boy. "Albus Potter. Well, my boy, it'll be interesting to find out whether you're like your father and grandmother, or if you'll be blowing up your potions like your brother did fairly frequently last year." Al smiled at him and tried not to laugh along with the other students. James had obviously just forgotten to mention anything to him about blowing things up in potions class. He tucked that little bit of information away for potential future use. "Nicholas Weasley, how are you, my boy? Your father has come a long way at the ministry. Sure to be Minister of Magic someday, I'll warrant." Nicholas nodded, and Al wasn't sure if it was in answer to the question or the statement about his father's future. The professor continued, and having reached the last name on the list, looked up and smiled at Rose. "And last, but certainly not least, Rose Weasley. Yes, of course, the daughter of one of the youngest ever Order of Merlin first-class recipient, Hermione Weasley, and of two-time Quidditch World Cup champion, Ron Weasley." There was a murmur around the classroom at that, and so only Al and Rose heard the muttered, "Never would have guessed he'd amount to anything when he was here," comment from him, which had both kids grinning at each other. They knew how much it had bugged Rose's dad to not be in the Slug Club, while Al's parents and her mother had all been members. "All right then, everyone get your textbooks out and turn to Chapter 1, Professor Slughorn told them as he moved back behind his own workbench and got on with their first lesson. Al was packing up his books, getting ready to move on to Deidar. Potions had been a blast, figuratively speaking, and with only the one class so far to go by, he was even happier about being in Ravenclaw with his cousins and with Scorpius. They were the only two groups that completed their potions correctly in class, and it was like they were all on the same page through the whole lesson. He had known that Rose and Nick were smart too, and avid readers just like he was, but this was the first time they'd actually done schoolwork together, and it was really exciting. Scorpius was exactly like them too, and while they were working in pairs, their tables were close enough that they could all talk through what they were doing and help each other. Al thought that they'd made a really great team, and Professor Slughorn had been very impressed with them too. Their second class of the morning was Defense Against the Dark Arts with Professor Williamson. He might be 19 years older than he'd been when he started teaching at the school, but he was still very young-looking and handsome, and Al could see that he was still a favorite teacher with the girls, if the reaction of his classmates was any indication. Thankfully, he moved through the class attendance without the embellishments that Professor Slughorn had interjected into that menial task, and got straight to the good stuff. "Today, we're going to start with your first shield charms," he told them with a smile. "I don't want any of you to get discouraged, since making shields takes some practice, and it's not unusual to take time before you will be able to create a strong shield and hold it in place to protect yourselves." He went on to show them how to create the Protego charm, discussing shield defense in great detail. He carefully worked with each of them, correcting pronunciation and wand movement for more than half of the class time, before pairing them up to practice. Al and Nick were paired up, as were Rose and Scorpius. Nicholas faced his cousin, and they were both smiling. "Here goes nothing," he told Al. Waving his wand, he shouted, "Protego!" His wand sparked, and a shield about the size of a quaffle shimmered in front of him. "Nicely done, Mr. Weasley," Professor Williamson told the boy, as his charm winked out after a few seconds. "We have the first successful charm of the class. 5 points for Ravenclaw." Nick grinned at Al. "Your turn, cuz." What happened next caused a shock throughout the room. Al lifted his wand and shouted, "Protego!" His shield charm didn't just appear in front of him, it blazed out from his wand, throwing his cousin a considerable distance across the room, where he landed with a hard thump. Al stared at his cousin, dumbfounded. Rose, Scorpius, and his other classmates just stared at him in amazement. He watched as Professor Williamson ran to check on Nick and help him to his feet. When he turned around to face Al, there was both surprise and amusement on his face. "Mr. Potter, I think you've proved you can hold a shield charm just fine. Why don't you let it go now, and we can all get back to our practice?" He stared at the professor, and suddenly realized that he'd been seeing everything through a shimmering blue haze. The shield he'd created was circular and about 6 feet wide. Fortunately for the other students, Nick had been the only one within the now 8-foot space between Al and his shield. When he released the charm, he immediately went over to Nick. "Are you all right?" he asked his cousin. "I'm really sorry, mate. I had no idea I could do that." Nick was grinning at him. "No harm done, Al, and that was a really brilliant shield." Professor Williamson was smiling too. "I'd say so," he agreed. 10 more points for Ravenclaw." Nick and Al exchanged high fives. Rose and Scorpius were 2 of only 5 other students that managed to create their shields in that first class, and they were a pretty excited foursome when they headed to the Great Hall for lunch. "What's next after lunch?" Nick asked the others. "History of magic," Scorpius supplied promptly. "After that we wrap up with herbology." "History should be a breeze. We've all read the whole textbook already," Rose said. "I'm not sure how much I'm going to like herbology, though. Some of the stories Dad told me about it make it sound a little scary." Al nodded. "I don't think it was one of Dad's favourites either, but at least they had Nay, Professor Longbottom, and your mum to help them through it." He looked at Scorpius. "How are you at herbology?" Scorpius smiled and shook his head. "Sorry, mate. Up until I got my textbooks, I thought herbology had to do with spices for cooking." They all laughed, though it was clear that he was joking about never having even heard of herbology before. History of Magic, with Professor Binns, ought to be called How to be Bored to Sleep by Your Professor in Under 5 Minutes instead. Rose's assertion that the class would be a breeze was only accurate in that the work was easy. Al thought to himself that the 4 of them should have gotten 10 points each for Ravenclaw, since they were the only students who didn't take the opportunity to have an afternoon nap. They met Victoire on their way to herbology, and Al realized that he'd only seen her a couple of times over the weekend. She gave each of her 3 cousins a hug, asked them how their first day was going, told them she was already loaded down with NEWT homework and head girl duties, and then left them to continue on their way to class. When they started walking again, Al noticed that Scorpius was looking rather dazed and gave his friend a shake. "Snap out of it, mate. There's nothing that bugs our beautiful cousin there more than when boys go all stupid over her. Besides, she's already taken, in case you didn't notice the engagement ring." Scorpius gave himself a shake, while Rose and Nick watched him, obviously amused. "Sorry about that. I have no idea what just happened." Rose patted his arm. "Victoire is part Veela, Scorpius. She has that effect on most boys, but try to get a grip on it. We don't want you purposely getting in trouble and losing points for our house just so you can get sent to the head girl's office." Nick and Al were both laughing until they realized that they now needed to hurry to get to class on time. They had all read their herbology textbook, as they had read all of their other books before coming to Hogwarts. The boys might not admit it, but they were all in silent agreement with Rose when she told them how relieved she was to find out that they'd only be lectured about the more dangerous plants and not actually work with any of them until next year. This year, they'd start with learning to handle plants in general and how to care for them. They all agreed that Professor Longbottom was going to be a fun teacher. When they got back to the common room, they saw Trinity and Christina there. They already had their brooms and equipment and looked like they were about ready to head for the Quidditch pitch. "Get a move on it, guys. Practice starts in 15 minutes and you really don't want to be late," Trinity told them with a smile. They ran to drop off their books, grab their gear and hurry to the pitch, but were still the last to get there. Trinity started their practice right away by sending the quaffle, snitch and bludgers into the air, and basically just having them play for an hour. Nothing like the workouts that Al and his cousins had all done with James and the other kids they played Quidditch with. While they were walking back to the school, the four of them agreed that they should have Rose try and talk with Trinity, since she at least had the famous Quidditch father as backup for having a little Quidditch credibility. Scorpius had never played Quidditch in practices like his three friends had talked about with him after practice, but he had worked hard by himself at home and knew exactly what they were talking about. Later, in the common room after dinner, the three boys nudged Rose to go talk with Trinity when she came into the room. "Trinity?" Rose said quietly. "Hey Rose, what's up? Could we go somewhere and talk for a little while? Someplace private?" Trinity agreed and led Rose to the girls' dorm, where they found an empty room that they could use for a while. "Trinity, I really hope that I won't offend you, so please take what I want to talk about the way I mean it, if it doesn't come out quite right, okay?" Trinity nodded. "I don't know how the Ravenclaw team has done its practices before now, but I've watched my dad coach for years, and I've practiced with the Gryffindor Chasers, my Uncle Harry, and with Teddy and Stuart, who also played for Gryffindor. I guess you'd know that, and them." Trinity nodded again. "I do, and they're all really good players. The way they practice is very different than what we did today. For instance, when James, Aaron and Ariana practice at home, they start out with a half-hour of precision flying. They follow that up with another half-hour of bludger practice, where they basically throw up a bunch of bludgers, and then everyone has to dodge them while the beaters try to knock them around. That's followed with up to 2 hours of playing a practice game. They usually have enough players around to have nearly a full team to play against, and most of them are very good players. Did you know that Gryffindor practices with their reserve team? Those players might not be quite as good, but they do help them practice at close to full game speed." "No, I didn't," Trinity admitted. "I had no idea how much more work Gryffindor was doing. No wonder they're so much better than the rest of the teams have been for the last few years. The only time any of the other houses have beaten them in years is if they catch the snitch before Gryffindor gets more than 150 points ahead. It's been over 10 years since they were outscored by anyone. I looked it up." Rose nodded. "Don't get me wrong, Trinity. My dad says that their chasers are a better trio than he had when my Aunt Ginny played on his team, but that doesn't mean they can't be beaten. We just need to work as hard and want it as much as they do if we want to have a chance." "What do you suggest, Rose?" Trinity asked her. She smiled at the look of relief on Rose's face. "We're Ravenclaws, Rose, and there's nothing we like better than learning." Rose smiled too. "I'd start by picking someone to captain a reserve team and help them put the players together. From what I've seen, Christina's the best flyer, even though she doesn't have a very good broom to use. Get her to make up the precision flying routines we'll need, and then she can lead us through them during our practices. Nick and Rick can be in charge of the bludger practice. Dad uses 10 with the cannons, but we only used 4 at Uncle Harry's house." Trinity looked at her, appalled. "The cannons do bludger practice with 10 bludgers." Rose smiled and nodded. "Now you know why Demelza never gets hit. Having only 2 in a game to watch out for is nothing compared to what they do in practice every day. Once we've got all of that going, we also have one secret weapon." "What's that?" Trinity asked her. "Don't tell him that I said this, but I've watched a lot of keepers, and my dad's a pretty good one too, so I think I can judge them pretty well. Scorpius is the best kid I've ever seen play the position. I don't think Aaron, Ariana, or my cousin James are going to find playing against him much fun." She laughed as Trinity's face lit up with a huge smile. "I'll get working on your suggestions right away," she told Rose. "The one thing we didn't talk about was making game plans. How do you feel about working with me on those as we go along?" Rose laughed too. "I'd like that, Trinity." She looked into the older girl's eyes. "We were worried that you might be mad. I'm glad that you're not." Trinity gave her a hug. "Like I said, Rose, Ravenclaws always want to learn no matter who's teaching." She grinned. "We leave it up to Gryffindors to walk around like they know it all." Rose laughed again. "That sounds a lot like James for sure, but there are a lot of Gryffindors in my family, and I know for sure that doesn't apply to most of them, except maybe for Nick's dad, and we still have hope he'll get over it someday." When she got back to the common room, Rose laughed when she saw the three boys looking at her expectantly. "We didn't have to worry, boys," she told them with a grin. "We just need to get used to being Ravenclaws. We don't let silly things like pride or ego get in the way of learning. Trinity was great, and she loved finding out all about how we've trained at home." The boys all laughed too. "Good," Al said happily. "After practice today, I wasn't so sure that making the team had been a good thing at all." They spent the rest of the evening doing their homework together, each of them with their virtual game wizards on. They started out by working in the virtual library, and then moved on to the Potions Master program to work on their assignments and test their potions before the next class. The three cousins were all virtual quill experts, and Rose taught all of the tricks they knew to Scorpius. He was a very quick study, and soon had no problem keeping up with them. Their reports were done an hour before any of the other Ravenclaw first-year students were done, and they'd successfully, at least virtually, tested the potions for the next two classes before calling it a night and heading for bed. Chapter 4. More points for Ravenclaw. The Owl Post arrived at breakfast, and the other first-year students looked on with interest at the large package that had arrived for Al. He quietly read the note out loud to Scorpius and his cousins. "Dear Al, congratulations on making the house team. Tell Rose and Nick we're proud of them too. Lily says she misses you too, and she'll be thinking about you this week while she and I are playing at the beach. Before we answered your request, I did check with your Aunt Penelope, and so we split the cost and upgraded. Tell Christina that she's welcome, and that your aunt wishes her and all of you good luck this season. Your mum and I have to stick with our house, though, so we can only wish you luck in your games against Hufflepuff and Slytherin. I know we don't have to tell you all to study hard, so I'll save that reminder for your brother. We didn't fall off our chairs when we got your letter. I think it's brilliant that the three of you are getting on with Scorpius. If he's as smart as his dad, you'll be glad to have him for a study partner. Write again soon. Love, Mum and Dad." Al handed the package to Nick. "Why don't you and Rose do the honors, mate? It should be a lot of fun." Rose and Nick were happy to take the package unopened and quickly walked down to the other end of the table where Christina and Trinity were sitting with their friends. Al and Scorpius watched as they gave their teammate the package, and they both laughed happily when they heard the shouts from the two girls and everyone else around them. "Your dad and aunt bought her a firebolt, just like that." Al laughed again. "I told you it'd be fun. Now we'll get to find out just how good our seeker can be with that broom instead of the one she's been using." Christina and Trinity had both hugged Nick and Rose, and Christina had come back with them to give Al a hug too. "Thank your mum and dad for me, Al," she said with tears in her eyes. "I'm pretty sure this is the coolest thing that's ever happened to me in my whole life." Al had hugged her back. "If you think that's cool, wait until you try it out at practice, and when you leave the other house seekers in the dust this season, that will definitely top this." They were on their way to the first class of the morning when they were stopped in the hallway by a Hufflepuff prefect. "I hear that one or two of you are responsible for getting Christina Chambers a broom of her own," she told them. Rose nodded. "My cousins Al and Nick asked their parents to help with getting her one," she confirmed with her usual bright smile. The girl nodded and smiled too. "Nicely done, boys. 10 points for Ravenclaw each." Transfiguration was their first class of the morning, and Professor Macmillan quickly got through introductions and started the lesson. He reminded the cousins a lot of Uncle Percy, very formal and a bit stuffy. He did know his subject, though. Scorpius earned another 5 points for their house by being the first one in class to successfully transfigure his match into a needle. Rose, Nick, and finally Al also managed the feat, along with 4 other classmates. Madam Hooch was waiting for them in the schoolyard when they arrived for flying lessons. Al, Rose, Nick, and Scorpius had already met her at their first Ravenclaw practice. While the house teams and captains were permitted to practice however they chose, she was technically the coach of all Quidditch teams and was often present during practices. Learning to fly was not an actual class, but more like training sessions. Each first year would eventually have to pass a competency test to complete their flying course, and before they'd be permitted to fly brooms unattended. Most years, the first flying lesson always occurred before any Quidditch tryouts or practices, but since that wasn't the case this year, the 4 of them had needed to pass their flying test first. Madam Hooch smiled at them when they reached the area where she had the brooms laid out. "Since you have already passed your tests," she told them, "you may go to the library and use this time as a study period." While they grinned at each other and walked away from the other first-year students, they heard her starting the lesson. "All right, everyone stand beside a broom now, and when you're ready, reach out your hand and say, 'Up!'" Mr. Filch met them in the entrance hall. "Aha, what do we have here? A group of first-years skipping class?" "No, sir," Nick answered him politely. "We had to pass our flying test already to play on our house team. Madam Hooch just told us to go to the library to use the time to study instead of taking the flying lesson, and we're on our way there now." The caretaker looked at each of them carefully, but finding no hint of deception, nodded. "Very well then, move along." They did all of their transfiguration homework in the library, then went to the great hall for lunch. By now the whole Ravenclaw table was buzzing with the news about Christina's new firebolt, and they were getting quite a few pats on the back and nods of approval from the older students. After lunch, they had their first charms class with Professor Flitwick, where the 4 of them had their fellow first-years grumbling as they earned 20 points for their house, thanks to being nearly the only students who had actually read the textbook and could answer all of the professor's questions. Since he was the head of their house, while the students in the other houses might not be happy, he seemed quite pleased with them. The first charm that they were to try was a colour change charm, and Nick won that 10 points too, when he successfully turned his feather from white to blue, and then back again just ahead of Rose. Al's first attempt did change colour, but going from white to burned black didn't count, since he had no way to change it back, and then he also needed a second feather to experiment with. Their last class of the day was astronomy with Professor Sinistra. It had been noted on their schedules that this was an introductory lesson, and that starting next week they would have double charms on Tuesday afternoon, and astronomy would be on Wednesday nights at midnight. Al was the only one of their little group that actually found the subject fascinating, and he quickly became the professor's favourite student. He had a lot of fun, and continued the Ravenclaw point streak they'd been on all day by earning 5 more points for their house by the end of class. "Hey, Al!" Al looked up to see James waving at him. "How'd practice go?" His brother was carrying his broom and equipment and walking toward the Quidditch pitch with Aaron and Ariana, who were both smiling at him. "I've only got 2 practices to compare it to, but I guess it was all right," he told his brother. "Gryffindor has the next slot today?" James nodded. "Yeah, your captain was a little faster than ours in booking practice times. This isn't bad, though. Gives us time after classes are over to pretend we're doing homework." Al and the others all laughed. "Speak for yourself, James," Ariana told him. "Maybe you can get by on brains alone, but some of us have to work hard for every mark we can get." She gave Al, Rose, and Nick hugs. "You guys look like you're really liking school so far," she told them cheerfully. "But from the grumbling we've heard from the Gryffindor firsties, maybe you should have a bit less fun. It sounds like you're not leaving any points left for the other students to try and earn." Turning to James and Aaron, she waved for them to follow her. "Come on, guys, we need to get moving, or we'll be late for practice." Rose waited until they were gone, and then hugged her cousin. "Nicely done, Al. With any luck, none of the other teams will find out how good we are until after our first game." They grinned at each other. "It'd be more fun if our first game was against Gryffindor, but I guess we can't have everything we want," Nick said. In the hour they had until dinner, they completed their astronomy homework. After dinner, they did their charms homework, which didn't take long, using their virtual quills, and then they had the rest of the evening to talk and watch a little WWVN together before heading to their dorm rooms for the night. While they were watching the show, Scorpius had been letting his mind wander, and found himself looking at the pin on Al's robe. He'd noticed the ones that Rose, Nick, and some of the other older students wore, but hadn't gotten around to asking anyone about them. "Hey, Al, what's the pin you guys all wear for?" Al looked down at the pin and shrugged. "We're all volunteers for the Phoenix Foundation. Every volunteer has one." Scorpius looked surprised. "Grandpa says they just throw money away on a bunch of worthless witches and wizards that just waste it," he said bluntly. When he suddenly had 3 fiery stares directed his way, he fidgeted nervously and blushed. "Sorry, but that's what he says. I didn't say he was right. I don't really know anything about the group." Rose put a gently restraining hand on Al's arm. "Why don't you let me take this one, Al?" Her cousin nodded, not trusting himself to speak right now without saying something he might feel bad about later. "Scorpius, the Foundation does everything from running homes for orphaned children, some of whom are in this room right now, to housing, work and food programs that help witches and wizards all over the wizarding world." He listened intently as she continued. We, helped well over 10 million witches and wizards last year alone." Scorpius was looking a little puzzled now. "Why?" he asked Rose. She was the one staring now. "Why wouldn't you? There are a lot of really good people out there that just need help to cope when bad things happen to them. Do you actually think that it's a little kid's fault if their parents died, or that they don't deserve the same chances as the rest of us?" Rose watched as her newest friend struggled with concepts that he obviously had never been exposed to before. She pointed at the virtual game wizard he had been tossing from one hand to the other. "You wouldn't know this, but one of the orphans that the Phoenix Foundation helped is the creator of that game system in your hands. Was that a waste of money helping her? That little invention might have never happened if she hadn't been helped by the Phoenix Foundation." Scorpius looked down at his hands. "Seriously?" Rose nodded. "Yes, and I could give you dozens of other examples of witches and wizards who are now successful thanks to the help of the Foundation, just of people the 3 of us know personally." The blonde-haired boy smiled at his 3 friends. "I really am sorry, guys. I have a feeling that my perceptions of the world are seriously flawed. I doubt the concept of social responsibility has ever occurred to anyone in my family. Even when they talk about how they think things should be for purebloods, they'd never even dream of giving money away to the poor pureblood families to help them out. My family has never even done anything before for my mum's family that I've ever heard of." Rose laughed. "Actually, I'd have to argue that point with you, Scorpius. You do have a pretty great cousin, and he does a lot of really great work with the Phoenix Foundation." Scorpius was staring at her again. "What are you talking about? I don't have any cousins on my dad's side of the family, and the few on my mum's side are just little kids." She smiled. "Yes, you do, through your grandmother Malfoy. And you have a great-aunt too, I believe." "Rose, what are you talking about?" "I'm talking about your grandmother Malfoy's sister, Andromeda, and her grandson, your cousin, Teddy Lupin. He's my Uncle Harry's godson, a former captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, fiancé of our cousin Victoire, and he's one of the junior account manager for the Phoenix Foundation." The three cousins couldn't help but laugh at the look on Scorpius's face. "Your dad or grandmother have never mentioned them? Not ever?" He shook his head no. "That's really too bad, Scorpius," she told him gently. "Teddy's a really great guy, and we only missed getting Grandma Andromeda for a professor here by a couple of years. She only retired when Teddy graduated, and she got married again." Scorpius now had a thoughtful look on his face. "Grandmother and grandfather would probably freak out if they found out, but I think it'd be nice to meet my cousin sometime." Rose laughed. "He is a close personal friend of the family, mate. I think that could be arranged for you without much trouble at all." Chapter 5. Meanwhile, over at Gryffindor House. James was sitting on his bed, writing his first letter of the year to his parents. "Hey, Mum, Dad. I know I should have written sooner, but we've been having too much fun. You know by now that Al, Rose, and Nicholas all got sorted to Ravenclaw, and that they also all made the house Quidditch team. I guess that tells you how little talent there was there to start with, if 4 first years can make the team. I heard Uncle Ron talking at the station about Scorpius. I hope he doesn't lose it that Rose is hanging around with the kid. Haven't talked with him much, but he seems decent enough, and you know that Al and Rose wouldn't hang out with him if he was a jerk. Aaron, Ariana, and I all made the team again. Actually, we have the same team as last year, and I think we're even better this year. Classes are going fine. Dada and Charms are still my favorites. I haven't blown anything up in potions so far, which made Professor Slughorn very happy. Herbology is cool. We finally get to play with some plants that are actually interesting this year. Not much else new going on so far with classes, and I'm keeping up with the assignments. Yuck! Ariana just kissed my cheek and told me to pass it on to you guys when she saw what I was doing. Come on, Ariana, it wasn't that funny. Anyway, that's all the news from here. It does suck that I don't get to use all of the practical jokes I had planned for Albus on him, but never fear. There are lots of other first years here to play them on instead. Give Mum and Lily a hug for me, Dad. I'll write again soon. Love, James. He folded the parchment, put it in an envelope, then turned to where Ariana and Aaron were still laughing at him. Message passed along, he grinned at his friends. Better watch out, though. One of these days I may decide I want to keep those kisses for myself. Ariana was still laughing, but Aaron stopped and stared at James. Hey, that's my sister you're talking about, mate. James laughed too. I noticed that, mate, and a very cute sister she is, he said, pretending to look her up and down. Aaron smacked him on the shoulder. Cut it out, James, that isn't funny. Ariana smiled sweetly at her brother. Oh, I'd say that was definitely funny, Aaron, but we have to get back to our homework now, so let's get to it. James got teased about not working at his studies very hard, but he was actually a pretty good student. The professors told him he could be a great student if he applied himself more, but he was certainly happy with the 2 O's and 5 E's he'd earned last year, so what was the big deal? This year the classes were the same as in first year, so there wasn't anything new, other than the work they were doing was getting slightly more advanced. He grabbed his books and went over to sit with Andy and John, who were already started on their reports for herbology and dada. Thanks to his virtual quill, within an hour he was caught up with his friends. The only bad thing about the device was that, if your penmanship in the virtual world sucked, the real-world copy it produced sucked too. No matter how hard he tried, which wasn't very hard, his writing was only barely legible. Through the rest of the week he only saw Al, Rose or Nick in the Great Hall, or passing them on the way to Quidditch practice. His brother seemed to be getting along fine, and even though he really thought it was too bad that he didn't get to bug him all the time, he admitted that each of them having their own space was probably a really good thing for both of them. The Quidditch practices were going great, and were James's favourite part of the day. He did admit, if only to himself, that getting to spend that time with Ariana was a big part of the reason why that was true. She was going on 15 now, and noticeably turning out to be a beautiful young woman. There were other, older boys at school that had noticed her too, and James found that he was very happy that she hadn't, at least so far, shown any interest in any of them. The weekend arrived, and doing homework and a Saturday morning Quidditch practice was fit in with some time hanging out with his friends outdoors, and getting away with one extremely cool practical joke on his brother, cousins, and their friend. It was Saturday, after dinner, and he'd carefully mapped out their route from the Great Hall to Ravenclaw Tower. He recruited his little poltergeist buddy, Peeves, and the 2 of them lay in wait of the 4 kids. When they walked into their little trap, he hit them with instant darkness, and tried to contain his laughter as they stumbled into his portable swamp. That was when Peeves swooped in, and taking a few puking pastels, proceeded to cover the 4 first years in a seriously messy goo. With a wave of his wand, James had the portable swamp packed back up, and was gone before the instant darkness wore off, leaving his brother, Rose, Nick and Scorpius covered in swamp muck and poltergeist barf. The next morning at breakfast, he was terribly disappointed to not even get a single glare from Al. Could it be that he hadn't guessed that James had pulled the stunt on them? He doubted it and smiled. Al probably just doesn't want to give me the satisfaction of seeing that he's ticked off about it, he thought. An owl post from his parents arrived while he was eating, and he quickly opened the letter. Dear James, we were actually surprised to hear from you so soon. You did tell your brother only 1 post a month, didn't you? Glad to hear you're keeping up with the homework. Al's probably pretty happy that you can't play practical jokes on him all the time. I hope you're leaving them alone the rest of the time too. Don't get too overconfident about your team this year, James. I think your brother and cousins might just surprise you. Give Ariana and Aaron a kiss for me. Lily says hi, and to tell you she's having a blast being an only child for a few months. Take care of yourself. Love, Mum and Dad. James was laughing by the time he finished reading his mom's letter. What's so funny? Aaron asked him. James leaned over and kissed Ariana on the cheek. Mom said to give you each a kiss from her. He looked at Aaron. You're going to have to wait until Christmas break and collect yours in person, mate. They all laughed. Somehow, James, I have no problem with that at all, Aaron told him with a grin. Chapter 6. The New Marauders. Al was sitting on his bed Saturday night, finally having gotten clean after an hour of scrubbing. Nick and Scorpius were both just getting back from their showers and sat on their beds too. None of them could blame the other kids in their house for laughing when they'd come into the common room. From their perspective, it was certainly very funny. They could blame James, though, and did. Your brother is a serious pain in the butt, Al, Nicholas told his cousin. If I didn't know it'd just egg him on, I'd blast him tomorrow morning. How do you know it was your brother? Scorpius wanted to know. Because he's been playing them on all of us our whole lives, mate. I should have been watching out better. I thought because we weren't in the same house that maybe I was safe. We could have lived without learning that lesson with you, Al, Scorpius told him grumpily. Like I wanted to be there for it either. The good news, though, is that my dad gave me a secret weapon. Nicholas looked over at his cousin with a hopeful look. Did he smuggle you in some wheezes? Al laughed. Nope, something way better. You guys got a pledge to keep it secret except from Rose. We'll tell her tomorrow. Both boys promised. They were alone in the room still, so Al went to his trunk. Dad made me swear I wouldn't use this except if James gave me a hard time. He showed the boys a folded parchment and opened it up. I solemnly swear I am up to no good, he said quietly. The other boys watched in amazement as the map was revealed before their eyes. This shows us where every single person is on the school grounds at all times. He pointed out where James was, in the Gryffindor common room, and they could see that Aaron, Ariana, Andy and John were nearby to him. It's called the Marauders map, and it was made by my grandfather and some of his friends. He looked at Scorpius. One of his friends was your grandmother's cousin, Sirius Black. Scorpius smiled. Well, if he was friends with your grandfather, he couldn't have been as bad as my family seems to think he was. Al laughed. He was my dad's godfather, so even though I never met him, I'd have to believe he was actually one of the best. The other boys smiled. So how do we use this to our advantage? Nick asked him. For now, I'd say we just wait and take a little time to plot our revenge. His green eyes were sparkling now. Being able to find him any time, anywhere, though, will help us spring any future traps, and then, when we're ready, to pay him back. The three boys were all grinning now, but when they heard some of the other boys coming into the room, Al quickly mumbled, "Mischief managed," and folded the now blank parchment back up again. He decided not to tell them that he had one other super top secret weapon folded up in his trunk. The next morning, before breakfast, the boys took a still very angry Rose into an empty classroom on the way to the Great Hall and showed her the map. They convinced her that the best way to go about dealing with James's prank was to pretend that none of them suspected him of doing it. Rose had a very pleased smile on her face now. Al, your grandfather and the others called themselves the Marauders. Al nodded, and Rose smiled even brighter. James is already known throughout the school as a practical joker, right? Her cousin nodded again, starting to smile now too. But none of us are. We're the quiet, smart ones. Nick had jumped onto the same page with his two devious, wonderful cousins, and Scorpius was only moments behind. So if practical jokes just happened to go off near James, he'd be the logical suspect, Rose continued. He'd be the first person I'd look to, Nick said, his eyes now dancing with excitement too. Then I propose that the four of us become the new Marauders, Rose told the boys. Our mission, pay back James Potter. Al laughed. All those in favor? 4 hands shot into the air. I think this year just got a whole lot more fun, Nick said. Whatever would my dad think about this? Rose laughed and put her hand on his arm. I don't know, but I bet your mom would love it. Al, Mischief managed the map, and they all headed for breakfast, feeling much better than they had last night. James looks awfully disappointed, Scorpius told them with a grin. I wonder why. The others smirked at him. He can't take credit for the prank out loud, and we're not blasting him, Nick told them. The other thing we have going for us is that our housemates might be happy to laugh at us among themselves, but Ravenclaws do not tell kids in other houses about things like this, so most of the rest of the school won't even know about it. Rose laughed. Being in this house just gets better every day. When they'd finished breakfast, they went outside to wander down by the lake and enjoy the beautiful day, then went back to the common room to study until lunchtime. They went down to the Quidditch pitch in the afternoon to practice for a couple of hours, then spent the rest of Sunday relaxing and hanging out mostly with the other first-year kids. During the next few weeks, the new Marauders settled into their schedule. They were certainly the top 4 students in all of their classes. Al was best, by far, in Dada. They were all pretty even in potions, although Rose probably had the slight edge in that class over the boys. Scorpius was their transfiguration leader, Nick was the charms master, and Al had astronomy. Rose was best in their class in herbology, and certainly Professor Longbottom's favourite student. Since they were just about the only students that stayed awake for history every class, and all had top marks on their assignments, they decided that in that subject it was a 4-way tie for best. Trinity took a break for a minute and observed her team doing the flying exercises that Christina had put together. Her best friend was really good. She smiled as Rose whizzed by her, right on Christina's tail. When she'd received her Hogwarts letter in the summer and found out that she was going to be team captain, she had thought she was ready. That mistaken belief lasted until that talk with Rose the night after their first practice. Their team had practiced 6 days a week since then, and she knew that Rose, Nick, Al, and Scorpius came out here for at least an hour on Sundays too. Talk about a workout too. Ravenclaws were supposed to be the brightest students at the school, yet when it came to Quidditch, it had apparently never occurred to any of them to create a training program and develop strategies and game plans for their matches. Now that they were getting those things in place, she could already see the difference. She and Christina had been surprised that the 4 first-year students had been so much better than the older Ravenclaws that had been trying to make the team. It was clear to them why that had happened. This kind of training was new to Scorpius, but he had a great deal of natural talent. The 3 cousins were also all talented, but it was the years of training that had made them so much better than everyone else, including her, she was now ready to admit. "All right," she shouted, "bludger practice." She heard several groans and one, "me and my big mouth," and laughed. "Come on, Rick, Nicholas, give us your best shots. Let's move it, ladies." Most of the older students were gone to Hogsmeade for the day, and the common room was empty, except for the Marauders. It was nearly lunchtime, and they were getting ready to head out for lunch, but as they had been doing for weeks, Al checked the map to look for James before he, Rose, Nick and Scorpius got going. Usually he was no place they had to worry about, in his own common room or in the Great Hall already. Today the map was showing him lurking in one of the hallways between Ravenclaw Tower and the Great Hall. "What do you think he's up to this time?" Nick asked. "I have no idea," Al told him. "This looks like a very good day for a detour, though," he added with a grin. "It'd be a shame if he missed lunch while he waited for us." Rose, Nick and Scorpius laughed as Al put the map away, and they went to the Great Hall from the other end of the 5th floor to where James had whatever prank set up. They didn't expect to actually find out what the prank was going to be, but shortly after they'd sat down for lunch, there was a commotion at the entrance to the hall. "Mr. Filch, get away from me," Madame Pince spat over her shoulder. "What has gotten into you?" "Come back, Irma. Don't leave me. I love you." Mr. Filch was following the librarian, a hopelessly devoted, and a look on his face that was completely devoid of any thought. "Give me a little kiss, my dearest heart." Madame Pince was nearly running toward the professor's table now. "Professor Slughorn, help me." By now nearly all of the students, which was almost all just first and second-year students that weren't in town, were laughing. The librarian was now trying to hide behind Professor Slughorn. "Professor," Mr. Filch said happily. "Keep her there for me," he told the other man as he ran up the aisle. "That's the woman I love. Don't let her get away." Professor Slughorn took one look at the vapid expression on Mr. Filch's face and gently handed Madame Pince off to Professor Williamson. "Mr. Filch, I know how deeply you feel about the lady, but certainly you wouldn't wish to act improperly with all of these children around. Come with me, and she can meet us in my quarters in a few minutes where you can be alone." Mr. Filch nodded, probably only hearing "be alone," and followed the professor, who was having his own troubles keeping from chuckling like a happy little puppy. The Marauders had been laughing along with the other students at the scene. Rose got their attention and nodded her head to the Gryffindor table, where they all turned to see James slide into a seat, a smirk on his face that told them without any words what had happened to Mr. Filch and what prank had been lying in wait for them. They smiled at each other. So his plan was to have the four of us running around like love-starved crazies, in love with Madame Pince? Rose smiled. "I don't know if that would have worked for me, but since Mr. Filch was the one that got hit instead of us, he probably won't mind that he didn't get us." The boys all nodded. "This does give me an idea, though," Al said. "Avoiding his pranks is one thing, but this does make it obvious that if the wrong or right person springs those traps, it can be way more fun for everybody, sometimes even for James." Rose smiled at her cousin. "Al, I don't even need to get caught by a love potion to tell you I love you." The next weeks went along smoothly with classes and Quidditch. The new Marauders were nothing if not patient, and it was Halloween night when their first big opportunity to turn things around on James finally happened. The boys were checking the map in their dorm room before meeting Rose in the common room. They'd been using the same route to the Great Hall for the last 2 weeks, waiting for James to set up his next prank. What they hoped James wouldn't know, and they'd researched carefully themselves, was that the route they'd been using was also the same route to the dining hall that Professor Flitwick took. The professor always left at the exact same time every day, and so they had been leaving the common room exactly 3 minutes ahead of him each day. When they saw that James was hiding in an alcove along their route, they all laughed in delight. "I hope we're right about this," Nick told the other boys. "I do like the professor." Scorpius smiled. "If he was really a dueling champion, it shouldn't matter what James has planned for us." Al nodded. "We'll know soon. Let's go meet Rose and get to the hall for the big feast. I have a feeling it's going to be awesome." The 4 excited Ravenclaws were sitting down when they saw Professor Flitwick enter the hall from the entrance that the teachers usually used, and he walked over and whispered something to Professor Longbottom, who got up with a grim look on his face and followed the other man out of the door. They heard some laughter from the front of the Slytherin and Hufflepuff tables. Whatever those students had seen had them buzzing, and as word spread from those who had seen what was outside of the hall, so did the laughter. Rose was the first one to hear the buzz and passed it on to them. "They're saying that James was on the other side of the door when the professors went out, and he was in a body bind and was covered in some kind of orange goo," she told them with a grin. They were all sniggering quietly, along with nearly all of the other students by now. The Halloween feast began before Professors Flitwick and Longbottom returned, accompanied by a very unhappy-looking James, who went to sit at the Gryffindor table with Andy and John. He wasn't covered in orange goo, but his skin and hair did have a decidedly orange tinge to it. The sniggering started up again, and Al watched as his brother's orange colouring was darkened by his embarrassed blushing, and he kept his eyes down as he filled his plate and talked quietly with his friends. Al could tell that they were both trying not to laugh at their best mate too, but weren't being very successful. The new Marauders waited until after the feast, when they were back in the Ravenclaw common room, before they quietly congratulated each other on a perfectly executed plan that they all decided paid James back in full. When they found out that he'd be cleaning armor twice a week for the next month, that assessment was changed to paid in full with interest. Chapter 7. Quidditch Cup Competition. The first Quidditch game of the season was on the Saturday after Halloween. The Ravenclaw team was in attendance and sat together so they could discuss the game as it went along. Trinity had Rose on one side and Christina on her other side. Nicholas and Rick were sitting together, leaving Al and Scorpius as the odd ones out. They all had parchment with them and would be taking notes. The Gryffindor and Slytherin teams came out onto the pitch, and within a few minutes Madame Hooch had started the game, and the teams were in the air. Al and Scorpius were to watch and take notes on both the Gryffindor and Slytherin chasers. Rick and his cousin would be watching the beaters. Rose and Trinity would be watching the two keepers, and Christina would watch both seekers. None of the spectators were surprised when the Gryffindor team quickly moved into the lead and kept on scoring frequently on a Slytherin keeper who didn't seem to be able to react fast enough to the lightning-quick passes of James, Aaron, and Ariana. The Slytherin chasers weren't helping their keeper either. They didn't intercept a single pass, and were in turn intercepted 23 times during the game that ended near to the end of the second hour, when the Gryffindor seeker caught the snitch with an unchallenged dive that ended with a pretty-looking but time-wasting catch. When the game was over, and undoubtedly the Gryffindor team was celebrating what they were certain would be another cup-winning season, the Ravenclaw team had commandeered a classroom and were busy until dinner time poring over their notes. They would be playing Hufflepuff in a few weeks, but they wanted to talk over what they'd seen today while it was fresh in their minds. "Their seeker is even more of a showboater than he was last year," Christina told them. "If he pulls a stupid move like that on me in our game, all I have to do to draft behind him, and when he does it, I'll be able to fly right past him." Trinity nodded, taking notes. "The Slytherin seeker looked lost. He can sure fly, but I don't think he could see the snitch if it was the size of the quaffle, but it might have been an act, so we should be careful." Another nod from her friend, and more notes were written down. Rose was next for her keeper report. "The Slytherin keeper always looks where he's going to go," she told everyone quietly. "My cousin Aaron and Ariana saw that right away and took complete advantage of him." The rest of the team members were smiling at her encouragingly. "The Gryffindor keeper is pretty good, but he has a big weakness too. Slytherin just either didn't see it or couldn't take advantage of it." "He looked pretty good to me," Trinity said. "What'd I miss?" Rose laughed. "Something very small, and something that's considered a very bad habit for professional players. He rotates his left or right hand on his broom handle, depending on which direction he's going, and moves either his thumbs or forefingers to go up or down." She was demonstrating as she talked, and the others were nodding. "It's only a split second of warning, but if we practice for it, the quaffle will be behind him before he knows what hit him." Trinity was grinning now. "What have you and Nick come up with?" she asked Rick. "The Slytherin beaters aimed ahead of their targets every single time. That's why they never even came close to hitting any of the Gryffindors. Unless they change tactics before playing us, the easy way to avoid a bludger we see them hit is to change direction. If one of us see them take a shot that another teammate didn't see, we could just each have a code that we could use to warn each other to make a quick turn." "I like it, Rick. How about the Gryffindors?" Rick motioned for Nicholas to take that question. "They're not as good as Stuart was when he played for Gryffindor, but they're definitely good. They'll disguise what they're doing and work together pretty well." He smiled and Rick nodded. Rick and I think that the answer for them is to get between them. When they could see each other, they did a great job communicating and playing. When there was interference from other players, they mostly flew around and didn't do anything. Rick was grinning now. We'll get another chance to see them when they play Hufflepuff, but our best plan in that game might just be to play bludger defense all game, and not worry so much about knocking out their players. The others all nodded. And finally, gentlemen, if you would be so kind as to give us your chaser assessment, she said, looking at Al and Scorpius. Scorpius waved to Al to go first. Since I've played against my brother Aaron and Ariana, we decided that I would mostly watch the Slytherin chasers and put a fresh pair of eyes on the Gryffindor team. Trinity nodded, and he continued. The Slytherin chasers are using a passing scheme straight out of the Puddlemere United playbook, the one they used about 20 years ago. There's a copy of that old playbook available in the Quidditch Museum section of the virtual library. If anyone doesn't have that program, Rose, Nick, Scorpius or I can lend our game wizards to you so you can study it. Trinity looked impressed. How did you know that's what they were doing? Al laughed. I love to read, and I read everything. I think I was 7 or 8 when I was on my Quidditch reading kick, and Uncle Ron told me it was a good starting point to learn strategy. He grinned wickedly at them. Too bad for Slytherin that there's about 20 years of advancement in the game since then. Scorpius started his Gryffindor chaser analysis. We all know they have a great team of chasers, he told them. Aaron is the playmaker of the group. He almost never takes the shot himself. Al nodded his agreement. Ariana is the best shooter. Take her out of the game, and 60% of their scoring goes with her. Trinity laughed. You weren't here a couple of years ago when Slytherin tried that, and Stuart put both of their beaters in the hospital ward. Scorpius laughed. True, but that's not what I had in mind. You should shadow her and keep between her and her brother for the entire match. Aaron will make the pass to James instead, or you'll have a chance to intercept. Trinity shook her head. I'll never be able to keep up with her firebolt, Scorpius, not for a whole game. When we get closer to that game, I'll switch you brooms, he told her. I think I can manage with your Nimbus for one game if I'm careful. She nodded. Thanks, that might make the difference, mate. What about handling James? If he's the other 40%, that's still a lot of goals. Scorpius smiled again. That'll be mostly up to me. Hopefully he won't have corrected his little problem by the time we play them in May. Rose, Al, and Nick all looked at him in surprise. What's he doing that caught your eye? Al asked him. His friend was grinning again. This doesn't leave the room, right? Not for any reason. The others agreed. He winks at Ariana if he's shooting. You're kidding, Rose said. Nope. He took 19 shots, passed 27 times, winked 19 times. The Slytherin keeper guessed past 12 of those 19 times, and James scored 13 times, getting one anyway even after the guy had guessed correctly. The keeper also guessed wrong on 16 of his passes, which cost them 15 goals. If I'm right, then they would realistically score 2 goals on me, depending on how successfully you can all defend against Ariana. They were all really hyped up now. Great work, everyone, Trinity told them. She looked at her 4 first-year teammates. Take tomorrow off, no extra practicing. When she'd received 4 nods, she concluded the meeting, and they all headed for the common room to relax for the little bit of time they had left before dinner. Everyone on the Ravenclaw team were excited about their chances against Slytherin and Gryffindor this season, but the big unknown would be in facing the Hufflepuff team, which they wouldn't get the chance to see play before game day. James had been nearly insufferable over the next few weeks as he gloated about their blowout win over Slytherin. Al was thankful that he wasn't able to be in his face constantly, but his brother's overconfidence gave him an idea that he put in front of his team. "You want to what?" Trinity had practically shouted. I think if we're doing well against Hufflepuff and get up over 170 points on them, that we should back off and keep it close, or even better, let their seeker catch the snitch." "Potter, have you lost your mind?" Rick asked him bluntly. Nick and Scorpius were nodding their agreement, but Rose was smiling at him. "Hang on a second, guys," she told the others. "I see what he's getting at. I don't think Aaron and Ariana would ever get too overconfident, but James and the rest of the Gryffindor team definitely are. You've heard them shooting their mouths off ever since the game. Al is suggesting that we take advantage of that overconfidence to help set them up for next May. We'll only be able to do that if it turns out that we're not really fighting for our lives against Hufflepuff." She smiled at everyone. Ravenclaws were the best and brightest, and they all caught on quick. Trinity gave Al a spontaneous hug. "Have I told you that I love you yet today?" The others laughed as Al blushed, but he was grinning too, and his emerald eyes sparkled. "No, not today, Captain, but thanks. We all love you too." Albus was waiting in the locker room with his team. They were already in their azure blue robes, and Trinity was giving them the pre-game pep talk. "Whatever happens today, I want you guys to know that I'm really proud of what we've done this year. Win or lose, this is the best team we've had in the 5 years I've been at Hogwarts. Good luck." She led them out onto the pitch and into the air to the cheers of the spectators. Al knew that his mum, dad and sister were in the stands somewhere, as were Rose and Nicholas's parents. He tried not to think about that, or anything else except the game plan, but he couldn't help feeling the thrill of the moment. He was a chaser for a Hogwarts house team, just like his mother. That wouldn't have happened if he'd been in Gryffindor. He realized now that part of the reason he'd decided before that he didn't want to play Quidditch at school had been because James had almost always been there when he'd played before. Playing then hadn't been as much fun because James razzed him all the time, making fun of his playing, flying, and even how he looked when he played. With this team he was accepted and even appreciated. Both teams landed, and after the captains shook hands and the announcements were over, Madame Hooch threw the quaffle into the air, and Al forgot about his musings and concentrated on the game. The Hufflepuff team had made a very big mistake. Al laughed to himself as he watched their chasers and beaters set up to defend the Ravenclaw chasers. He was close to Trinity and moved right next to her. "Rose was right," he told her quietly. "They've guessed that because she's on our team that we'd use the Cannon's playbook, since her dad basically wrote it." Trinity shot him a big grin. "Then it's too bad for them that we didn't." Rose had already moved off, carrying the quaffle. Al wouldn't need to tell Rose something she knew better than he did, and so he took off, as did Trinity, and they spent the next hour and a half scoring goal after goal on the now baffled Hufflepuff team. They'd developed quite a few possible scenarios for what to do with the game management, depending on how the Hufflepuff team and some of the players were doing. It was a lot like one of Uncle Ron's chess matches, Al had thought. Their early assessment put one of their odder plans into play. The Hufflepuff seeker was not very good, to be nice, and Christina was confident that she could defend him against catching the snitch, and still catch it herself when they decided it was time to do so. Al, Rose, and Trinity scored 18 goals between them, but then also made a high number of misses. Scorpius, playing what Al personally thought was brilliant, was telegraphing his moves and allowed 12 goals before Trinity signalled her seeker to wrap it up. Christina did that, putting on her own acting and making it look like it had been really hard for her, even going so far as to make her broom wobble at higher speeds, like she was losing control. They met the Hufflepuff team on the ground and shook hands with each of them, and congratulating them on a good game that could have gone either way. They'd just gotten a lucky break catching the snitch first. Al felt his father's hand on his shoulder before he'd seen them walking onto the field. "Nice game, Al." He turned around and gave his dad a very long hug. "Thanks, Dad. I've missed you a lot," he added. His mother was hugging him tightly next, followed by Lily. James was with them too, and had probably sat with them during the game. "Yeah, nice game, Al. Only 14 missed goals," he whispered so the others wouldn't hear. Al shrugged. "We won. Play like that against Gryffindor, and we'll cream you guys." Al was spared having to continue sparring with his brother by getting to hug Aunt Penelope, who was thrilled with her house's win, and Aunt Hermione. When Uncle Ron shook his hand, he'd smiled at him. "Nice game plan, Al," he'd winked. "I think we'll come back next May to find out if it works," he'd added in a whisper. He laughed at Al's answering grin. They only got to have a few more minutes with their family. They introduced Aunt Penelope, Harry, and Ginny to Christina, who hugged each of them and thanked them again for her broom. Then it was time to go, and Al had a tearful goodbye with his mum, dad, and sister. "It's only a few more weeks, Lily, and we'll be home for the Christmas holidays." She'd hugged him one more time, kissed him, and then, after watching them as they headed for home, Al went with his team to get cleaned up, changed, and then take the walk back to the school and up to the common room for the celebration that was certainly already going on. Chapter 8. Home for Christmas. Those few weeks until Christmas holidays practically flew by for Al and the others. They were busy with schoolwork and Quidditch practice. They were as excited as any of the other kids at school about the holidays, and were enjoying the extra activities that went on, especially during that last week before they'd be going home. The group of fledgling Marauders did not, even once, stop keeping an eye out for James. He hadn't tried anything since Halloween, but Al and his two cousins knew that he would not give up, probably ever. "There he is," Rose said, pointing to a spot on the map. "He didn't get put to cleaning armor again, did he?" Nick asked. "Not that I've heard," Al answered him, "and it's his last chance before holidays start tomorrow." He was still scanning the map. James was definitely in the hallway, on one of the routes from their common room to the Great Hall. But they hadn't been using any real pattern to get around lately, so he was wondering why James would pick that spot. Then he noticed that John was hiding along their other normal route, and, yep, there was Andy just inside the door of a storage room, right near the entrance to the Ravenclaw Tower. Al laughed and pointed the other boys out. "He's recruited accomplices this time. Very nicely done, James," he complimented his brother. "Rose, we need a plan C. Any ideas?" He watched as his adorable cousin thought over their options and quickly came up with a plan. Scratch that. Adorable and brilliant. They headed out into the hallway and pretended to be horsing around. Nick knocked Scorpius into the door behind which Andy was hiding, and then they all headed toward the place where James was setting his prank. "They are using their Wycoms," Rose whispered as they walked along. "Andy just told James that we're coming his way. He told Andy to follow up behind us, and John's been cleared to leave his post." "Way to go, Rose," Nick told her with a grin. "I hadn't even thought about bringing a pair of Uncle George's wireless extendable ears to school with me. Let's get out of sight until he goes past and double back. We won't have much time." The Marauders weren't trying to be malicious, and their only intention had been to avoid another one of James's pranks. So it was certainly not their fault that when planning the prank, James had not told Andy exactly where he would be hiding. Wasn't it reasonable to expect that one of the pranksters would not walk into their own trap? Rose had picked up her extendable ear on the way back past the door, and they'd made their way to the Great Hall for the Yule feast. She and Al were facing away from the Gryffindor table, but Scorpius and Nick advised them that John had just suddenly gotten up and left the hall when he'd seen them sit down. He hadn't returned by the time the feast began, and there had still been no sign of James or Andy. "What do you think is going on?" Scorpius whispered to the others. They all shook their heads. John must have told the other boys by now that they were here. "I hope they didn't just wait and prank someone else," Rose said worriedly. "I don't see anyone from Ravenclaw missing," Nick pointed out. He looked at the entrance, and his mouth fell open. Scorpius started sniggering. Al and Rose turned in their seats to see James and John walking into the hall with a very upset and beautifully decorated Andy the Christmas tree. The two cousins quickly turned back to the table, grinning. As other students saw the three boys, a ripple of laughter rolled through the room. "You gotta give him credit for originality," Nick said admiringly. "He apparently still needs a little work on his contingency planning, though. I wonder how long it'll last before it wears off." Al laughed. "Since it was meant for me, I'm guessing not until an hour or two after the train gets to King's Cross Station tomorrow." He looked back around for a moment, but turned back again. Those blinking lights were definitely distracting. "Victoire's gone over to them," Nick told his cousins. "She's taking Andy out, and Professor Macmillan is going with them." He grinned. It only took Victoire and the professor a few minutes to fix Andy up, and they returned to the feast, which the Marauders thought was pretty funny too. James could have saved his mate a lot of embarrassment if he'd just asked for help before bringing Andy into the hall, Rose told them, obviously feeling sympathetic for her cousin's friend. "In his case, I think the famous Gryffindor pride and bravery get in the way of common sense sometimes," Nick told her. They finished their dinner, then left the hall to go back to their dorms and pack for the trip home in the morning. Al hopped off the train and threw himself into his father's arms and hugged him tightly. "Miss me?" his dad said with a grin. "A lot." He hugged Lily next. "Almost as much as I missed you, sis." She hugged him back and kissed his cheek. Caroline, Brianna, and Hugo were all part of the welcoming committee too, and Al hugged both girls and shook Hugo's hand as they waited for everyone else to get off of the train. He, Nick, and Rose had said goodbye to Scorpius while they were still on the train. Their friend had not wanted to cause any more problems than he was already having with his family, just from being sorted into Ravenclaw. His parents knew that he was on the same team with those Weasleys and that Potter boy, but they didn't know the three kids were also his best friends. Al did see Scorpius meet his parents, though, and he couldn't help feel a pang of regret for his friend. How different his life had been growing up. He and his brother and sister had spent days at the Institute daycare, or being watched by Creature and Winky when his dad was away. Some of the older kids had watched them during holidays too, but his mum and dad were the centre of their lives. Scorpius had told them what it had been like growing up at Malfoy Mansion, and the difference was like hot and cold. His father didn't hug him in welcome. His mother did, but it almost seemed to be a formality, like greeting a business acquaintance, and then they left the platform together. Scorpius looked more unhappy than Al had ever seen his friend. He hoped the Christmas present he'd tucked into his bag would cheer him up later when he found it. Rose, Nick, James, Aaron, Ariana, and Victoire were all with them now. Dad sent their bags to the cottage using the translocators, and then they all took the transportal to the Marauders Mall. They had about an hour to wander the stores before they were meeting a lot of the rest of the family for lunch. Grandma and Grandpa, Mum, Aunt Hermione, Aunt Penelope, Uncle Ron, and Uncle Percy would all be there. Teddy, Uncle Bill, and Aunt Fleur were coming too, and because they had such a big group this year, Dad had actually needed to reserve a private room at the restaurant to hold them all. When they were at the restaurant, it took quite a while to get through all of the hugs and kisses. He'd hugged his mother for a long time, so glad to be home for 2 whole weeks. Lily was sitting beside him through lunch, and she peppered Al with questions about school, being in Ravenclaw instead of Gryffindor, and playing Quidditch for that team. She also gave him a running monologue in between the questions, telling him all about her last 4 months. "Lily," his mother said patiently, "he'll be home for 2 weeks, you know. You don't have to cover everything in the first hour. Then what would you do the rest of the time?" Al watched as his sister giggled. "Hug, play, hug some more, repeat as needed," she told her mum, who was laughing now too. He gave her another hug. "That's a really great game plan, Lily." This was Al's first Christmas looking at things from the perspective of one of the students. As long as he could remember, there had always been kids coming in and out of his life, going to school, coming back and going away again. Viewing that from this side was very different. He thought the biggest difference might just be that he appreciated being with his family a lot more, now that he'd been away from them for the past few months. Aaron and James took off to explore the mall after lunch and probably make their usual stops at the broom closet and game portal to see what was new for the holidays. Aunt Penelope and Uncle Percy were taking the afternoon off, and Nick left with her to go home and spend the day with them. Rose and all of the other girls were heading for Spa Magic with Aunt Hermione, Aunt Fleur and Mum. Teddy had to go back to work. Judging by the smile on Victoire's face when she came back to meet up with them after saying goodbye to him, they definitely hadn't been shaking hands. That left him with Hugo and his dad, and a whole afternoon to spend together. "What do you want to do for the afternoon, Al?" his father asked him. He looked around the mall. "Mum said we're doing the shopping day tomorrow, and you guys took last weekend for the Dream Christmas. So how do you guys feel about just heading back to the cottage and hanging out? Knowing Lily, she's probably shopped the two of you half to death since September." Hugo had grinned and nodded at that. "I can live without another afternoon here. How about you, Uncle Harry?" Harry smiled at the two boys and pulled out his Y-com. "Let me just let James and Aaron know they're on their own. They can either take the transportal home later or wait for Ginny." When Al walked into the cottage, he took a deep breath. He was definitely home, yet it was different now. His dad put a hand on his shoulder. "It's not going to ever be quite the same, son," he told Al quietly, practically reading his thoughts. "Hugo, why don't you go upstairs with Al and keep him company while he unpacks? And then maybe I'll let you guys try to beat me at one of the Game Wizard games. With both of the boys gone, I've had lots of time to practice." They both laughed. "The way you play, Uncle Harry, lots of practice time won't be nearly enough," Hugo told him with a grin. "He's really glad to have you back, Al." Hugo was sitting on Al's bed. "Rose and I were over here pretty much every week, at least one time each week, but since September, I think I've been here nearly as much as at home, at least during the weekdays." Al smiled at his cousin as he finished putting his things away. "He'll probably adopt a bunch more kids at the residence after you and Lily start at Hogwarts." His cousin laughed and nodded. "No doubt. Are you done?" Al nodded. "Let's go humor the old guy then. Lead the way, cuz." He didn't think that Hugo had figured out yet that his dad was a big fake when it came to Game Wizard, so he had no intention of spoiling the fun for his cousin. He and Hugo were sitting at the kitchen table later, talking with his dad while he was cooking dinner. "How's everyone else doing?" he'd asked. His father had known who the everyone else was, and given him the condensed version of what had been going on while he was at school. Teddy and Stuart were on the road 2 weeks out of every 4, taking care of foundation business. Isabel was mostly working with Hermione at the Institute, but since they always seemed to have projects that were on a need to know, and Harry didn't need to know, he had no idea what she was doing there. But Ginny and Hermione were very happy with her, whatever it was they were working on. Lisa was still in charge of the gaming division, and there was always something new coming out from them. Natalie was pregnant, and she and Owen were really excited about the baby that would be along next summer sometime. Gabrielle, Kevin and Michael were all doing great. Michael was busy at school. Kevin's paintings continued to get more and more famous, and Gabrielle told him that he couldn't tell the kids about what was going to be new on the island this coming summer. Megan was now one of Marauders Paradise's assistant managers and had actually been dating the same wizard for nearly 3 months straight. Harry and the others had met the young man when they were on the island in October. He was one of the diving instructors and seemed to be a pretty likable and fun-loving guy. Everyone at the residence was fine. Dad and Lily and sometimes Hugo were going there twice a week. Carolyn and Brianna had gone to Marauders Paradise with Mum, Dad, Lily and Hugo, and he'd also taken all of them to their island several other times for a day or an overnight trip. Al tried not to think too much about Carolyn. He knew exactly why he'd missed her so much while he was at school, but that wasn't something he was prepared to deal with for what he hoped could be a while. "Has James been giving you a hard time, Al?" The question dragged him abruptly away from his thoughts about his hazel-eyed charmer. "He's had his moments," Al answered a bit evasively. "I think we've got it under control, though." When his dad's piercing green eyes were leveled on him, Al didn't flinch. Hugo was in the room with them, so he was sure that he wouldn't be asked to go into any detail. "From the reports I've been sent, I'd say he's had a few moments." Harry looked at Al and grinned. "You, Rose and Nick, on the other hand, seem to be staying out of trouble, or haven't been caught yet." That had Hugo laughing. "Are you kidding, Uncle Harry? Rose get in trouble? Or Nick? Even Al? Although if you made me pick one of them, I guess I'd have to pick him. No offense, cuz." Al and Harry both laughed. "None taken, mate." "You're probably right, Hugo," Harry had told his nephew. "I'm almost positive that your sister and cousins have a trouble-free year mapped out for themselves." He grinned again as he saw Al smirk at his comment. "Who all is coming for dinner tonight?" Al asked. "It's going to be a pretty quiet night for us compared to normal," Harry told him. "Your dining companions will include your brother and sister, Aaron, Ariana, Rose, Hugo, Carolyn, Brianna, Uncle Ron, Aunt Hermione, your mother, and finally, your humble chef." Al laughed. "That's your idea of a quiet night? Dinner for 13? Harry laughed too. "Well, we don't have Bill, Fleur, and their gang too this year. That's 6 less than we've had before." James and Aaron were the first to get back to the cottage. None of the kids even thought about how cool it really was to be able to travel by transportal. Underage wizards and witches could really go a lot more places a lot more easily than they could when there was just the Flu network and port keys. The 2 boys excitedly told the others about the cool new Game Wizard games that were out for Christmas, and about the Nimbus 2018, the first all-new model since the 2015, since the 2016s and 2017s didn't really have anything new compared to the 2015s. It still wasn't as fast as the Firebolt, but it was a really great-looking broom. Ginny, Hermione, and the other women of the family came in about 15 minutes after the boys. Al, remembering Scorpius's assessment of his brother's game, watched him closely as Ariana came into the room and saw his eyes widen slightly. He'd quickly recovered, and his mouth hadn't completely fallen open, but he'd seen enough. When he saw his dad's amused look, he realized that his father obviously knew that he was watching a young man that was probably already caught, and didn't either know it or want to admit it. He already knew his own answer to that very same question when his attention moved on to Carolyn. Al thought that his mum and sister were beautiful. Ariana was pretty amazing in her own way too. When he looked at Carolyn, though, he saw what he knew deep down would be the only girl he would love all of his life. Most wizards and witches would surely scoff at the notion that an 11-year-old could possibly know something like that, but they'd be wrong. Carolyn was smiling brightly at him now, bringing him out of his musings. He walked over and gave her a hug. "You look absolutely awesome," he told her with a smile. "I've really missed you." She gave him another hug. "I've missed you too, Al. At least Brianna and I'll get to go to Hogwarts next year, but it's really hard not seeing you at the residence and here all the time. I just hope we don't end up in Gryffindor. I'd really hate to have to boo your team when you play." Al laughed, but they didn't have much time to talk together, since the kitchen was pretty much a circus of activity, and they were each pulled into different directions. The supposedly quiet dinner started shortly after Uncle Ron arrived, and Al ended up sitting at a corner of the table, with Lily next to him, and Uncle Ron at that end of the table. James was across the table from them, and at the other end, while Rose and Hugo were directly across from him and Lily. "So, Al, who put the game plan together for your match with Hufflepuff?" Uncle Ron was certainly predictable. "That was mostly Rose," he answered. He looked at his daughter with a grin. "I bet they're still scratching their heads as to what happened. Didn't you think it was a bit risky picking a game plan that lost?" Rose laughed. "We weren't playing against you, Demelza, and Dennis, Daddy. I'm fairly sure that the Bulgarian team would have beaten Hufflepuff too. I was right that they'd think that we'd try to use a cannon's game plan, so the Bulgarian one was a perfect counter to them." Uncle Ron had laughed too. He and Rose then got into a lengthy discussion on strategy for their upcoming game against Slytherin, leaving Al mostly free to talk with his sister. "I hope you'll have some time over the holidays to help me with my homework," he told her quietly. Lily flashed him that smile he loved so much. "Sure, Al, but we both know you don't really need the help." He shook his head. "Rose, Nick, and I are all doing great, but I love working with you on it. You already understand most of this stuff better than we do, and it's really fascinating to watch. You're like Mum, Aunt Hermione, Lisa, and Isabel, all rolled up into one stunningly beautiful package." She'd laughed and hugged him. "I love you, Al." Grinning, she added, "And my brilliant little mind is telling me that we better eat faster before our brother Aaron and Uncle Ron have devoured everything on the table." Rose and Hugo had gone home with their parents for the night, and the rest of them had moved into the sitting room, where there was a Christmas show on the WWVN. Aaron and James were playing Broom Racer, Dragon's Revenge on the Game Wizard. Ariana was hanging out with his mum and the other girls, leaving him with his dad, both content to talk quietly and watch the show. "Have you got your shopping list ready for tomorrow?" his dad asked him. "Yeah, and thanks for posting me that present for Scorpius. I didn't want to wait until I see him next week to give it to him, since that won't be until after Christmas Day." "You're welcome. Being friends with you and your cousins is probably going to be a very tough road for that young man." Al nodded. "His family knows that we're all on the house team together, but he hasn't told his parents that we're best friends. His grandfather still hasn't gotten over the fact that he was sorted into Ravenclaw instead of Slytherin. I'm surprised that he's getting together with you at all. He'll be going to Trinity's before we all get together, and we've got 3 practices set up over the holidays. I think a visit to the residence might be a good thing for him too, so maybe we can use the pitch there to practice." Harry smiled at his son. "Do you have a volunteer candidate for the foundation?" Al laughed quietly. "Probably not quite yet, Dad. He's got the heart for it, though. I think seeing for himself what the foundation does would be really good for him." "Then why don't you and your team hold your practices there, and I'll keep those pesky Gryffindors away from you on those days." They both had identical, sparkling green eyes and grins now. "Thanks, Dad. I'd appreciate that." Aaron and James had taken off on their own when they got to the Marauders Mall in the morning, and the girls had all gone off with Ginny. Al and his dad were once again left to do their own shopping, which suited Al just fine. He'd missed having hours at a time of his father's undivided attention. "I need to get presents for Mum, Lily, James, Rose, Nick and Carolyn today. I can sneak off with Mum after lunch to get something for you," he'd told his father in response to the "who do you have to get gifts for?" question. The two of them went on to spend their morning picking up those gifts, and they also took about a half-hour to help out a nice old couple they'd overheard, making their modest Christmas dream come true, getting their great-granddaughter a very special present. They had lunch with everyone. Then his mum and dad traded kids, and they all happily went back to their shopping. "Did I ever get the best of that deal?" his mother was telling him as she hugged him. "I should have taken 2 revives this morning to keep up with those girls." Al hugged her back. "I think I'm the one that's lucky today. I got a whole morning alone with Dad, and get most of the afternoon alone with the most beautiful mom in the whole country." She laughed. "You're just saying that because Fleur's in France this weekend, and Gabrielle's at Marauders' Paradise." He grinned at her. "They're awfully pretty too, and so is Aunt Hermione and my other aunts, but you and Lily are, I don't know, more alive, I guess is the word. Aunt Gabrielle is a really close second on that one, though. You can tell she took fun lessons from you and Dad." Ginny had hugged him again. "And you've been taking flattery lessons. I'd say you get an O on the practical test." They had a great afternoon. Al finished his shopping, adding an extra present for Lily, and talking his mother into getting a really soft, beautiful sweater for herself that he knew his father was going to get to enjoy when cuddling with her all winter. They all met back at the cottage for dinner, and then took Carolyn and the other kids back to the residence and stayed to visit for a couple of hours before heading back home for the night. Christmas was on Monday this year, so Sunday was Christmas Eve day. Being able to get the large Weasley clan together was harder to do all the time, especially with the commitments that many of them had at the residences here and in Romania. This year, they'd all agreed that they'd have their family Christmas on the weekend between Christmas and New Year's Day, and make it a 3-day adventure on the island. That gave them all the chance to just hang out together for the whole day on Sunday, before going to the residence for their annual Christmas Eve visit. James had been the first one downstairs in the morning, and he and Harry had talked quietly together while breakfast was cooking and everyone else was still upstairs. "While we've got a little time alone, James, I wanted to talk to you about a few practical jokes that seem to have gotten out of hand for you at school." He watched as James shrugged, but didn't comment. Harry sat down next to him and made sure he had his son's attention. "You and I both know you've been going after your brother and cousins, James. It was just luck, good for them, bad for you, that those pranks didn't hit them, like the one you got them with back at the first of the year." James looked surprised, then ticked off. "Don't look like that, James. He didn't say anything to us, and neither did your cousins. You seem to forget that one of your professors is one of my best friends, and you were shooting your own mouth off to Andy and John in herbology the next day." He nodded as the realization dawned on his son. "Up until now you've just mostly played harmless pranks, like showing Peeves that some of Uncle George's candies had an amusing effect on him, or jokes that you weren't aiming at anyone specifically." James nodded again. "When you start trying to pick on specific people, though, you can do a lot of damage to them. I know some of the things that your grandfather James did when he was at Hogwarts went way beyond funny. He really hurt some of the kids around him in ways that didn't show up until later. You're talking about what he did to Professor Snape, aren't you? I'd never do anything like that to Al, Dad." "You think so? What's the difference between your grandpa hanging a kid upside down and laughing at his underwear, and what you did to those 4 kids with the swamp, and with Peeves sliming them?" James looked uncomfortable, and Harry nodded. "They're lucky the Ravenclaw students didn't announce it all over the school, but I bet that the whole thing was still very embarrassing for all of them." "I get it, Dad. No more pranking." Harry laughed. "Hey, I didn't say no pranking." James looked into his father's eyes in surprise. "I just think you should stick to the fun jokes, and don't make them personal, and don't hurt anyone. That way you get to have fun, and so does everyone else too." James laughed. Can I tell Professor Longbottom and Victoire that, if I ever get caught again, that I had your permission?" He grinned as he watched his father's eyes sparkling. "You can try it, but I doubt that'll get you any sympathy or out of detention. Don't worry about that too much, though. I think the detention record is safely mine to keep." Everyone else got downstairs just as Harry had finished cooking, and they enjoyed a quiet breakfast with just the 5 of them. When they were done, James talked them all into going outside to play Quidditch for a while in the morning. Al was watching his sister chasing the snitch, with his father in hot pursuit. He was holding back, but only in that he kept his speed limited to the same speed that Lily's broom would go. She was really getting good, too. He wondered if the 2 of them came out and practiced a lot. Knowing his sister, she was probably already planning on making the Quidditch team in her first year, just like her brothers had. It was pretty cold out, though, and he was happy when she beat Dad to the snitch, and they all went inside to warm up and have a snack. Their quiet day together was followed up with a fun and exciting evening at the residence. Aaron and Ariana were the first to meet them and exchange hugs. Carolyn and Brianna were spending the night with Lisa and Marcus, and had already left to stay at their house, so Al went to find some of his other friends and hang out with them. Lily, as always, was quickly surrounded by some of the other girls and whisked away, already giggling and chatting excitedly about what they would be doing together. Harry and Ginny wandered around, trying to spend time with as many of the children as they could. Even though Lily and the other girls were now getting older, he'd still always make time to play dolls with the younger girls, and whatever game was popular with the little boys. This year that was Wizards Duel action figures, based on a popular WWVN kids adventure show. Ginny was most popular with the teenage girls and boys at the residence, and was regularly drafted to join the girls' team for Game Wizard matches. She and Ariana teamed up with some of the other girls and spent over an hour defending their game system from all challengers before finally losing to a team led by James and Aaron. The 2 girls pretended to be upset with the loss until they were out of sight of the boys who now controlled the game and held the fate of the wizarding world in their hands, playing Ministry of Magic: Descent into Madness. "Nicely done, Ariana," Ginny complimented her. "I thought we'd end up playing all night." Ariana laughed and took her hand. "We probably could have if we didn't let up, but I'd really like to go check out the drinks and snacks and spend a little time with you where we're not fighting dragons or racing brooms." Ginny laughed. "Sounds like a plan. Let's go grab something and find a quiet corner someplace." The 2 girls managed to hide and have a nice long talk about everything from school and work to fashion and boys. Harry found them first, and after joining their chat for a few minutes, pulled them back out into the fray, where they regained their game wizard supremacy from Aaron and James, mostly because the 2 boys now had Harry on their team. "Aaron, Ariana," Ginny said, walking up to them. "We're getting ready to head home. Got your bags ready?" Ginny grinned as she was nearly floored with 2 hugs. Lily was beside her and grinning too. "Come on, Ariana, I'll help you." She looked up at the other girl. "You do know that it just wouldn't be Christmas without you and your brother anymore, didn't you? Besides, I still haven't completely given up on trading James for you yet." She looked over at Aaron. "I might even consider taking a 2-for-1 trade deal." Lily giggled as she was hugged too, and happily ran with Ariana to her dorm room to help her pack for the night. When their 2 overnight guests were ready, they all took the transportal home. The kids all headed for bed shortly after getting back home, and Harry and Ginny only stayed up late enough to get all of the presents out under the tree before going upstairs, curling up together in bed and going to sleep themselves. Al woke up to the smell of breakfast cooking in the kitchen and smiled. He liked opening presents Christmas morning as much as the next 11-year-old kid, but his brother normally wanted to do it before dawn. He was happily surprised to see the sun just rising, and that they'd all gotten to sleep longer than James's normally let them. When he'd dressed and gone downstairs, he was again surprised to find out that only Lily had made it downstairs ahead of him. "Merry Christmas, Lily," he said, giving her a hug and kiss. "Merry Christmas, Dad." He received 2 Merry Christmases back and a hug from his dad in between pancake flips. Sitting down beside his sister, he poured himself some juice and took a drink. "Did someone slip James a sleeping draught last night?" he asked, smiling. Lily and his dad both laughed. "Not that I know of," his father had told him. "I'm not complaining, though." "Me either, just a bit surprised." Aaron and Ariana joined them next, and James and Ginny came downstairs together, only a few minutes behind them. The exchange of Christmas hugs, kisses, and best wishes was followed by a great breakfast. Then they all went into the sitting room to open presents. Lily and Ariana handed out the presents this year, both girls sitting on the floor by the tree and passing the gifts around. Al was sitting on a sofa with his mum and dad, and Aaron and James were on another sofa together. Opening presents took close to an hour, in part because his parents seemed to be taking even more pictures than in other years. Al got a really great soft sweater from his sister, and his favourite game was the brand new virtual roller coaster game. There were a lot of different kinds of presents, and everyone seemed to like their gifts, whether practical, beautiful, fun, or comical. Al noticed that Ariana kept lifting her hand to look at the beautiful bracelet that she was now wearing, and ran her finger along the sparkling stones. He caught his brother looking away from her once, a very satisfied expression on his face, and had a strong suspicion who had given her that gift. He noticed Lily grinning at James too. Gee, maybe he was just the last to figure it out. They were all looking forward to the afternoon party at the residence. Teddy, Victoire, Stuart and Isabel would all be there, and they hadn't really gotten to spend any time with them since getting back from school, since they'd been in France at the Delacours all weekend. When they first got there, Aaron and Ariana took their bags and gifts to their rooms. James went with Aaron, the 2 boys planning on hanging out with some of their friends. Al was met by Carolyn and Brianna, who were already back from their overnight stay with Lisa and Marcus, and the 3 of them went off to see what was going on around the residence and decide what to do for the afternoon. Lily and Ginny were led off to play with a group of younger girls, and Harry suddenly found himself free to wander around, as he often did, going from group to group, joining some of the games, and enjoying spending time with the kids and volunteers. Al was sitting with Carolyn in the dining hall when the gifts and pins were delivered to the kids and volunteers in that amazing, swirling storm of packages. She got her own virtual Game Witch this year, and it came with quite a few games, and all of the student games that she'd need next year at Hogwarts. And she'd run over to hug his mom and dad before coming to sit back down with him and open her other presents. His emerald eyes were sparkling, and he was smiling when she opened the present from him last, and laughed when she threw her arms around him and gave him a hug and kiss. "Al, they're beautiful, thank you." She quickly put her new earrings on and then hugged him again. "You're welcome, Carolyn. They look a lot better on you than they did in the box." She laughed. "I'm really glad you're home for a while. I've really missed you. We've got nearly 2 whole weeks left, and you and Brianna will be coming this weekend, won't you?" She nodded. "Then we'll make sure we have as much fun as we can before I have to go back to school." Carolyn answered his grin with one of her own. "I think I can handle that." They sat down for dinner then, and later watched the Christmas show that the kids put on. Al thought that the skit that Carolyn and Brianna put on was the best, but then he was certainly biased. He and Carolyn spent most of the rest of the evening together before his mum came and told him it was time to head for home. He was the first of the family that she'd tracked down, and they'd collected James and Lily before finding his dad playing dolls in one of the common rooms. They'd all laughed at his disappointed, "Ah, Mum, do we have to go already? We're having fun." "Yes, Harry, we really do have to go. Mummy has to work tomorrow," she had told her biggest little kid, as the little girls that had been playing with him all giggled. "If you're a really good boy, though, you can come back and play again soon." They were home, and Al was in bed before he realized that the whole day had flown by, and he hadn't gotten to spend more than a few minutes with Teddy or the others really at all. When he thought about that, he understood they were both different now than even before he'd started at school. Teddy was a grown-up now, with a job, a fiancé, and even an adopted boy at the residence. He was a student now, and wasn't here at the cottage whenever Teddy had stopped in to visit, or for a meal, and wasn't always with his dad when they'd gone to visit Teddy, or meet him for lunch like they had even a few months ago. He decided somewhat regretfully that some things about growing up weren't always much fun. Not getting to hang out with Teddy a lot was definitely on the not fun list. The good thing was that there were also a lot of things on the finally grown up enough to do list. When he drifted off to sleep, it was those thoughts that led him into dreams that jumped from Quidditch Cup championships to being old enough to ride the big roller coasters next summer, to hugs and kisses from a certain pretty girl. Chapter 9. Holiday Adventures. The next morning they sat down for breakfast together, then all saw Ginny off to work before heading to the pitch for a Quidditch workout. That was followed by a study morning which Rose and Nicholas transported over for. Lily did join them, and as always Al was impressed with his sister's amazing mind. He actually thought that maybe she was right, and they should have let her come to school early. She not only kept up with what they were discussing for their schoolwork, but even without having all of the classes they'd taken, she could actually help them with the work. James had finished up the work he wanted to get done for the day by lunchtime, so after lunch he went over to the residence to hang out with Aaron. Al, Rose and Nick had decided that they wanted to get as much of their work out of the way this week, though, so they could relax for the rest of the holidays. So they worked hard all day, and by just before dinner, in a big part thanks to Lily, they had actually finished every bit of homework they had for the holidays. Harry had invited Ron, Hermione, Percy and Penelope over for dinner, since Rose and Nicholas had been there all day studying, and so it was a busy kitchen by the time the kids were finished and started to get their books packed up and off of the table so that it could be set for dinner. "You all worked really hard today," Harry complimented the 4 kids. "Why don't you all head into the sitting room and relax until everyone gets here for dinner? I can handle everything here." The 2 boys and 2 girls quickly evacuated the room, and Harry had the table set in the blink of an eye, then moved on to getting the meal ready, putting a bottle of wine into an ice bucket to chill for when the adults arrived, and making up juices for the younger dinner guests. Winky was at Grimmauld Place, and would be dropping off one of her famous, decadent desserts. Ron and Hugo got to the cottage first. Ron and Harry chatted in the kitchen, while Hugo ran off to join Lily in the sitting room. "I wasn't very happy that Rose was sorted into Ravenclaw at first," Ron was telling Harry. "Now I think it might just be the best thing for her. Top marks like her mum, and turning out to be the strategy genius for their Quidditch team." Harry laughed. "And you're not worried about Scorpius?" Ron shrugged. "He can't be much like his dad, or she'd never have made friends with him. From what she says, he's a pretty good keeper too." "I thought the way he was playing against Hufflepuff looked like an act," Harry said. Ron nodded. "That's what I mean about Rose being great at strategy," he said proudly. "It never even occurred to me when we played to put a strategy together for the whole season. Everything they're doing is mostly a setup for the Gryffindor game next May. She's got the best strategy teacher in the game to learn from," Harry told him with a smile. "Too bad the Cannons have a game that day." "Maybe I'll be sick," Ron told him with a grin. "Right. You guys are 5 and 2 and should win on Saturday. You're not going to miss a game that close to the playoffs. I know, mate. Sometimes, though, I'd really like to not miss out on some of these things. Those kids are growing up way too fast. Tell me about it, Harry said. Today I watched Lily actually helping Al, Rose and Nick with their homework. I don't know what I'm going to do once she joins them at Hogwarts. Ron grinned at him. Maybe we should come out of retirement and play Quidditch. Harry laughed. I don't think that one professional game gives me the right to call myself retired from the game, but no, thanks anyway. I still get aches all over just thinking about that week working out with the team. The girls got there next, and James, Percy and Penelope all got there about 15 minutes after the girls. By then, Harry had everything ready, and they all sat down for dinner together. Percy and Penelope didn't come over to the cottage for dinner as often as some of the other members of the family did, but now that the three cousins had become much closer since starting school, Al hoped that they'd see them here more often. He looked across the table to where Nick was sitting with his parents and smiled at his cousin, who smiled back and shrugged slightly. His dad was discussing some ministry matter with the other adults. Al decided to try and save his cousin from extreme boredom. "Excuse me, Uncle Percy," Al said politely. "Nick, Rose and I are all 11 now, and I was wondering if you could play on the jet skis with us, and if you'd come out with Dad and Uncle Ron to help teach us this weekend." Al smiled at the grateful look from Nick, and then laughed as he watched his Uncle Percy helplessly melt at the hopeful look his son had directed up at him, and soon father and son were both grinning. "I think that's a brilliant idea, Al, and so that's a yes, and a yes to your questions. Maybe I'll even let your Uncle Ron do the safety speech, so that I don't put the three of you to sleep before you get a chance to go out and play on the water." Nick hugged his father, and the rest of the family laughed, delighted to see him on one of the rare occasions where he lightened up and had a little fun with them. Al caught the slight nod and smile his father directed his way, and smiled back. His diversion worked, and the conversation moved on to more interesting things, and there was soon more laughter and smiles all around the table. Wednesday afternoon, the Ravenclaw team was getting together for the first of 3 practices they had planned for over the holidays. They had the game against Slytherin in January, and wanted to keep preparing for it. Al had checked in with Trinity in the morning, and they were all going to meet at the residence at 1 o'clock. Aaron, Ariana, Carolyn and Brianna came over to the cottage for lunch, and the 2 girls were going to go back to the residence with Al and Lily, while Aaron and Ariana were going to spend the afternoon at the cottage with James and Harry. Al and the girls were already at the residence to greet their teammates when they arrived. Trinity, Christina and Rick all looked around in surprise, but Scorpius was nearly overwhelmed by what he saw here. He'd obviously had no idea what to expect at all, and hadn't been prepared to find the beautiful facility that had been built for the kids that lived here. When Rose and Nick got there, they all headed for the Quidditch pitch and proceeded to have a great 2-hour practice together. "How would you all like a tour of the place before we head out?" Al asked Trinity and the others. Trinity looked at Christina, Rick and Scorpius, who all nodded to her. "I think we're all interested in a tour, Al, thanks." Rose, Nick, Lily, Carolyn and Brianna all went inside and told them that they'd see if they could get a snack ready for them and to meet them after the tour in the dining hall. Al grinned to himself as he watched his friend Scorpius watch the girls as they walked away. He'd definitely taken notice of Brianna in particular when he'd met them, and she'd certainly noticed the good-looking boy too. He started the tour with the pool and worked his way through the libraries, gaming and sitting rooms, then finished the tour with a trip through one of the common rooms. They even had one of his friends show them all her bedroom suite before heading for the dining hall, where the others had hot chocolate and several snack options set up for them. "This place is amazing," Scorpius told Al. "You said there's 200 children here?" Al nodded. "How many residences does the Foundation have?" Lily answered him. There's 95 residencies open now in just under 80 countries. 15 more will open in June, 14 of them in new countries, which will take us to being in about half of the countries in the world. Scorpius stared at her in amazement. The foundation takes care of 19,000 kids, all in homes like this. Lily had smiled. Pretty cool, isn't it? She told him. Looking up, she saw Teddy coming into the dining hall. Hi, Teddy, she said brightly, jumping up to go give him a hug and kiss. Teddy walked into the room, picked Lily up in his arms and laughed. If my fiancé catches me getting hugs and kisses from beautiful girls like you, I'm going to be in big trouble. Lily giggled as he set her back down. How's it going, Al? Rose, Nick, he said, shaking hands with the boys and hugging Rose. Didn't get to see you much yet this holiday. When he saw the brooms, he nodded. Ah, having a little team practice away from nosy Gryffindor players, are we? I hear you played a good game against Hufflepuff, too. Al introduced Teddy to the others. Trinity and Christina had known Teddy at school, and Rick had seen him around, even though he was just a first year in Teddy's 7th. Finally, this is Scorpius Malfoy. Scorpius, Teddy Lupin. As the two of them shook hands, he added in a whisper that only they could hear, "Your cousin." Teddy looked at Al sharply, then comprehension crashed in on him, and he took a much closer look at the boy, who was smiling as he looked at the handsome young man in front of him. The three of them stepped away from the others for a few minutes. I thought I was just keeping Stuart company while he stopped by to see Susan, Teddy mused out loud. Would have never guessed that I'd be meeting relatives today, especially since Grandma's in Greece on holiday, and she's the only family that I've ever met. Scorpius smiled. You seem to be doing pretty good for someone who never existed, at least from what I'd always been told growing up. They wouldn't be very happy about me meeting you, but I really am. Teddy smiled too. Well, cousin, maybe I'll see you around and we can get to know each other sometime. I hope so, Teddy, Scorpius answered him. Stuart stuck his head in the door. Come on, Teddy. We're going to be late if we don't hurry. Hey, guys, he said, seeing Al, Rose and Nick. Teddy gave the boys a wave. Gotta go. We're taking the girls out tonight. I'll see you this weekend, Al. He seems like a great guy, Scorpius commented to Al. Wait until you get to know him a bit. Then you'll know just how amazing he is. They all left for their homes shortly after Teddy left, planning to come back here next week on Tuesday and Thursday for 2 more practices. Al and Lily were the last 2 to leave. He gave Carolyn a big hug, since he wouldn't see her again until Friday afternoon, when they came for a visit, and to pick them up for the trip to the island. When they got back to the cottage, Al took some teasing from James about 3 days of practice not being enough to help his team get any better. Lily had practiced with his team, and she smiled at Al when she was sure James wasn't looking. You know, Al, she told him in a whisper, I think it's going to be fun to watch that ego fall come next May. It might do him some good. Al just smiled, knowing she'd keep the secret. We're having fun, James. I really think that's more important than the wins and losses. His brother snorted. Let me know if you still think that, if you ever get to see things from the perspective of the winners. Al and James spent the rest of the week with Lily and their dad, just hanging around and getting things ready for the weekend on the island. Thursday night they spent alone, at home, with their parents and sister. After lunch on Friday, they picked up Aaron, Ariana, Carolyn and Brianna, and brought them back to the cottage to wait for Ginny to get back from work. Their group of 9 arrived on the island by late morning local time. Al and Lily put their bags away, then walked Carolyn and Brianna over to the guest house that they'd be staying in with Lisa and Marcus. It would be a little crowded for the 3 boys in one room, but they decided to do that instead of shuffling Aaron and Ariana around. Lily was thrilled to have Ariana for her roommate for the 3-day weekend. Al had been used to coming here for short day trips, weekends and vacations on a regular basis before starting school, and it was one thing he really missed doing. When he and the 3 girls were walking to the lagoon, they could already hear some of the jet skis out on the water. James, Aaron and Ariana were already out there playing. Since Al knew he did have to wait for his jet ski lesson with Rose and Nick, the 4 of them decided to go out on 2 of the water bikes and play while they waited for lunch, and for the rest of the family to come. Rose and Hugo met them out on the water, pedaling another water bike. By the time Nick got down to the beach, it was time to eat, and so all of the kids had gotten back to land and were filling plates, getting drinks and finding seats. This was going to be one of the biggest family Christmases ever. Almost every guest house was going to be full this year. Stuart and Isabel were staying in one, as were Lisa and Marcus. Gabrielle, Kevin and Michael were staying at the Delacour house with her parents. All of the Weasley families were there. Megan and her boyfriend, and Natalie and Owen would also be coming, but Megan wouldn't be here until Saturday, after most of the guests had arrived for the New Year's vacation week. When Al, Rose and Nick had all finished eating, they got Uncle Ron to give them their jet ski safety lesson, and then got to go out on the lagoon, each of them with a father on another jet ski to help them as they learned to drive them for the first time. Rose quickly proved to be the best of the 3 cousins, or at least the fastest learner, but they all had a blast. This was definitely on the fun things about growing up list. There had originally been 6 jet skis that first year the houses were built on the island, and those had long since been replaced, and more machines were added as more of the children got old enough to use them. When Al and his cousins were done their lessons, Grandma and Grandpa called everyone who was there together. "We'll be doing our family Christmas on Sunday and combine it with a New Year's Eve party. But your grandpa and I decided that we wanted to get Christmas presents that everyone could use on the island, and it'll be a lot more fun for you if we give them to you all today, so you can use them all weekend." Grandma tapped her Ycom, and a moment later 10 shiny new jet skis and 6 new water bikes appeared at the edge of the water, next to the rest of the watercraft that were already parked there. Grandma and Grandpa were both swarmed with hugs and kisses, first from excited grandchildren, then by their older but just as fun-loving children. "Go on and play, kids," Grandma told them all as she laughed. As nearly everyone went to the beach to go play, she felt a tug at her hand and looked down to see Frederica looking up at her with a smile. "Will you come play with me on a water bike, Grandma? I can't pedal very good by myself yet." She reached down and picked up her youngest granddaughter and gave her a hug. "I'd love to, sweetie. Let's hurry before they're all taken and we have to wait for a turn." Frederica giggled and hugged her back. "I love you, Grandma." Molly put her down, and holding hands, they ran to the edge of the water and climbed onto a bike. Some of the younger kids would push the jet skis or water bikes out into the water, but she had Frederica giggling when she just pulled out her wand and gently nudged their bike out into the water before they started to happily pedal themselves around the lagoon. Saturday morning, Al was at the table with the others having breakfast and had a tough decision to make: spend the day on the island playing or go with his dad to see the cannons play. True, they'd probably only be gone a few hours, since they had to leave soon due to the time difference, but it also meant missing out on a lot of fun here. His decision was helped out when James, Aaron and Ariana all chose to stay on the island. A couple of Ycom calls confirmed that Carolyn, Nick and Percy would like to take those 3 seats. With Rose and Nick both going, and getting to spend a few hours with Carolyn tipping the scales in favor of going to the game, Al chose the game. They were quickly done eating breakfast, went and got dressed for the much colder weather they were going to, and took the transportal to the Chudley Stadium. Being on an actual Quidditch team gave Al a different perspective on watching Uncle Ron's team play, and this was the first game he'd watched since going to Hogwarts. He realized after watching the game for a while that he was breaking down plays, analyzing the game plans for each team, and tucking away the information that could hopefully help his own team sometime in the future. Carolyn took his hand and squeezed it. "Anyone home?" He smiled at her, knowing that he'd obviously missed something she'd said. "Sorry, I'm back now." She grinned. "Welcome back." He wasn't in the least bit unhappy that she hadn't let go of his hand yet. "Maybe we should suggest that Uncle Ron should get the cannons to play these winter games someplace warm." Al nodded. "I think it seems worse today because it's so much warmer on the island." He let go of her hand and put his arm around her and grinned again. "That does give us an excuse to stay close, though." Carolyn laughed and moved closer to him. "In that case, I hope it's a really long game." The Cannons did win the game, and in under 2 hours, thanks to a great catch by Dennis. Uncle Ron would be at least an hour before he would be done and could leave, so they all headed back to the island instead, and it was still a couple of hours before lunch when they got there. They all quickly changed and went out to play. The rest of the weekend went by too fast, but they all had lots of fun. Al especially liked getting to spend some time with Teddy, Stuart, Isabel, and Victoire. The 4 of them spent Saturday and Sunday during the days playing with the younger kids. Natalie and Owen, and Megan and her boyfriend, had both gotten to the island on Saturday afternoon. Since Natalie was pregnant, she and Owen mostly did grown-up things, and Al and the kids didn't spend much time with them. Megan and her boyfriend were hanging out with Lisa and Marcus, so they spent a lot of time with Carolyn, Brianna, and the other kids. On Sunday, after lunch, they opened presents, and this year the kids had also drawn names, and had each picked out presents for one of their cousins, instead of everyone getting presents for each child. Al had gotten Nick to buy 4, and his cousin had loved the new beater bat and gloves set he'd gotten for him. Al had received a new book on dragons from Art, then had hugged him and his aunt and uncle when he saw that it was written by his Uncle Charlie, and they decided that he should get the very first copy. Uncle Kevin also got a hug when Al saw that he had done all of the amazing dragon pictures in the book. They all had fun with the gift exchange and liked their gifts, but it was a beautiful day, and so, as usual when they had Christmas on the island, it didn't take long to open the presents. The afternoon of fun and sun was followed up with dinner and a New Year's Eve dance on the beach. At midnight, Uncle George put on an amazing fireworks display that was even timed to music. When Al walked Carolyn home after the fireworks, he had no idea that his parents, and most of the adults that had still been on the beach, had all been smiling and commenting on how cute the 2 kids were. He was saved a lot of teasing by the fact that his brother had been away from the scene, out for a walk on the beach with Aaron and Ariana. New Year's Day, everyone packed up and headed for home. Harry, Ginny, and the kids had left fairly early in the morning, so it was still early afternoon by the time they got back to the cottage after dropping the kids off at the residence and staying for a short visit to find out how the party had gone there the night before. Since they'd all stayed up late for the New Year's Eve dance and fireworks, they were all able to get to sleep that night, Ginny needing to be ready for work in the morning, and Harry and the kids all having a full day planned. Carolyn and Brianna had come out to watch the Ravenclaw team's Quidditch practice again, despite the cold. Al smiled when he saw Brianna. She'd obviously put quite a bit of extra effort into getting ready today, and her hair was done up, and she was wearing some of her nicest clothes. He didn't think her efforts had been wasted either, judging by Scorpius's reaction to seeing her again. They kept the practice to under 2 hours, and then went to the dining hall where Carolyn and Brianna again hosted the team, having made arrangements ahead of time to have a snack ready for their guests. "Let's have Thursday's practice at our house," Lily suggested to the others. That way maybe we could get Dad to practice with us too. The rest of the team all voted in favor of the change in venue. Caroline and Brianna looked disappointed until Lily, grinning at them, suggested that a slumber party Wednesday night at the cottage would be fun too, and it was just a happy coincidence that they'd be at the cottage for the practice. Harry had been happy to accommodate the change in plans that Lily had suggested, and was also happy to join in on the practice. James had already left for the residence in the morning and was having lunch there, so Al could talk freely with his dad during lunch. "Can you try your hardest today and practice, Dad?" Al had asked his father. Harry smiled. "That might make for a pretty short practice game, Al. Are you sure you want me to do that?" Al nodded. "Yeah, I think the one thing Christina hasn't faced yet is a really great seeker. I think she'd learn a lot from watching you playing your best today. Just remember later that you did ask for it." Al was grinning later as he watched his father outrace Christina to the snitch for the third time in less than a half hour. She was grinning too, and her eyes were flashing with excitement as she got to learn firsthand from one of the really great seekers, and his dad was teaching as he went along. He pointed out tricks that he used to look for the snitch, and what he did to figure out the best angles and paths to take when chasing the snitch. Trinity had been thrilled to watch her friend have so much fun, and also learn so much too. She made sure that Lily got an extra hug when they went inside after practice to thank her for the great idea. "You know, I won't be surprised to find out your game plan for this season works out perfectly for you," Harry was telling them. "Win or lose, though, come next season, all of the other house teams are going to know just how good you are. I know Ron would have loved having any of you on his team when we were at Hogwarts." Al watched as his teammates all reacted to the high praise from his father. They talked for a while with him, then he and Lily took Caroline and Brianna back to the residence, leaving the Ravenclaws to have a little team meeting before they all headed home. "Thanks for having us here for the practice, Al," Trinity told him. "I don't know about the rest of you, but I learned a lot today." Christina, Rick and Scorpius all nodded their agreement. "We'll be heading back to school on Sunday, and the Slytherin game is in 2 weeks, so we'll get back to practice on Monday. Before we head out, though, let's just go over the game plan again, so we can all think about it between now and Monday, and make sure we haven't missed anything before we're back into studies and don't have as much time to work on it." They spent about a half hour on that, then most of the team headed home. Trinity stayed in the kitchen with Rose and let Al have some time to show Scorpius the cottage and his room. Scorpius was looking around his room with interest. "Your home is a lot different than mine, Al," he said quietly. He turned to look at his friend. "I live in a mansion, and we have servants that do everything for us, but I'm pretty jealous of what you have here in your cottage." He smiled at Al's reaction. "You know my father and grandfather and their friends joke that your mum has to support your whole family because your dad spent all his family's money." When Al started to give him an angry retort, he held up his hand. "It's pretty obvious just from seeing this place that they don't know what they're talking about, mate. Your mum and dad choose to live here because it's a great place, not because they don't have any choice. My family would probably never understand, but I think you've got a brilliant home and family." Al smiled. "Thanks, Scorpius. I think they're pretty special too." Scorpius looked around one more time. "I guess we better get downstairs so I can head back with Trinity, then get home myself." He shook Al's hand. "Thanks for showing me around. I'll see you on the train Sunday." He grinned again. "Maybe the new Marauders can decide what we're going to do next." Chapter 10. New Marauders. Mission. Scorpius watched as his 3 friends settled into their compartment for the train ride back to Hogwarts. Getting to spend some time with them over the holidays had given him a lot to think about. He knew a long time ago that he was different than the rest of his family, with the possible exception of his father. He always thought that his father actually wanted to be different, but either just didn't know how or didn't have the courage to stand up to his family and take the risks that Sirius Black and Andromeda Tonks had taken. Considering what he'd learned that had cost those two phantoms from his family's past, he wasn't surprised by his father's reluctance. He'd met Owl's beautiful mother after the Hufflepuff game, but hadn't seen her at any of their practices. Getting to spend a few hours with Owl and his sister, and one afternoon playing Quidditch with his dad, had been experiences that left him feeling somewhat jealous of his friend. He thought he now understood why his father, and particularly his grandfather, held the man in such disdain. He was everything that they weren't. Harry Potter was nothing like what he'd always been told. He was kind, loving, and fun to be around. No wonder so many people loved him. When the team had voted to have that last practice at Owl's house, he'd secretly been nervous about how he'd be treated, considering everything that his family had put Harry through. It meant a lot to him when Harry had been just as friendly with him as the other kids, and he took his cue from his friends and tried to treat him like he was just another grown-up out playing with his kids and their friends. The residence was a whole other matter for him to consider. He'd been honest with Rose when he'd told her that he really hadn't known anything about the Phoenix Foundation before her little talk earlier in the year. What he'd seen and learned during those 2 visits to the residence had taken that seed Rose had planted and made that information blossom into understanding what they'd meant and why being part of the Foundation was so important to all of them. They weren't helping people out, they were helping them up. The kids there might not have parents, but they did have people that genuinely loved them, and friends, and opportunities for their futures. Thinking about the kids finally brought him around to thinking about Brianna. She was an orphan, and surely didn't have a penny to her name. He knew nobody in his family would give her a second glance if they saw her on the street. When she'd first smiled at him, though, he'd definitely taken notice. She was very pretty, with long, dark brown hair and grey eyes. She was very quiet, but watched everything around her, capturing every detail. He didn't know what to really think about her yet, but he'd been awfully pleased to see her on the 2nd and 3rd visits, and really hoped he'd get to know her a little better. "Scorpius!" He looked up to see Owl waving his hand in front of his eyes and grinned. "Welcome back to the real world," Owl told him, grinning back. They were all sitting down now, and Scorpius nodded to Owl that he had his attention now. "I was thinking over the holidays about the new Marauders, and what we could do now that our original mission was filled. Dad also told me that he got a promise out of James to quit the mean pranks, although he's okay with the ones James does that aren't meant to hurt people." He watched as his cousins and Scorpius nodded. "Nick and Rose know about the Dream Christmas program the Foundation does every year, but since you don't, Scorpius, I'll give you the condensed version. It's a program that makes Christmas wishes for needy families come true. It can range from something as simple as a special toy for a child to a new home and life for a family." Scorpius nodded, and Owl continued. "Maybe the new Marauders could do something like that at Hogwarts, anonymously help out some kids that need the help." He knew he'd scored a hit when he received 3 answering grins. "That's an awesome idea, Owl," Rose said enthusiastically, jumping up from where she sat beside Nick to give him a hug. The boys agreed, and they spent the rest of the ride to school talking about the things they could do to help their fellow students. Just like they did for the Dream Christmases, the 4 friends planned to start watching out for kids that needed help, then doing what they could for them. By the time they reached the Hogsmeade station, they had dozens of ideas and high hopes for the rest of the school year. When Al was in his bed that night, he started writing a letter to his sister. "Dear Lily, We all got back to school safely and are looking forward to classes in the morning. On the train ride here, Rose, Nick, Scorpius and I talked about some things we'd like to do for the rest of the year. We're going to start looking out for kids here at the school that need help, and we were hoping that maybe you would like to help us out the times that we need to get things from outside the school. We formed a little group earlier in the year and call ourselves the New Marauders and would like you to be our 5th member. One of the things we're going to want to do is get gifts for kids that never get anything for birthdays, Valentine's Day, or on other holidays. That's where you'll come in. I can't think of a better shopper to have in our group than you. I know, sis, it's a big sacrifice we're asking of you, but just think of all the good we'll be doing. Write me back soon and let me know. I miss you already. Love, Al. P.S. Rose, Nick and Scorpius say, hey. Lily was sitting at the breakfast table on Tuesday morning when the letter came in from Al, and by the time she'd finished reading it, she was bouncing in her seat with excitement. What's got you so excited, Lily? Ginny asked her. Al, Rose, Nick and Scorpius want me to be part of their group and help them out when they need stuff done from outside of school. Harry laughed. What kind of stuff? They're not trying to get you smuggling in contraband, are they? Lily giggled. No, Daddy, we're the New Marauders, and we're going to help kids from the school that need our help. Al makes it sound kind of like we do for the Dream Christmas. She handed the letter to them and watched as her parents read it over. Can I join? Can I? Well, Ginny said, smiling, they'd certainly be making up for all the things the previous Marauders did at the school. Looking at Lily, she added, That's a yes, honey. Lily jumped up and peppered her parents with kisses and hugs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. When Harry was seeing Ginny off to work, he was still smiling. What do you think about our son, niece and nephew reviving the Marauders? Ginny grinned too. We'll see what they do, but if it's half as successful as their campaign to stop James, it'll probably be brilliant. Harry laughed and hugged her. It's pretty obvious they never meant for that last trap to be sprung on anyone, but setting James up to be caught in the act by a dueling champion was a really impressive plan. Neville said that Professor Flitwick had laughed about it with the teachers for days and wished he could have given them points for it. It's definitely going to be fun to see what those kids accomplish together. She gave Harry one last kiss, then headed to work. The Owl Post on Wednesday brought a letter for Al from Lily. Dear Al, that'd be a big yes. Just let me know when you guys need anything. I miss you too. Good luck with the game against Slytherin. Love, Lily. He grinned at the others when he'd read her note. We've got our outside source, he told them. Now it's up to us to start looking for some kids to help. So let's all start keeping our eyes open. There wasn't much time for that over the next week and a half while they were getting back into classes and preparing for their game against Slytherin. The daily practices and homework kept them busy nearly all of the time, right up until game day. Chapter 11. Quidditch Matches and Secret Valentines. The snow had at least stopped overnight, but it was briskly cold and windy when the Slytherin-Ravenclaw game started. Trinity and Rose had prepared their team well for playing in the weather, and were also taking advantage of the tips and tricks that Rose had learned from her dad and the Cannons on dealing with playing in winter weather. When Madame Hooch sent the quaffle in the air to start the game, the wind sent it flying in crazy directions. Trinity, Rose and Al were ready for that too, and their passes were more like handoffs to each other. Scoring required them to physically get past the Slytherin keeper, since any attempt to throw and score was just caught by the wind and sent wildly off target. The Slytherin team was completely unprepared for the game, and even with Scorpius giving their team many chances to score on him, they missed more than they could score. Trinity gave her seeker the green light to catch the snitch and end the farce, and Christina was glad to finish it, even managing to make it look like the snitch had just blown toward her and allowed her an easy catch to win the game. James made sure to congratulate his brother and cousins on their win and get some more jabs into Al about how badly he'd personally played, and to assure him that his Gryffindor team would have no trouble against Ravenclaw. He'd snorted when Al had politely pointed out that there was only one team that was currently in the lead for the Quidditch Cup. "When we're done with Hufflepuff, you'll be so far behind on points you'll have no chance at all," James had confidently told him. Al hadn't bothered to mention that if Gryffindor beat Hufflepuff, that points wouldn't matter, except for a tie, since the winner would be undefeated. The stands had emptied quickly, with everyone heading back to the school to get warm, and the two teams weren't far behind their classmates and professors. The Ravenclaw common room was buzzing with the excitement that having their team in the lead for the Quidditch Cup for the first time in years, even if the lead would likely only last for a few weeks. Trinity and their team were cheered when they arrived, and they were all kept up late celebrating. The four Hogwarts Marauders found out that an advantage to being first-year students was that they were often not seen or heard by the older students, and even sometimes the professors. By keeping quiet and listening, they started to learn a lot of information about their fellow students. During the rest of January and into early February, they spent a little time every day collecting information. On the first Sunday of February, they got together in an empty classroom to talk about what they'd learned and what they wanted to do about it. Rose was first up to talk about what they'd put together. "Finding out information for our own house students was easiest, as I'm sure you all found too," she began. "The Gryffindor, Hufflepuff and Slytherin kids were harder to learn about, but with a little patience, I think we have a good start." She looked at each of the boys, smiling. "We've come up with 34 kids that are definitely in need of help for one reason or another. So the question is, what do we do to help them?" Nick held up his hand. "I think we've all had the idea that doing something special for Valentine's Day should be our first big effort." The other three all nodded, so he continued. "Whether these kids are poor or picked on by the other kids or the other half-dozen problems we've heard about, I think that an anonymous Valentine present would be a great way to start our new mission. Do you think your sister is up to getting 34 gifts and then sending them by owl post?" Scorpius asked Al. He laughed. "My sister was born to shop, Scorpius. Trust me, she won't have a problem." "We do need to go through our list and decide what to get each of them, though," Rose told them. "There isn't much point in this if we're not doing something that actually helps them." The boys had all agreed, and they spent nearly 2 hours discussing each kid, their specific issues, and coming up with ideas for gifts that would help each of them. When they were done, Al had one more suggestion to put before the group. 9 of these kids are getting seriously picked on by some of the other students," he said, stating something they all knew. "I'm not sure if we could do much to help against some of the bullies, but we do know someone who could. James." He laughed as the other 3 kids stared at him in surprise. "I know, but can you guys think of a better way to put his pranking talents to use?" Rose was the first one, grinning and nodding. "I think that's a brilliant idea, Al. We could supply him the information, and he and his friends, and even Peeves, could give those bullies a little instruction." They were all grinning now. "Do you think we could do that without telling him about the new Marauders?" Nick asked. Al thought about that for a moment. "Probably, at least for now. He's a smart guy, though, and when the other things we're going to do start adding up for him, he's going to figure out what we're up to." Nick agreed. "Probably. I guess that wouldn't be all bad, though, and we don't have to tell him everything, like about the map." The others all nodded to that. "That's easy enough to keep from him, Nick," Al told him. "Having a bigger group of new Marauders might eventually be a good thing. kind of like our parents' DA, except we'll be helping other kids instead of teaching DADA. Al, I'll write to Lily with our list, and you can talk with James, and if he agrees to help, give him the list of kids that are getting picked on, Rose said excitedly. She looked at her watch. First, we need to go and get our homework done before dinner, so let's get out of here and go get our books. James stared at his brother. You want me to help you stop bullying by pulling pranks on the bullies? Al laughed. Think of it as a challenge, with the added bonus that you'll be helping some kids that don't deserve what's being done to them just because they're different. James shook his head in disbelief. Al had asked to talk with him privately after dinner, and when he'd found out what his brother wanted, he thought maybe he'd been hit in the head with a bludger in practice. Do you have any idea what some of those kids would do to me if I got caught? Not to mention that I'd be taking all the risk for detentions, while you sat back and didn't have to worry about any of the risks. Al grinned at him, and James wanted to smack him. What if you had a way to keep from getting caught? Al asked. Would you do it then? How? Did your little group of brainiacs make up a batch of polyjuice potion? No, Al said, pulling something out of his bag. I was thinking more along the lines of this. James knew exactly what his brother was holding. He'd heard enough stories from Uncle Ron, even if their dad rarely talked about it. You brought the invisibility cloak to school. He was stunned. Does Dad know? His brother shrugged. Do you really want to know the answer to that question? There's always something to be said for plausible deniability, you know. James laughed in delight as Al handed him the cloak. The things I could do with this, he said with a devilish grin. Al looked at him seriously. James, I'm asking you to use it to help some of the kids here, and if you use it for some harmless pranks, then I don't have a problem with that. Don't even think about using it to hurt anyone, though. James looked into his brother's eyes, having heard the change in his voice, and was startled by what he saw. Unshielded power. It was gone as quickly as it had been there, and he was again looking into a pair of brilliant emerald eyes, not positive that he'd even seen what he thought he'd seen. I'm not going to do anything like that anymore, Al, and I'll even make sure that I don't actually hurt those bullies either. I promise. Al nodded. Thanks, James. He handed his brother a parchment. Here's your first case, complete with a rundown of what's being done to him, where, and by whom. Since these bullies are picking on several kids, we thought they'd be a good first step to getting rid of bullying at Hogwarts. James took the parchment and read it over. You guys are certainly thorough, he conceded. No wonder you're the top students in first year. He held out his hand. All right, Al, I'm in. They shook hands, both of them grinning. Let's get out of here before we start having some kind of brotherly bonding moment or something horrid like that, James said, and they both left the classroom they'd been talking in, laughing. Harry was cooking breakfast when the owl post arrived. When he saw that it was for Lily, he called her downstairs and she came on the run, Fluffy at her heels. He handed her the letter and tossed Fluffy a piece of sausage. I see that Her Royal Highness has decided to join her lowly servants for breakfast today, he said to Lily, who giggled. She doesn't sleep all the time, Daddy. Harry laughed. No, just 18 or 20 hours a day. Maybe I should see if Neville can make Revive for Kneazle cats. Lily gave him a hug and kiss before sitting down and tearing the envelope open. It's from Rose. Dear Lily, ready for your first assignment? The other parchments have a list of 34 students that could really use a happy Valentine, along with suggested gifts for each of them, that we picked based on their individual needs. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to go shopping and get the gifts, wrap them, and send them by owl post so that they'll arrive on Valentine's Day. If you think this letter will self-destruct after you've finished reading it, you've been watching too many of those old Muggle movies on the WWVN. Have fun shopping. Love, Rose. P.S. Let us know when you've got everything ready. It's my first new Marauders assignment. Yeah, can we go shopping today, Daddy? He laughed. Probably, if you don't mind missing the day at the beach we had planned with Carolyn and Brianna. Lily looked up at him, having forgotten about the trip in her excitement over the letter, then grinned. Well, we've got until Valentine's Day to do this. I guess we could wait to shop until tomorrow. That'll work too, sweetie. What does Rose want you to do? Lily went over the list with her mum and dad during breakfast, and they decided to split the shopping up over a few days, instead of trying to cover all 34 kids in one trip. The gift ideas had all been well thought out, and Harry didn't see any problem with getting everything done in time, even with everything he and Lily had to do for the residents' Valentine's Day party. The Hogwarts student rumour network was buzzing with excitement at dinner on the Saturday before Valentine's Day. Today had been a Hogsmeade weekend for the older students, and apparently 3 boys had smuggled in some Weasley's Wheezes that had backfired on them when they tried to use them on another kid. When Al and the other Marauders heard the rumour, they'd all looked over to James at the Gryffindor table, who had given them a slight nod when he'd seen them looking at him. "Score 1 for the good guys," Rose said quietly to the boys. They were all grinning. If a first blow against a few bullies was the first point for them, Valentine's Day was definitely 34 points, all earned in the few minutes after the Valentine Owl post arrived. The addition of those few dozen packages wasn't noticeable among the hundreds of Valentine posts that arrived, except to the surprised recipients, each of whom had probably never received a Valentine gift before and didn't expect one. Al, Rose, Nick and Scorpius all watched as those students opened their gifts and quietly shared in the delight each kid showed when they saw what had been sent to them. They wanted to stay anonymous and decided that it would be safe to just use TNM, so each gift had a simple note attached. "Happy Valentine's Day, with love, TNM." The gifts ranged from a new school robe for a kid that had never owned a new one before, to sweets or jewelry. With the exception of one virtual game wizard they'd decided would help a second-year boy with the trouble he was having with his schoolwork, most of the gifts were pretty modest, yet were obviously appreciated. Most of the kids they'd sent gifts to were in different years and houses, and so very few of them actually talked with another kid that had received a TMN present, so almost nobody in the school realized that something very special had been started that day. The 4 Hogwarts students, and one red-haired accomplice who did know, quietly celebrated a pretty amazing accomplishment. The TNM gifts had certainly been the most fun of the day, but were by no means the only Valentine fun that the new Marauders and others had. Ariana had a beautiful pair of earrings arrive in the Owl post from a secret admirer. Victoire received a lengthy love poem, a box of chocolates, and a diamond pin from Teddy. Lily was surprised with her mum taking the afternoon off and going for a spa day with her, then having Daddy take his 2 favourite girls out for dinner, and giving them each another pair of matching necklaces for their jewellery collection. Carolyn got a present from Al that Harry had delivered to her at the Valentine's Day party that he attended while the girls were off doing their spa afternoon. Brianna had received a little Valentine gift by Owl post that morning from Scorpius, and until she'd been given her present from Al, Carolyn had thought that maybe he'd forgotten about her for the first Valentine's Day since he'd given her that little locket that she still kept by her bed, even though it was too small to wear now. Harry had watched Carolyn as she opened up her present from Al, and was grinning when he got to have the hug he was sure she'd rather be giving his son. "This is beautiful," she told him happily. "Thank you." He laughed as she had Brianna help her to put on the new heart-shaped gold necklace with the little emerald in the center of it. "I'm sure Al will be glad to hear that you like it, but I'll let you give him the hug yourself next time you see him." Both girls had giggled and then gone off to play and enjoy the party. Rose hadn't been left out either, and not only had her dad sent her a Valentine present, but her 3 Marauder co-conspirators had gotten together to buy her a box of her favorite sweets. The Hogwarts Valentine's feast was another wonderful event. Harry and Ginny dropped Lily off with George, Marietta and Frederica after their dinner date and went to the Marauders Institute Valentine dance, where they met up with Ron, Hermione, Neville and Luna to celebrate proposal and wedding anniversaries together with a little dance, a little wizard karaoke from Luna and Harry, and a lot of fun. It was a work night, so they were all home in bed before midnight. Some of them were possibly even asleep. Gryffindor was playing Hufflepuff on the Saturday after Valentine's Day. Trinity had their team taking notes again, and they were all sitting together in the Ravenclaw section of the stands. This time they only needed to concentrate on the Gryffindor players, since they'd already played Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuff team might have gone into the game thinking they had a chance, especially after a close game against Ravenclaw. But James and his team quickly showed them that they were playing a far superior opponent. They did score more goals than Slytherin had been able to do, and their Seeker was playing hard too. But by the time that the Gryffindor Seeker caught the snitch, James, Ariana and Aaron had already put their team up 340 to 130, and put the game out of reach for Hufflepuff anyway. James was grinning when Al, Rose, Nick and Scorpius walked up to him to offer their congratulations. "How do you like second place, Al?" he teased his brother. "You've got a few months to get used to it, since that's where you'll be at the end of the season too." Al ignored him. "Congratulations, James. You guys played a great game today." He gave Ariana a hug and shook Aaron's hand. "I'll leave it up to you guys to keep James from getting that swelled head of his stuck in the Gryffindor portrait hole." Even James laughed with everyone else at that, and he clapped his brother on the shoulder. "Not bad, Al. Needs a little work on the delivery, but not bad." Later, while Gryffindor celebrated, already crowning themselves Quidditch Cup champions, Trinity again had her team in a meeting. "What did we learn new today?" she asked the others. "Their keeper is still telegraphing his moves with his hands," Rose told them. Hufflepuff probably saw it, but they didn't have an answer to Aaron, Ariana and James, and simply got outscored. Their beaters had a different game plan for Hufflepuff, going after their Seeker more than the Chasers, but still practically stopped playing any time they couldn't see each other, Rick told them. Nick nodded. "I think our plan to just defend and get between them for the whole match is still the way to take them out of the game. Their Seeker was flying to impress again today. He's the best of the other Seekers, but I think I can beat him." She looked at Al and added, "Especially after your dad's Seeker lesson." Al grinned. "He's not bad for an old guy." "James still did his winking at Ariana all through this game," Scorpius reported. "The Hufflepuff keeper did better correcting from his mistakes, but obviously hadn't seen that James was doing it, since he got beat 12 times by James and 19 times by Ariana. Aaron actually took 9 shots this time, scoring 3 goals, which is an improvement for him, but he's still most dangerous when he can be the playmaker. He hides what he's doing with his passes perfectly." "Will we need to adjust for that?" Trinity asked. Al answered her. 6 of his 9 shots came on passes from James. If you've got Ariana covered, then all Rose or I have to do is watch for those passes, and maybe we'll even intercept a few of them." Scorpius nodded. "If he's shooting, I'd rather face his shots than the ones from James, or especially Ariana." Even with Aaron taking more shots and scoring more, she still had over half of their goals. "Maybe we should think about putting both Rose and I on shadowing her then," Trinity suggested. Scorpius thought about that. "That's a good idea. We could try it and see if Al and I are enough to keep up with James and Aaron. If we're having trouble early, Rose could switch back and help us. If we practice to do both, we'd be ready for whichever works best. That pretty much wrapped up the post-game analysis, and Trinity adjourned the meeting. We're going to be working harder than ever, she promised them. Just make sure we don't do anything to tip off the Gryffindor team after we've worked so hard to set them up. Chapter 12. Springtime Fun. James was enjoying the afterglow of the big win over Hufflepuff and his team being in first place for the Quidditch Cup. He'd also successfully done his first intervention for Al and his cousins, and he had to admit that making that nasty little prank backfire on those 3 bullies had been very satisfying, and a lot of fun too. His housemates were now used to his little pranks around the common room, and mostly among the boys, and took his little jokes as they were meant to be, to just make school a little more exciting than just going to classes and studying. He did keep his promise, though, and never picked on anyone in particular. He became an equal opportunity jokester. On the Monday after their game, Al had given him his second assignment. This time it was a 5th-year Slytherin girl that was bullying a 1st-year Hufflepuff. James had used the invisibility cloak to hide when he'd sprung that trap before Valentine's Day, and he thought he'd probably need it for this too, but he needed to work out a plan first. When he had time, and could follow the older girl, he'd pull on the cloak and watch as she practically tormented the poor kid. She took sweets and anything else from her that she decided she wanted, would lock her into empty classrooms and leave her there, and after watching only a few of these meetings, James had been left very angry. He'd done what he could to unlock doors and help the little girl out without giving himself away, but he needed a way to teach this girl a lesson that would make her stop. He met on the next weekend with Al, Rose, Nick and Scorpius to talk about the idea he'd come up with. They were the brains of the outfit. They should be able to help get the thing working. I'm thinking what I need for this girl is a bully bat. Can you guys transfigure a beta bat to fly and have wings, and then maybe chase her and shout a few things? He'd smiled as he watched the 4 of them not only work it out, but actually make it right then and there. No wonder they were getting such a reputation around school. You're going to need to be close by it to activate the charm each time, James. Can you do that without getting caught? Nick had asked him. James had nodded. Yeah, no problem there, cuz. If I do this right, you won't hear anything about it. I doubt she's going to be telling anyone about what happens, since they'd just think she was nuts. The other 4 kids all just grinned. We'll just be happy to see one less kid getting bullied around here, Rose had said, giving James a hug. Thanks to you. Monday afternoon, James had his first opportunity to try out his new bully bat, when he followed the girl to a deserted hallway where she cornered the poor Hufflepuff girl and started to steal some candy and a new quill the girl had just gotten in the owl post to replace the ones that she'd taken the previous week. Thou shalt not steal! The 2 girls spun around to see a beta bat flapping its wings next to the Slytherin girl. She whipped out her wand and tried to put a spell on the bat, which just ignored her attempt and bopped her on the head. Thou shalt not bully thine fellow students, the bat proclaimed, bopping her again. The older girl was getting angry now, and the younger girl watched on, astonished. Who's doing this? The Slytherin girl demanded. Stay out of this before you get hurt. She tried another spell, but Rose and the boys had made sure that no spell would work to stop their bully bat, and it just bopped her again, this time earning a yelp of pain from the girl. Return what you stole, or face the consequences, the bat roared at her. I warned you, she threatened, looking around for whoever she was sure must be doing this, and threw her strongest spell at the bat, which just hit her again, a little harder this time. Return what you stole now, the bully bat told her again, punctuating each word with another bop on the head. The girl, frustrated and unable to stop the bat, grudgingly gave in and threw the candy and quill on the floor in front of the little girl. Fine, keep your stupid things. I can always take them back later. She looked around once more. "When I find out who's doing this, I'll be coming after you," she threatened ominously. "Thou shalt not threaten the master," the bully bat declared, bopping her several more times before she fled down the hallway. The little girl looked up at the bat fearfully. "TNM shall not let you get bullied any more," the bat told her in a quiet, gentle voice. The girl looked uncertain for a moment, then smiled. She picked up her things, then before leaving, looked up at the bat again. "Thank you. Whoever you are, thank you very much," she said with tears in her eyes. James was smiling when he reached out and brought the bat in under the cloak after the little girl had left the hallway. The Slytherin girl had been stubborn, and it had taken 3 more interventions until finally, unable to defend herself against the bully bat or track down her tormentor, she'd broken down and been forced into swearing an oath to never bully again. Al, Rose, Nick and Scorpius had been kept updated by James on his progress with helping the little Hufflepuff girl, and were very proud of him. They were also keeping busy helping kids out in other ways. Anonymous birthday presents would show up unexpectedly. New supplies for students that couldn't afford them would be delivered by owl post. A kid that was feeling down would be sent a cheerful note and a treat. By the end of March, there was certainly starting to be some quiet interest in who TNM could be and why they were helping all of these kids. Those rumors had reached James, and he'd suddenly remembered what the bully bat had told the little girl and grinned to himself. He had a pretty good idea who TNM was, and he'd been part of it without even knowing he'd joined. James continued working with Al, and by Easter had put 2 more bullies out of business. While stopping the bullies was certainly fun, it wasn't really all that funny, and he'd been feeling an uncontrollable urge to pull a major prank. He couldn't be expected to keep all of this fun bottled up forever, could he? Easter morning, everyone was enjoying breakfast in the Great Hall and looking forward to a relaxing day. It looked like it was a beautiful spring morning outside, and most of the kids were planning on spending the day outdoors. Everything seemed normal until about 15 minutes into the meal, when several commotions sprung up all over the hall. Al was looking around, trying to see what was happening, when all of a sudden he heard Rose gasp. "Al, you're turning pink, and your ears are growing." He swung back around and stared at her wide-eyed expression, then realized that she was turning pink too, as were Nick, Scorpius, and every other student in the hall. They watched each other in astonishment as their faces turned pink, and they all grew bunny ears. Al was the first one of their group to start laughing, but he wasn't the only one in the room, as they soon heard nearly every kid and most of the professors laughing. Albus turned around in his seat and looked over at his brother at the Gryffindor table, who was just as pink and floppy-eared as the rest of them. "How long?" he mouthed. James shrugged slightly. 1 hour, and wiggled his hand from side to side to suggest it might be a little more or less. Al grinned. "Good one," he mouthed back, before turning around in his chair again. Rose leaned in next to him. "James did this?" she whispered. He nodded, still grinning. He really can be pretty funny when he puts his mind to it. When he saw her worried look, he put a comforting hand on her arm. "Don't worry, he said it'll only last about an hour." They looked around at all of the other students. There were a few that looked pretty upset about it, but the majority thought it was hilarious. Rose pointed Victoire out to Al and the others, and they watched as even the head girl couldn't help but laugh at herself and all of the other 7th-year bunnies around her. Through the rest of breakfast, and for another really amusing half-hour or so, the Great Hall, then the school grounds, was populated by over 1,300 pink, floppy-eared students who, thanks to the novelty of experiencing one of the great mass pranks in school history, had an amazing, fun morning that they'd all be able to laugh about together for years to come. Chapter 13. Quidditch Cup Championship Game. It was a beautiful day for the Quidditch match between Hufflepuff and Slytherin, and the stands were full. This game wouldn't make any difference in the Quidditch Cup race, since neither team had a win this season, but it was expected to be a good game, as the two teams were both fighting to avoid have a no-win season. The game got underway, and it was soon obvious that both teams had studied their opponents during the other matches they'd played earlier in the season. Hufflepuff took advantage of the Slytherin keeper's weaknesses, and Slytherin, in turn, had their own game plan to counter the Hufflepuff chasers, and they did a much better job intercepting passes. Hufflepuff had a 70-point lead going into the third hour of the match. The two seekers had been battling throughout the match, and they were obviously closely matched in ability. It was a slight mistake by the Slytherin seeker, though, that gave Hufflepuff the win. He'd misjudged the angle he'd taken to go after the snitch, and after just missing it with outstretched hand by mere inches, watched as the Hufflepuff seeker, flying right behind him, caught it to end the game. The crowd had cheered both teams for an exciting game, and had quickly left the stadium to go and enjoy the rest of the beautiful sunny day, while Hufflepuff House celebrated, and Slytherin House promised themselves better things for next year. Trinity had kept her word, and worked her team mercilessly. They'd know soon if all of the work and the year-long setup for this game would be worth it. They were having their last practice before the big game, and Al had to admit that he was proud of them. Trinity had been practicing with Scorpius's firebolt for the past 3 weeks, and for at least a half hour of every practice she'd shadow Rose, while she and Al would attempt to play like Aaron and Ariana. They used 6 bludgers now during bludger practice, and they could all fly any routine that Christina could imagine. They practiced their chaser offense using dozens of different formations, and they would use whichever ones the game would allow, mostly depending on how much Trinity could help them when she wasn't being Ariana's shadow. After their 2 hours was up, Trinity called them all in. "Great practice, everyone. You have tomorrow off." She received a chorus of tired cheers for that announcement. "We're as ready as we can be for Saturday. Whatever happens, let's have fun. If Gryffindor beats us, then at least we know we tried our best." Ariana was nervous. They'd finished their practice for the night, and she was walking back to the school with Aaron and James, who were talking excitedly about the game on Saturday and how badly they were going to crush the Ravenclaw team, along with James's brother and cousins. She was not so sure that it was going to be an easy game at all. Sure, they'd trounced Ravenclaw last season, and the team hadn't seemed very much better in their 2 wins against Hufflepuff and Slytherin, but she had a bad feeling about things. She'd tried to talk with her brother and James about her concerns before, but they'd just scoffed at her. They were way better than all of the other teams, and that wasn't going to change just because Al, Rose and Nick were on the Ravenclaw team now. Ariana hoped they were right, but that nagging worry wouldn't go away. Al took a deep breath. It was showtime. Trinity led the way as they circled the stadium. His mum and dad were there, and the letter he'd gotten at breakfast also let him know that Carolyn and Brianna were here with Lily, as were Grandma and Grandpa, Aunt Hermione, Hugo, Uncle Percy, and Aunt Penelope. They landed, and Madame Hooch called them to the centre of the pitch and gave her usual instructions. Trinity shook hands with the Gryffindor captain. Al pushed every thought out of his mind except for the game and game plan, and soared into the air with his team as the quaffle was thrown into the air. What happened over the next 2 hours left the spectators awed and thrilled. None of the houses had expected this to be a competitive game. Most of the students had seen last season's blowout game, and even though Ravenclaw had won both games they'd played, each win had been unimpressive, to say the least. The Ravenclaw students were hopeful, but since nobody but the team had been in on the game plan, even they didn't have very high expectations. The team that came out today executed their game plan to perfection. They completely shut down the Gryffindor chasers. Trinity was stuck to Ariana like she knew every move the girl was going to make, and Gryffindor's #1 scoring machine only had the quaffle in her hands 4 times and didn't score once. James took 37 shots and made 23 passes on scoring runs, and Scorpius saved all of James's shots and all but one of his passes to Aaron, who scored the lone Gryffindor goal. While the Ravenclaw chasers and keeper stymied the Gryffindor chasers, their beaters were putting on a defensive clinic for the Gryffindor beaters. They almost completely ignored the bludgers in favor of spending the whole game distracting their counterparts, effectively taking them and the bludgers out of the game entirely. None of the Ravenclaw or Gryffindor players had any trouble dodging only 2 randomly flying bludgers. Al, Rose, and Trinity weren't just playing defense themselves, though. They put goal after goal past a bewildered Gryffindor keeper who had until today thought he was practically unbeatable and had no idea that he gave away his every move before he made it. Rose had scored 14 goals, Trinity had 5, and Al had 9 goals as the end of the second hour approached. A stunned stadium crowd watched as the 2 seekers dove toward the snitch. The Gryffindor seeker was in the lead, with Christina right on his tail. Ravenclaw was way more than 150 points ahead, and the Gryffindor players and fans were all screaming at their seeker not to catch the snitch. But he either didn't hear them or didn't understand that if he caught it, his team would lose. He shouldn't have been worried about that, though, because Christina had been waiting for his signature move, and when he made it, she shot past him in the draft and caught the snitch right before his incredulous eyes. The stands erupted with cheers from everyone except the now stunned Gryffindor fans and team. When the 2 teams landed, and the Ravenclaw team had finished a round of hugs, they met with the Gryffindor players at the center of the pitch. Ariana was the first one of the Gryffindors to actually be able to talk, and she was smiling at Trinity. "That was an absolutely brilliant game, Trinity," she told the other girl. "You guys have been setting us up all year, haven't you?" Trinity just smiled. "I suppose you wouldn't believe it was just a really lucky day for us?" Ariana laughed. "Not a chance. This was quite possibly the best executed game plan in school history. We won't be fooled next time, though, so you better be ready the next time we play, 'cause we will be." James had been listening to Ariana, and as he began to see what had happened, he started to grin too. "Rose, you little devil," he told her. "How dare you go and bring a chess game to a Quidditch match? You had us in checkmate before we even knew what game we were playing." She laughed and gave him a hug. "Like Ariana said, that's only going to work once. I'm guessing the next few matches are going to be a lot more fun for both of our teams." James turned to Al and put out his hand. "Congratulations, Al. You played a great game today." He grinned. "I guess the only consolation I have today is that it must have killed you to have to put up with all of my bragging all year, knowing that you guys were a lot better than you were letting on." Al was grinning too. "Sorry, mate, but not really, since that was part of Rose's plan too, to act like we didn't have a chance. I'm thinking about going into theatre next year." "You better not. I want you there for the rematch." James looked up, and Al turned to see their family coming up to them. There was an extended round of hugs and kisses that included the rest of the Ravenclaw team, James, Aaron, and Ariana. While that was going on, Al had a few minutes to give Carolyn a long hug and talk quietly together. "That was a really great game, Al," she told him with a smile. "Your dad said that Uncle Ron is going to be really disappointed that he couldn't come and watch, but the Cannons are playing today too. I think Aunt Hermione recorded it with her 3D video camera for him, though. Thanks, Carolyn. She saw him looking at her necklace and smiled. I guess this is the first chance I've had to thank you in person for the necklace, she told him, giving him another hug. Thank you. He looked into her eyes and just needed to hug her again. I really miss you, he told her quietly. She hugged him back, holding on tightly. Just a few more weeks, and then we have the whole summer, and then I'll be here too. He nodded and smiled when they let go of each other. All right, you two, break it up. Lily was smiling at them and gave her brother a hug. Nicely done, Al. I think our brother has learned a very important lesson today. He'll probably be a little nicer to be around, now that his head can go everywhere his body can. Carolyn and Al laughed with her. She looked at her brother and friend and smiled. You know, I think maybe by the time school's out I'm going to be needing a little female support at home when you guys get back and I'm outnumbered again. I think I'll see if Carolyn and Brianna can come and stay with me for a week or so, until I can get used to having boys around all day again. Lily laughed in delight as she was swarmed with more hugs. Al only got to have a few minutes with his mum and dad, and they congratulated him, but mostly just hugged him while they had the chance. We'll see you when school gets out, Ginny told him tearfully. Good luck on your exams. He'd gotten one more hug from Carolyn, and then watched as they left for home. Come on, Al, Trinity yelled at him. We're going to miss our own celebration if we don't hurry. He turned and ran to catch up with the rest of his team, his Quidditch Cup Championship team. Chapter 14. Final Exams. Ravenclaw had won the Quidditch Cup, and that had been one of the best things that had happened to the new Marauders all year. But except for enjoying the celebration in the common room after the game, they went right back to studying hard for their upcoming exams. Since the first and second year students only had 7 subjects, their exams were spread out more than for the higher grades that had as many as 11 exams. They studied together for all of their subjects, and each of them led the group in the classes they were best in. Astronomy was going to be the first exam, so Al was grilling the others about constellations, planets, suns and moons, everything they'd have to do on their exam the next night. They'd been at it for nearly 2 hours, and it was close to dinner time, so he called an end to the session that the others surely thought was torture by boredom. I don't see what you find so fascinating about the subject, Scorpius was telling Al. The only difference between astronomy and history for me is that it's dark in astronomy and easier to sleep. Nick laughed at his friend. At least we do have someone that can explain all of this to us in English, instead of whatever language that is that Professor Sinistra uses. Rose nodded. And we do appreciate you helping us, Al. He grinned at his friends. No problem, and we're a team, and you'll all be leading in your best subjects too. They were taking a short walk outside before going to the Great Hall for dinner, enjoying the fresh air and sunshine, and they saw James out by the lake with John and Andy. "What are you doing for James's birthday, Al?" Rose asked him. "It's coming up soon, isn't it?" Al nodded. "Yeah, and Dad and Lily already picked up the gift I wanted to get him and sent it here. I hadn't really planned on anything else, since they'll likely have a birthday party for him in Gryffindor, like they did last year." She nodded. "It seems weird not being at home for a birthday, but I guess you and I don't have to worry about that since we're both off-season kids." Scorpius looked at her to see if she was making some kind of joke. "Okay, I'll bite. What's an off-season kid?" She, Nick and Al all laughed. "It's a kid that's born in July or August, in the Quidditch off-season," Rose told him with a grin. "My brother and I were both born in the summer. Mum says that's why England won the Quidditch World Cup the summer I was born. Dad was making the other teams pay for making him miss most of the first couple of months of my life." Scorpius laughed too. "I don't remember reading that in Modern History of World Cup Quidditch. Well, now you know the rest of the story, Rose quipped. They met Victoire on the way into the dining hall. She looked a little stressed, but pretty happy. "Hey guys," she said in greeting, "how's it going?" Rose, Al, and Nick all gave her hugs. "Pretty good," Rose answered for them. "We were just taking a walk to get some fresh air. Al's been trying to beat astronomy into our heads for most of the afternoon." Victoire laughed. "Try Newt arithmancy if you think astronomy sucks." Rose's eyes danced. "I can hardly wait to take that. I just know it's going to be one of my favorites." "I forgot whose daughter you were. I should have said, wait till you try divination," Victoire told her with a grin. "I take it you had a good Newt today, though," Al observed. "You look stressed but happy." She nodded. "We got potions out of the way, and I know I aced it, so yeah, I'm pretty happy." "Congratulations, Victoire," Nick said. "You get them every other day, right?" Victoire nodded again. "Yes, and only one down, so I've got to get going. We're going to study right through dinner. Good luck on your exams. I'm sure I'll see you around." After dinner, they all decided to have a nap, then go to an extra study class on the astronomy tower, which would also help them be ready to stay up to write the late-night exam the next night. Al had them do 2 more study sessions during the day, before having another nap before the exam. They were all standing up on the tower, busily filling in star charts, naming constellations, planets, moons, and dozens of other heavenly objects. Al was finished first, and since they weren't allowed to wait there, he went back to the common room to wait for his friends to return. He was certain that he had done great on the exam, and Professor Sinistra had winked at him after a brief glance at his papers and charts. Rose was the next to make it back, and they talked for about a half hour until Nick and Scorpius came in together. A few minutes of comparing notes had the other 3 feeling better about their exams, and that they'd at least get an E, which they were all happy with. "Come on, guys," Rose said. "Off to bed. Tomorrow you're mine, and we're all shooting for O's for potions." The 3 boys groaned, but did as they were told, and headed for their dorm room and a few more hours of sleep. Thanks to Rose and hours of practice in Potions Master, they were all ready for their potions exam. Professor Slughorn gave them the assignment, then stepped back and watched his students work feverishly to create the poison antidote he'd assigned them. "No trying to get away with handing me a bezoar, Mr. Potter," he'd said quietly one time when he walked by. "Now that your father, Teddy, and James have all tried it on me, it's time to put that humorous little joke aside for posterity." Al had nodded and grinned. "Darn," he muttered to Rose, "and I was hoping to score a bonus mark or 2. She grinned back and patted one of her own pockets meaningfully, and then they both got back to work. "What an exam!" Nick exclaimed, heaving a huge sigh of relief. "It was getting close to the end there, and I thought I'd made a mistake. But then it finally turned colour like it had when we tested it in Potion Master." "We all got it done right, though," Scorpius said. "That should earn us all O's. I only saw 1 Gryffindor and 2 Hufflepuff students that looked like they'd gotten it done too." Rose shook her head. "I was talking to the Hufflepuffs before we left. One of them was just that happy because she was sure she'd passed. The other one did get it right, though." "Who's our next slave driver?" Scorpius asked. Nick laughed. "You are, mate. Transfiguration is the next exam." The others laughed as a smile spread across his face. "Suddenly I'm feeling much better. I think we've earned the time off until after dinner, though, so why don't we drop the books off in our dorms and head outside for a little relaxation?" There were no arguments against his plan, so they all headed toward the Ravenclaw Tower. There were 2 parts to the Transfiguration exam, written and practical. The 2-hour written exam was followed by the task of changing a mouse into a snuff box. Apparently, this had been a favorite test that Professor McGonagall had used with her first-year students, back when Professor Macmillan went to school here. This was a much easier test than any of the Marauders had expected, and they each added their own special flair to their transfiguration to earn bonus marks. The professor was very impressed with their 4 designer snuff boxes, and they were all sure that another quartet of O's had been achieved. "Happy birthday, James," Al, Rose and Nick all told him as they walked up next to him in the great hall before breakfast. They each handed him a present, and he grinned up at them from his seat. "Thanks, guys," he told them as Rose gave him a big hug and kiss. "Better open them quick," Rose teased him, before the other Gryffindors realized that 3 members of their #1 enemy have infiltrated their camp. John and Andy both laughed. "We'll protect you, Rose," John told her with a shy smile. Andy winked. "The boys will have to defend themselves, though." Both boys thought that James's cousin was pretty cute. The presents were quickly opened anyway, and James loved the new game from Rose that wouldn't be out in stores until after school, the jumbo skiving snack box refill from Al, and the package of invisible parchment from Nick. "When you write on it," he explained to James, "by the next day the parchment is invisible. There is a powder included that will reverse it after you've had your fun." James was grinning. "This is really cool, Nick, thanks. Thanks again to all of you. These are all really cool presents." Rose hugged him again. "You're welcome. Have a great day today, James." He shrugged. "We have our potions exam today, so I doubt it. Maybe since it's my birthday, I'll get lucky and not blow up the lab today." John and Andy both laughed again. "We'd appreciate that a lot if you didn't, James," John told him. "The 2 of us are usually way too close to you when that happens." Rose, Nick and Al left the birthday boy and met Scorpius at the Ravenclaw table for breakfast before heading to their own exam, herbology. Rose had again been their study leader. This was not a favourite subject for any of them, but Rose certainly did have the aptitude for it, and by the time they were finished with the grueling 3-hour examination, she was the only one who was confident that she'd done well on it. History of Magic had been a snooze all year, but they were also all very good in the subject, and certainly all aced the exam. Their next exam was Charms, and had both written and practical parts to the test. Nick had been team leader while they studied for this, and they were all well prepared for both parts. They each breezed through the written test. After a few moments of demonstrating their 4 dancing pineapples for Professor Flitwick, who'd been impressed that they had not only made them dance, but had them doing a foxtrot in pairs, they were finished the exam and allowed to leave. They had nearly 2 days to prepare for their Dada exam, and Al was team leader to help them get ready for their final exam of the year. Al had them cover all of the hexes, charms, spells, and defensive magic that they'd covered all year, and they used an empty classroom to practice against each other, taking turns shielding and practicing the magic they would be throwing against their partner's shield during the examination. Since the Dada exam was all practical application of what they'd learned all year, the students were being tested in pairs and had time slots throughout the day. Al and Nick were paired up, as they had been all year, and would be going about 2 hours before Rose and Scorpius would be having their exam. Professor Williamson was smiling at the boys when they walked into the classroom. "Let's get right to it, shall we? Face each other at 10 paces, please. Wands ready." Nick and Al stepped to the indicated spots and held their wands at the ready. "Nick, you shield first, please. Al, when he's ready, please select 3 different offensive hexes, charms, or spells you've learned this year and fire them at his shield." Nick nodded and raised his wand. "Protego!" he shouted, and his shield appeared, covering him from head to foot, about 2 feet in front of him. Very good, Professor Williamson said approvingly. Mr. Potter, proceed. Al sent his first hex at Nick's shield and blasted the shield apart. Nick had been used to this happening in practice and so, other than stumbling backward a step, was unharmed. The professor looked from one boy to the other for a moment. Mr. Weasley, I think it would be prudent for you to stand down for the rest of Mr. Potter's offensive test. He stepped over to where Nick had been and raised his own wand. When my shield is up, you may proceed with your second spell. Al nodded and watched as Professor Williamson put his own formidable shield in place, this one extending about 6 feet in front of him and much thicker than the one Nicholas had summoned. He threw his next hex at the shield, and while it did hold, it had momentarily turned from blue to a crimson red before returning to a much diminished and thinner blue. Professor Williamson held up his hand again and let his shield drop. I think that is more than sufficient, Mr. Potter. He grinned at the boys. Remind me at the end of your 5th year to retire before you're learning the advanced Daedar. All right, your turn to shield. Mr. Weasley, 3 spells of your choice, please. Al and Nick faced each other again, and Al yelled, "Protego!" His shield burst forth and reached nearly halfway to where Nick was. Professor Williamson interrupted once again. "Nick, you should probably move back a few more paces. We wouldn't want anything you throw at your cousin to rebound back at you." Nick did as he was told and threw 3 of his best spells at Al's shield. He managed to get it to pulsate each time, but never came close to penetrating it. Professor Williamson had been watching closely, and when Nick had finished, nodded to Al to release his shield. "Nick, you did all of your spells perfectly. You just happened to be paired with an extraordinarily strong partner. Al, you've impressed me again. Excellent job by both of you. Please let the next pair know they can come in now, and I hope you both have a wonderful summer holiday." The boys gave Rose and Scorpius the play-by-play of their exam, and the 4 of them talked about which spells the other 2 should do if they also were given the choice. Then, when it was time for them to go get tested, Al and Nick decided to go outside to wait for them. "We'll be heading home in a few days, Al. Are you looking forward to the summer?" Al nodded. "Yeah, I've really missed Mum and Dad, and Lily a lot. It was a little weird being home at Christmas, but I guess that's just part of growing up." Nick nodded. "I know what you mean. I am going to miss being here, though. It's like when I'm here I can finally be the real me, that I don't have to fit myself into what my dad expects me to be. He'll see the good marks, and the Quidditch Cup was a bonus. I don't think he'd understand the new Marauders stuff at all, or when we actually took time to do a little goofing off." Al smiled at Nick. "Your dad is getting better, you know. Your mum's helping him, and we can too. He just needs to get some more fun into his life, that's all. If he ever is Minister of Magic, he'd make a much better one if he did figure out that there's a lot more important things in life than work." Rose and Scorpius tracked them down about a half-hour later, and she was bouncing around excitedly. "Are you happy exams are over, or because you aced another one?" Nick asked her, grinning. "Both," she told him happily, giving each boys hugs. "Scorpius was brilliant too. He even knocked my shield out once." Scorpius smiled. "She forgot to mention she took mine out twice, but at least I did enough to not get hit by her hexes." "Professor Williamson said we both did outstanding, Scorpius, and I think we were brilliant." She gave him a hug too, which for once he actually returned, earning him another dazzling smile. "You're learning," she said with a twinkle in her eyes. It was time for the end-of-year feast, and all of the students had taken their seats when Professor McGonagall stood up. "This has been another wonderful year, and you should all be proud of your accomplishments. Before we begin the feast, it is time to award the House Cup. With a school record 1170 points, the House Cup goes to Ravenclaw. Al, Rose, Nick and Scorpius all cheered along with the rest of their house, and they watched with pride as their house colours were blazoned across the great hall ceiling for the first time in more than 10 years. The students in the other houses clapped in congratulations. When they quieted again, Professor McGonagall called for the start of the feast, and the tables filled with food, and the kids all started piling plates high and enjoying their last night of the school year. Al had gone to his dorm early and had his trunk packed long before Nick and Scorpius joined him and packed their own trunks. They sat in their beds and talked about different things that had happened during the year, and what they were going to do all summer. When the rest of their dorm mates were all there, the 3 boys decided to go to sleep so they'd be ready for the trip home in the morning. The next morning, as they waited for their ride to the station, they stopped and turned to take one last look at the school they wouldn't see again until September 1st. "It feels like we're both leaving home, and going home too," Rose said quietly. The boys nodded. When they got to Hogsmeade Station, they boarded the train, found a compartment, and stowed their gear. The train got underway, and the 4 friends talked quietly together as the train sped them toward home and their families. They were almost to King's Cross Station, and the mood had definitely become more reticent. Rose finally turned to Scorpius and threw her arms around him. "I'm really going to miss you, Scorpius," she told him. "We all are." Al and Nick had both nodded. "Maybe we can get Trinity to put together a couple of team parties or training days or whatever we need to call them for an excuse to get together," Nick suggested. Rose beamed at him. "That's a brilliant idea, Nick. I think we could all use a few sessions. It'd give us a jump on next year." "Trinity can get in touch with me when you've set it up, Rose," Scorpius said. "I'm going to really miss all of you guys too." The train started to slow down. "I guess we're here," Al said, getting grins from the other since he'd stated the obvious. "I think for a first year, ours was absolutely brilliant. I can hardly wait to see what will happen next year." Chapter 15. Summer Holidays Begin. Harry was already waiting on the platform for the kids as the Hogwarts Express pulled into the station. He had 4 excited children next to him, all looking around them to catch a first glimpse of their Hogwarts students. Just like at Christmas, Al was first off the train, and he went straight to his father for a long hug before moving on to hug the girls and shake Hugo's hand. Rose and Nick were right behind him, and the hugs and kisses continued as they joined the welcoming party, along with Aaron, Ariana, James, and finally Victoire, who seemed to have some mixed feelings about her last trip on the train. Al was talking quietly with Caroline when they both noticed Brianna suddenly looking devastated. They both looked up to see Scorpius walking past, ignoring them and going straight to meet his parents. Al reached out and pulled her close to them. "Brianna, he's in a really difficult position with his family right now, and until he's old enough to handle that, he's probably not going to let on to his parents how much he likes all of us." She looked into his eyes, letting his words sink in. "He does like you, Bri. His family just hates mine, and we're all unfortunately going to be stuck in the middle of that." Brianna nodded. "It isn't right, Al," she told him. "No, it's not," he agreed. The rest of their group was ready to leave the platform, so Harry translocated their things to the residence, cottage, and Victoire's house, and then they all left for the Marauders Mall, where Harry had another private lunch arranged to welcome them all home. There was so much going on during their lunch that Al gave up trying to keep track of everything, and instead spent his time enjoying being back together with Lily, Caroline, and his family. They'd had an extended hugging and kissing session before sitting down to eat. Grandma, Fleur, and Aunt Penelope had come from their office, picking up Uncle Bill on the way. Grandpa and Uncle Percy had come from the ministry. Ginny and Hermione had come from the institute, and Uncle Ron came with them. Teddy, Stuart and Isabel were there, mostly to welcome Victoire home. While they ate, Aaron and Ariana found out that they'd be working as game testers again this year. James had been offered a job working for Uncle George that he'd been thrilled to accept. Victoire was told that she had a meeting with her mum and grandmother after lunch to talk about her future. Al, Rose and Nick didn't worry about any of that stuff, since they were still considered too young to get jobs. Al thought that with James working a year earlier than expected, that this could turn out to be an awesome summer, and they talked with Lily and the other younger kids about what they could all do with the more than 2 months that were open ahead of them. Victoire was sitting in her mum's office, which was actually quite full at the moment. Her mother was there, of course, but so was Grandma Weasley, Aunt Ginny and Aunt Penelope. They were all smiling at her, and she smiled back in return. "Miss Weasley," her mum began, "we've asked you here this afternoon to make a job offer to you." Victoire smiled at her mum, enjoying watching her have some fun, and nodded. "Last summer you worked with Mrs. and Mrs. Weasley, and they were very impressed with you." Victoire nodded again. "Mrs. Potter has joined the 3 of us today because, as you know, we are 4 of the 9 partners in Witch Investments." Victoire flashed her smile and sparkling blue eyes toward her aunt, who was also obviously enjoying her mother's little show. "With our own responsibilities, we've finally decided to recruit help for running our investment group." Fleur handed her daughter several sheets of parchments. "We'd like you to become the CEO for Witch Investments and our account manager." Victoire jumped out of her chair and hugged all 4 women before sitting back down to read the pages of parchment. "We can discuss your responsibilities and how we plan to complete your training later, but before we continue the meeting, we need you to read everything over and agree to your contract and the confidentiality agreement that is included." The 4 women chatted while Victoire read everything, signed the contract, and handed it back to her mother. "Thank you, Victoire," her mother said after getting the contract back from her daughter. "Witch Investments has 9 majority owners. Your Aunt Gabrielle, Aunt Hermione, Mandy, Natalie, and Luna are the other partners. In addition, though, PBP Investments also has a 40% interest in our company." Victoire nodded her understanding. "Ginny has told us before that you and Isabel have figured out that Harry is, how did you 2 put it, behind all of the good things that happen in our family." Victoire laughed. "True, he just leaves a little too much evidence behind to miss." The other women laughed too. "Well, besides being behind everything, he also is the sole investor of PBP Investments. We all work for him, in your case about 40% for him." "That doesn't surprise me, Mrs. Weasley," Victoire told her mother. Fleur laughed, handed her 2 reports, and watched as Victoire's eyes got very large and round. "Surprised now?" She could only nod. "Who'd ever guess?" she finally said. "For the most part, nobody. That's always been the plan, to keep the whole thing quiet. He does a lot for us, Victoire, and this is a pretty small thing for us to do for him." Victoire looked up from the financial statements at her mum, grandmother, and aunts. "The 4 of you are like financial geniuses, aren't you?" Ginny laughed. "They are. I just like to play in my lab with the other kids and have fun all day." "Do you all really think I can learn to do this as well as you all can?" Molly answered for them. "We know you can, sweetie, and don't worry, we'll help you every step of the way until you're ready to take Witch Investments and work your own magic with it. We only hire the best graduates, and for this year, you're it." Victoire got up and gave them all hugs again. When she sat down, Aunt Ginny pulled an envelope out of her pocket, and she couldn't help grinning since her sister had already been through this when she'd been hired at Marauders Institute. "I see that you know what's coming now," Ginny said, smiling too. "Welcome to senior management, Victoire. I have a feeling that for you, the fun is just starting today." James was standing in front of the door to Uncle George's house, waiting for his knock to be answered. It was Monday morning, and he'd been told to report here for his first day of work for Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes. When his parents told him that he'd be working for his uncle, he'd thought that it'd be at one of the stores stocking shelves or demonstrating products like some of the kids from the residence did at the game portals. When he'd been told to come to their house instead, he was no longer certain what he'd be doing. Maybe he'd be traveling the world with his Aunt Marietta and with Cho Jordan. Uncle George answered the door and invited him in. "Good timing, James. Lee's on his way over, and we can get started when he gets here." He followed his uncle into the kitchen and was greeted by his Aunt Marietta and Frederica. His cousin was 8, going on 9. Both girls looked like they were keeping a secret the way they looked at him, and he began to think that his summer job might just be a lot more than he'd expected. Lee came into the kitchen a few minutes later, and the two men took him in tow and went outside, where Uncle George took James's arm and apparated directly into a large, brightly lit room. "Welcome to the Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes laboratory, James," his uncle said with a grin. "You'll be working here with us for the next couple of months." James threw his arms around his uncle and hugged him. "This has got to be the coolest summer job in the world," James said, grinning. "What will I be doing?" Both men laughed at his enthusiasm. "See, Lee, I told you he was ready this year." Lee had nodded before they turned back to James. "Word about a certain extremely cool practical joke at Hogwarts reached our attention, James," Lee told the boy with a grin. James didn't bother to try to deny it. He was glad to be able to share with someone besides Al that he had been the mastermind behind it, so he just grinned back. "This summer, you're going to help us develop that into chocolate Easter bunnies that we'll sell next Easter. We think that taking that idea, we will also be able to make Christmas, Halloween, and Valentine products. If we have time, we'll even make up chocolate turkeys for our American stores to sell at Thanksgiving. We see a lot of potential for a whole line of products." James was thrilled, and he knew that regardless of what they paid him, he'd take the job. But he was practical enough to discuss money first. "How much does the job pay?" he asked them with a grin. "Same as the kids that do game testing at the Institute," George told him. "There's also a bonus and contract that we worked out with your parents, since you're underage. Don't worry, your mum took good care of you. I'm not sure if I took it easy on her because she's my baby sister, or if she's just a better negotiator." All three of them laughed. "Let's get to work. First thing we need, James, is for you to show us how you managed to turn more than 1,300 students into bunnies," George said, smiling fondly at his nephew. Lee was grinning too. "Yeah, it takes a lot to impress us, and that certainly did." Al woke up on Monday morning to the familiar smell of breakfast cooking. He lay in bed for a while, enjoying the sensations that being home again evoked in him, and thought about the past couple of days. The first weekend home had been a whirlwind of activity for Al, Lily, Carolyn, and Brianna. They'd stayed at the cottage instead of going on the annual after-school shopping trip with everyone else. "It'll be a lot easier for you and Dad if you just take the kids that have jobs starting on Monday," Al had told his mother. "The rest of us can always go with Dad someday next week when it won't be so hectic." His mum had hugged him and thanked all of the younger kids. Al had the ulterior motive of getting to have Lily and Carolyn all to himself for a whole day. When the rest of the family had left for the mall, the four of them had gone outside to play Quidditch without the bludgers. He found out then that both Carolyn and Brianna had been practicing once or twice a week with Lily and Harry. Neither girl was interested in playing for a house team. They just wanted to be able to hop on a broom and join in when all of the other kids were having a game or practice. The girls could both fly well, and they were fast enough on the Nimbus 2018s that Lisa and Marcus had bought for each of the adopted girls for their 11th birthday presents this year. They made and ate lunch together, then decided to take a walk into Godric's Hollow. They wandered through the shops for a while, went to the park, then stopped for ice cream before going back to the cottage. That night, there was a family dinner at Uncle Bill and Aunt Fleur's house, and even Uncle Charlie, Aunt Natalie and Art had made the trip, coming to spend the whole weekend at the Burrow with Grandma and Grandpa. While Al might not always pay attention to everything that was going on, since that'd be a full-time job in this family, he did find out that Teddy and Victoire were getting married on August 25th, the last Saturday of the month, and the wedding would be right here at their house. There was talk about other things that would be happening during the summer, including the foundation trip to Marauders' paradise, and different weeks that Al's various aunts, uncles and cousins would be vacationing on their island or taking other trips. When dinner was over and the conversation turned to business and politics, Al took Caroline's hand. The two of them went for a walk together. That was definitely turning boring, Al said with a grin. They'd walked around to the front of the house, where several sports cars were parked. Caroline was admiring Teddy's roadster, like she did every time she saw it. It sure was. How can grown-ups stand spending so much time talking about stuff like that? Al had shrugged and followed her as she walked around the beautiful automobile. "This is just the most amazing car I've ever seen," she said quietly. "Do you think he'd mind if we sat in it?" Al grinned, and as they got to the driver's side door, opened it with a flourish. "I'm sure as long as we don't take it for a spin, he won't mind at all." Caroline laughed as he motioned for her to take a seat. He closed her door and went around to get in on the other side. Her beautiful hazel eyes were alight with excitement as she placed her hands on the steering wheel and imagined what it would be like to drive something like this. They didn't see Teddy and Victoire approach, or the grin on his face. "Victoire, the kids you find out parking these days are just getting younger and younger every year." Victoire laughed as the two kids looked up in surprise. "What's parking?" Caroline asked, which had Teddy and Victoire both laughing. "Nothing for you to worry about quite yet," Victoire told her. "I take it you like Teddy's car?" Caroline nodded. "Why don't we dump these boys for a few minutes and I'll take you for a ride in it," she said, opening the driver's door. Caroline hopped out and gave her a hug. "Can we?" Teddy laughed and handed Victoire the keys. "Have fun. Come on, Al. I think we've lost our girls for a while, so we might as well go see if there's any games going on out back yet." Al hopped out of the car and held the door for Caroline as she got in. They watched as the girls, hair flying, drove out of sight down the road. "I haven't seen you much over the last year," Teddy said as they turned around and started the walk around to the backyard. Al nodded. "Not getting to see you much is on the not much fun side of my growing up list." Teddy laughed. "From what I've heard, I'd say the fun side of that list is getting longer, though. Quidditch Cup, House Cup, probably 6 O's and 1 E for your first year. Driving jet skis. That's not a bad year." He paused for a minute, then added, "Wait until you get to Marauders' paradise, too. Now that you're 11, you can do just about everything on the island. You only missed out on it last year by a couple of weeks." "It has been pretty awesome, Teddy. I just wish sometimes it was possible to have both." Teddy laughed. "You and me both, Al. The great thing is that once you're grown up too, we'll get to do grown-up things together, and someday hang out with our kids like your parents, aunts and uncles do now. You should add a 'will be fun someday' column to your list." Al laughed at that. "Thanks, Teddy. And thanks for letting Victoire take Caroline for a ride in your car. I don't know that we necessarily have to tell Mum that she likes your car better than her Porsche, though." Teddy laughed too. "You're welcome, Al, and I wouldn't dream of it." They joined the rest of their family and enjoyed a fun evening together. Sunday was designated to be a lazy day at the cottage, and other than a little morning Quidditch, they all just relaxed, played, and enjoyed having a quiet day together before most of them headed to work, and Harry, Al, Lily, Caroline, and Brianna would be mostly free for the first few weeks of summer to play and just have fun together. Or at least, that was the plan. Al shook himself from his reverie and realized from the sounds upstairs that everyone else was starting to get up and ready for the day. He got up, got dressed, and headed downstairs to the kitchen. Chapter 16. Not So Lazy Summer Days. "Morning, Mum, morning, Dad," Al said as he walked into the kitchen. James was upstairs getting ready for his first day at work, and he hadn't heard a peep from Lily or the other girls. Aaron and Ariana had gone back to the residence after dinner on Sunday and would be going directly from there to the Institute for work. He sat down and poured himself some OJ, then looked over at his mother. "How do you feel about a suggestion for a game wizard game?" he asked her. Ginny smiled. "Suggest away, Al. You know we're always looking for something new." "When we were studying for exams, I was thinking that if there was an astronomy game like we have for potions, that it would have been a lot more interesting learning about the subject than it seems to be for most students. I think I was the only one in first year that actually enjoyed the class." Ginny smiled at him encouragingly. "What have you got in mind?" "If we had a virtual astronomer game, maybe it could not only show the constellations, planets and everything, but maybe it could actually make it like you were flying through space and traveling to all of the stars and planets. And if there could be lessons as the kids went along, that'd be even better." Ginny got up and gave him a hug. "I think that's a brilliant idea, Al. I'll give it to Lisa to look into. She'd probably need to hire an astronomer or two to help her out with something like that, but it should be something we could do." When James came downstairs, he sat down and ate in record time for him and was out the door, excited to get to Uncle George's and find out what he'd be doing all summer. Lily, Caroline and Brianna all got downstairs just as he was leaving. "What do the 5 of you have planned for today?" Ginny asked them. Lily answered first. "I was hoping we could go spend the morning at the residence so we can catch up with all the kids that are back from school this morning." Looking at Caroline and Brianna, she grinned. "Then maybe Daddy and Al can take 3 of their favorite girls out for lunch and shopping for summer clothes." Harry and Ginny both laughed. "I guess that's pretty much filled the day for us," he said. "Nothing else?" Lily thought for a moment. "Not for today, nope. We can talk about tomorrow later." They spent the morning hanging out at the residence, then went to the mall for lunch and shopping. While they were eating, they talked about what they could do during the next few weeks. "Why don't you get your team to come and have a practice morning once a week, Al?" Lily suggested. "Rose and Nick could come over every morning if they wanted to, but I doubt the rest of your team could do that." Al thought that was a great idea and sent 5 QMs on his YCOM to ask everyone except Scorpius. Trinity would get a message to him so that they didn't risk upsetting his parents or family. Spending a weekend on the island was a popular suggestion, as was a shopping and play trip to the mall in France. Al and Lily thought that it would be nice if they put together some special dinners and nights to spend with their family, which Harry had thought was a pretty awesome idea too. Harry and Al mostly followed the girls around as they picked out summer clothes and swimsuits. His father had laughed at him when Al told him that for some reason, watching the girls play dress-up as they tried on clothes had moved from the not-so-fun to the fun side of his list when he hadn't been looking. They transported back to the cottage in time to make dinner, and through the afternoon, Al had been sending and receiving QMs with the rest of the team. Rose, Hugo and Nick were going to start coming over every morning for a Quidditch workout with Al, Lily, and when he could, Harry. The team, or each member that could come that week, were going to practice on Thursday mornings, except for the last weeks of both July and August. While Harry was cooking, Al confirmed Grandma and Grandpa for the first special dinner night for Wednesday, and had Uncle Percy, Aunt Penelope, Uncle Ron, and Aunt Hermione for a week from Thursday night. Aaron and Ariana came home with Ginny and joined them for dinner, and James got home at nearly the same time. The three older kids talked excitedly about their jobs, and they had some good-natured jousting over which job was cooler. Ginny told Al that Lisa and Natalie loved his idea for the astronomy game, and had put a small team on it already. After dinner, James went to the residence with Aaron and Ariana to hang out, and Harry and Ginny went outside with the rest of the kids, who played on their brooms for a while before convincing the parents that a walk into town for ice cream would be a great way to finish up the day. The four kids spent the whole day Tuesday having a play day, after having the first of what would be daily Quidditch practices with Nick, Rose and Hugo. Wednesday, they worked most of the afternoon with Harry to get everything ready for the dinner with Grandma and Grandpa. They even went so far as to have games and entertainment for after dinner. Everyone in their families seemed to always be busy, and when the family got together, there never seemed to be much time to spend with each person. When Al thought back, he realized that there hadn't really been that many times when they'd had Grandma and Grandpa all to themselves for a whole evening, or any of the rest of their family either. By the end of the night, they had all agreed that the kids had come up with something that they should all take the time to do more often. Christina and Trinity both had summer jobs in the mall, but it had been easy for them to either have Thursday off or work a later shift. Rick was going to be able to come to most of the practices, except for 2 weeks when he'd be gone on holidays with his family. Scorpius thought he'd be able to come to all of them with Trinity. Before they started that first practice, they talked with Al's dad about ways that he could help to train them to keep getting better on the days that he could work with them. Harry agreed to help them with new flying practice routines, working with Christina and Lily, who had decided she was going to be a seeker when she went to Hogwarts, and helping the others however else he could. The first thing that they learned at the practice was that keeping up with Christina's flying exercises and keeping up with Harry were two vastly different things. By the time they finished up a half-hour of futility in trying to keep pace with him as he weaved and danced all over the field, they were all exhausted, and they hadn't even done bludger practice. "You did ask me not to hold back, Al," his father said, not even breathing hard, as the rest of them sat in the stands, sucking wind. "I know, and someday we'll really appreciate that, Dad, just not today." Both boy and man were grinning now. "I also think I'll be dropping any future reference to you as being an old guy until we can practice like this, and you're the one huffing and puffing." Harry laughed. "I think I've tortured you enough for one day. Why don't you do the rest of your practice without me, and I'll go inside and get some work done while you're busy." Carolyn and Brianna had done the flying exercises with everyone, but stayed in the stands when the others started bludger practice and cheered everyone on. "Quit watching the pretty girls and play," Trinity shouted at Scorpius when she put the quaffle past him while he'd been sneaking a peek at Brianna. He grinned sheepishly. "Sorry, Captain. I won't let it happen again." They could all hear Carolyn and Brianna when they started laughing, and even Trinity couldn't keep a laugh from getting out to go with the chorus of laughter from the rest of their teammates. She got the practice back under control quickly and worked them hard for another half-hour before calling an end to the practice. They were having drinks and a snack afterward, winding down from the workout. Scorpius and Brianna were off together talking quietly and taking the chance to get to know each other a little better. Lily and Rose were in a discussion with Trinity and Christina about Quidditch strategy, leaving Al, Nick and Rick to sit back and relax. "I saw the Cannons went out in the first round of the playoffs this year," Rick was saying. "That must have been a bit of a shock for your Uncle Ron." Nick nodded. "United managed to shut Demelza down pretty effectively. They certainly deserved the win." Everyone headed home before lunch, and Al, Lily, Caroline and Brianna went with Harry for an afternoon at the residence. The two girls' nearly week-long stay at the cottage had come to an end, and they stayed there when Harry, Al and Lily went home. Aaron and Ariana came to spend the weekend at the cottage on Friday after work. They would be staying with James, Al, Lily, Rose and Hugo while their parents went to the island for a 2-day anniversary weekend getaway. They spent the weekend playing Quidditch and laser broom, had an afternoon at Marauders Mall to shop for a few anniversary presents to give their parents on their actual anniversary on Tuesday, and doing a lot of just hanging around and playing. When Harry, Ginny, Ron and Hermione got back from the island on Sunday, they all looked happy and rested. Ariana, Rose and Lily might think that seeing the two couples holding hands, hugging and kissing more than maybe they normally did was romantic and beautiful. The boys just tried not to think about the words romantic weekend and parents in the same sentence at all. The only thing scarier than that was when Grandma and Grandpa started talking about their date nights. During the weeks leading up to the trip to Marauders Paradise, Harry, Al and Lily put on 3 more of their special dinner nights, the one for Rose and Nick's parents, one for Teddy, Victoire, Stuart and Isabel, and the last one for Uncle George, Aunt Marietta and Frederica. Rose, Nick and Hugo came over every weekday morning to practice Quidditch with Al and Lily. There were 3 more Thursday practices which coincided with either Wednesday or Thursday night sleepovers for Caroline and Brianna. The twice-weekly trips to the residence continued, and Harry was also busy helping with details for the upcoming trip. Lily took Rose for an afternoon at the spa for her 12th birthday, and when they got back to Rose's house, surprised her with a party with friends from school, the residents, most of their team, and all of her cousins there to help her celebrate her big day with a dinner and dance in the backyard. Al was dancing with Caroline later that evening. She had her arms around his neck and rested her head on his shoulder as they moved to the music. "This has been a really great day," she told him, nearly whispering the words. "Most of my day was just good. It didn't get to great until getting to dance all night with you." Caroline gave him a squeeze. "Get used to it, Al. I hope to be dancing in your arms for a lot of years to come." Al grinned at her. "I think I could do that." The song ended, and as they stepped apart, Caroline looked around. "Where's Brianna? I haven't seen her in a while." "She and Scorpius went for a walk together. I get the feeling that he's rather taken with your best friend." "I was surprised he could come to the party," she said. "Brianna was certainly thrilled, though." The dance wrapped up by 11. Harry and Ginny had been there chaperoning the party with Ron and Hermione, and they took 7 kids back to the cottage with them and headed for bed, since Ginny was working in the morning. Aaron, Ariana and James were all working too and weren't far behind them, so Al was left in the sitting room with the 3 younger girls, and they talked quietly about the party. After about half an hour, Lily stood up. "Come on, Brianna, let's head upstairs, get some sleep, and leave these 2 alone for a while." Brianna grinned, stood up and went with Lily up to her room. Al and Caroline could hear the 2 of them giggling quietly as they climbed the stairs. "That wasn't very subtle, was it?" Al said with a grin. Caroline moved in closer to him. "Whatever works. If it means I get you to myself for a little while, then I'm all for the direct approach." She watched as those sparkling emerald eyes looked right into her heart. It felt like it was pounding in her chest as she took a chance, leaned toward him, and kissed him softly. Sure, she'd kissed him before, but those had been little girl kissing little boy, thank you kind of pecks. This was definitely not one of those, and that first time real boy-girl kiss left both of them staring at each other in surprise. "Well, that explains it," Al told her, grinning. Carolyn was smiling too. "Explains what?" "Why, Mum and Dad and every other happy couple I see like to do that." They heard giggling from the other room, and Al blushed. "Lily, the show's over for you. Come get your stupid wireless extendable ear wherever you hid it." His giggling sister came back in, picked up the ear, and gave them both a hug. "Sorry, guys, it's just hereditary, and I can't control it sometimes." Al and Carolyn were both laughing too. He stood up and held out his hand to her. "I guess we should all get to sleep now, and we've given Lily and Brianna enough entertainment for one night." Carolyn took his hand and let him help her to stand, and gave him a hug before they all started to head for the stairs. "Just let me know the next time you're bored, Lily, and I'll be more than happy to take your brother somewhere and entertain you some more." All three girls giggled quietly as Al's face turned bright red. The daily routine of Quidditch practice, trips to the residence, and Thursday team practices continued until it was finally departure day for everyone's favorite trip of the year. Aaron and Ariana had stayed overnight, and their departure time was for noon local time, which would put them on the island before breakfast. To get ready for that, they'd all stayed up very late the night before and slept in until late morning. When they did finally all get up, they packed bags, gathered outside, and transported to the island, ready for another amazing adventure. Chapter 17. Marauders' Island Adventures. Lily was feeling left out. She was the only one of their group that was under 11 still, and the other kids had all left to go do all of the rides that Al, Carolyn, and Brianna could now all go on. Ginny smiled at her daughter, knowing what she was thinking. Growing up with so many older brothers and being the youngest, she was used to being the last one to get to do things and being left behind while her older siblings got to go have all of the fun. "I'm sure they're going to have a lot of fun this morning, honey," she told Lily, who looked even glummer as she nodded her agreement. "It is too bad that they won't be with us when you and I go scuba diving with Devon, though." Ginny laughed as she watched Lily's face transform from gloomy to sunny in the space of a few heartbeats, and then she threw herself into her mother's arms. "Come on, or we'll be late for the boat. Your dad's busy all morning helping with the rivals, so it's just you, me, Megan's BF, and a date with the fishes and reefs." The only downside of the morning for Al had been that they couldn't share the fun with Lily. There were now 3 of the big roller coasters on the island, and several more new rides had been added this year that all had that minimum age limit. He hoped his sister wouldn't be too down about being the only one that couldn't do those rides. He was going on the rides with Carolyn and Brianna. They saw James, Aaron, and Ariana around, but they weren't hanging out together. They all loved the coasters, but after one ride on a new, wildly spinning ride, and Brianna decided that she'd be avoiding any future rides that involved more spinning. "You two go ahead," she'd told Carolyn and Al when they wanted to go on again. "My breakfast and I will wait here for you. If I go on that monstrosity again, we'd be parting company for sure." They met Harry, Ginny, Lisa, Marcus, and Lily for lunch, and Al was happy to find out that his mum and sister had gone on their own underwater adventure. Megan and Devon had joined them for lunch too, and she had teased her boyfriend about spending the morning alone with 2 beautiful women in swimsuits while she was working hard at the hotel, which got Lily, Carolyn, and Brianna all giggling. After lunch, the four kids gave the grown-ups the afternoon off to go relax and headed for the water park to play on the incredible gravity-defying slides and swim in the pools until it was time to go back to the suite and get ready for the banquet. This was the 10th anniversary year for the Phoenix Foundation's Marauders Paradise holiday. Things had changed quite a bit since that first year. With more than 20,000 children and nearly 17,000 volunteers spread out over 3 weeks, they now had more than 12,000 guests at the resort each of those weeks. We can't really take more than 15,000 a week, so we'll be adding another week for the foundation in 2 years, Gabrielle was telling them at dinner. That means you'll need a 5th week before we get to our goal in 2025, Ginny said. Won't that be too much to do, and still handle the PBP guests? Gabrielle nodded. We're already building another resort to handle all of the growth that we've got throughout the organization. It's in Indonesia, and geared more toward adult couples than families like this one. She smiled at Megan. Maybe we'll have a certain manager ready by then to go run it when it opens next year. Devon laughed. Then I hope the new manager will have an opening for a diving instructor. Al tuned out the rest of the grown-up conversation and concentrated on what Lily and the other girls were talking about. We've got our haunted island adventure tomorrow night, Lily was telling Carolyn and Brianna. Are either of you doing the competition for the Phoenix Cup this year? Both girls shook their heads that they weren't. They went on to plan out what they wanted to do all week as they had dinner, then sat back to watch the staff talent show. The first day on the island was always a big adjustment because of the time change, so after the show, Al and the girls all decided to head for bed. Harry and Ginny went back to the suite with them, while James, Aaron and Ariana went out to check out the dance club scene. There were quite a few things about this year's trip that were different for the kids. The first thing was the absence of Teddy and Victoire, who were both working back home. Stuart had been here on the weekend, working closely with Gabrielle and Megan, and would be here each weekend that the foundation was here with the kids from the residences. Isabel had stayed to work at the lab with Hermione. Natalie and Owen weren't here this year, staying home with their newborn baby. Now that Al, Carolyn and Brianna were older and could do more of the activities and rides, it also meant that they spent less time with Harry and Ginny, though they usually took Lily with them for most of their adventures. The novelty of not being practically tethered to either parents or babysitters definitely fell into the fun category. Al and Carolyn weren't exactly ready to say they were boyfriend and girlfriend or anything like that, but there were definitely times during the week that they noticed that things weren't the same anymore either. The Haunted Island adventure on Monday night was one good example. They'd been on the adventure lots of times with their family before, but they'd never chosen each other to huddle with through the scary parts, or hold hands as they travelled along through the different locations on the island and experienced the different amazing stories that were acted out before their eyes. Lily couldn't go to the underage dance club yet, and Brianna wasn't interested in going alone, so the two girls sent Al and Carolyn off on 2 of the nights so they could go dancing together. Ginny had taught her sons how to dance, so they'd be able to at weddings or parties, so Al wasn't worried about that. But it was certainly a big change over other years that he actually wanted to go dancing instead of playing games or going on rides. It was Thursday night, and he and Carolyn were dancing together on that second night, where Lily and Brianna had told them to go dancing while they found something more interesting to do. "I'm pretty sure this has definitely been my favorite trip here so far," Carolyn told him, smiling brightly at him. Al hugged her while they danced to another slow song, the only times that the music was quiet enough to be able to hear each other without shouting. "I know it has been for me," he told her. "Remind me to thank Lily again for telling us to get lost and do our own thing again tonight." Carolyn laughed and hugged him back. "I do love dancing with you, but we have to be back to our suites by 11. How do you feel about a walk on the beach before we go back?" He grinned at her, and holding hands, headed for the exit. They both turned when they heard a couple of boys whistling suggestively, and laughed when they saw that James and Aaron were the ones doing it, and that they were the target of the whistling. "Where are you two kids off to, young man?" James said, trying to sound parental. Aaron laughed, and they could see Ariana was trying not to laugh. Caroline grinned at him and answered for Al. "For a walk on the beach, and if we're lucky, maybe a kiss or two before we have to get back." This time Ariana couldn't keep the laughter bottled up, and joined in as both boys laughed, and Al started to blush. "Don't let us interrupt you," Ariana told them, still laughing. "Carry on. We'll see you tomorrow." Al and Caroline managed to get back to her suite with a few minutes to spare, and were met at the door by a grinning Marcus before Al had to run to get back before he missed getting himself back on time. Harry and Ginny were both still up and in the sitting room when he came in. "Have a nice evening, honey?" Ginny asked him, not really needing to see his answering grin to know the answer. "This was definitely one of the really great days, yeah," he told her, giving her a hug. Ginny laughed. "What, no kiss? You didn't use up your quota for the day, did you?" Al was laughing and couldn't help blushing again, too. "No, not used up, Mum. I just thought you'd rather have Dad kissing you instead." He leaned over to give her a kiss anyway. "I'll see you in the morning. If I forget to tell you later, thanks for bringing us all here. We're having a great week." When he'd gone to his room, Ginny snuggled back into Harry's arms. "We should have known he'd have a girlfriend before James, right from the day he got that first Valentine kiss when he was what, 2? Harry lifted her chin and kissed her tenderly. "That's true, but I'm not worried at all about him, or Caroline." Ginny nodded and kissed him again. "He's right about one thing, though. I would rather be kissed by you." He was just starting to kiss her again when the door opened and James, Aaron and Ariana came in. "Oi, Dad, do you mind? I just finished having a snack." Ariana grinned at them and Aaron laughed. Harry kissed Ginny again before answering, "Nope, I don't mind at all." James groaned and covered his eyes. "Let me know when the scary part is over," he quipped. The others all laughed, and Ariana leaned over and kissed him while he still had his eyes covered. "Scary part's over," she said with a grin. "See you all in the morning." James had started blushing, while Aaron, Harry and Ginny continued to laugh. "That was not funny," he told them. Harry stood up and helped Ginny to her feet. "You're wrong about that, James. It was very funny. Now that you're all back, though, we're heading to bed. Good night, guys. Don't stay up all night." The last day on the island, they spent the day with Uncle Charlie, Aunt Natalie and Art. They'd all be coming to Teddy and Victoire's wedding, but this would be their last chance to spend much time together before Christmas. They played on jet skis and water bikes in the morning, then stayed at the pools and water park after lunch. The closing banquet and residents' talent show was as entertaining as always, and afterward they split up so they could each take their last chance to do favourite rides, games or other activities. Al and Caroline had decided on a moonlight walk on the beach. They were holding hands and walking near the surf, talking quietly about the week, and looking forward to the few weeks they'd still have before it would be time to get ready to go back to school, or to school for the first time in her case. Caroline pulled him to a stop, put her arms around his neck, and looked into his eyes. "You are way overdue for giving me a kiss," she told him. "Why don't you do something about that?" Al grinned, then kissed her softly. They were both still new at it, but she thought he was a fast learner, because she was liking those kisses more and more every time. "I feel much better now," she said, hugging him and laying her head on his shoulder. When she sighed softly, he hugged her more tightly. Why the big sigh? Things will probably be different again when we get back, and you're at the cottage and I'm at the residence. It's been pretty nice having all of the just you and me time here this week. I'm going to miss it. Yeah, probably, but I think we'll figure out a way to still find a little time just for us. Carolyn looked at her watch. We better get going, or we'll be late. I'm beginning to really dislike the word curfew, Al said. He kissed her one more time, then they started walking back to the hotel. They had a mid-morning departure time, so they were all able to go for breakfast, then pack before taking the transportal home. Lisa and Marcus took the 4 kids back to the residence so that Harry and Ginny could go right back to the cottage with their own kids. It was the middle of the afternoon back home, and after unpacking, went to the Burrow for dinner with Grandma and Grandpa, caught up on all of the news they'd missed while they were gone, then were back home, making it an early night. Ginny and James were working on Monday, and Harry and the kids would be getting back to their summer routine, starting with Quidditch practice with Rose and Nick in the morning. Al drifted off to sleep, dreaming of unending summer days and a sweet little hazel-eyed girl. Chapter 18. Teddy and Victoire get married. From the day that they returned from the trip to Marauders' paradise, there were 4 weeks until Teddy and Victoire's wedding, and 5 weeks until school started. Harry and Ginny were both busy during those weeks, helping to get everything ready for the wedding, dealing with the myriad details and events that surrounded a big family wedding. Al and Lily were, at best, on the periphery of those activities, and the best way they could help was to do what they could to do their own thing and stay out of the way. The kids would play Quidditch with Rose, Hugo, and Nick in the mornings, leaving their dad free to spend his mornings running errands. They'd make their own lunches, then spend the weekday afternoons at the residence, or go on their own outings to the mall or other places. Carolyn and Brianna stayed overnight on Wednesdays, and Ravenclaw team Quidditch practice was still on Thursdays. Harry was only able to join them for one of the 4 practices they had in August. They had a small weekend overnighter at the cottage to watch the Quidditch World Cup final on WWVN. This was the first year that they hadn't taken the kids to the game, but with everything else going on this summer, Harry and Ginny had decided over a year ago that they wouldn't go this year. Uncle Ron, Demelza and Dennis had all also declined invitations to coach and play this year. They'd been on all of England's teams since 2002 and weren't interested in another long summer away from their families. The game was being held in China this year, and the teams from Peru and the finalists. The sports pundits that had suggested that Victor Crumb was over the hill and way past his prime were left to eat their inane commentary as his team overpowered the Peruvian team, outscoring them by more than 300 points before Victor caught the snitch with an amazing display of flying to give his team the World Cup championship. The Hogwarts letters arrived for the students. Aaron and Ariana were going into their owl year. They both passed everything and had quite a few E's each. James again had 2 O's and 5 E's and would be starting 3rd year. Al took some teasing from James, but had gotten 6 O's and 1 E to take into 2nd year. Rose had the same as Al, except having her E in astronomy instead of herbology. Nick had 5 O's and E's in astronomy and herbology. Carolyn and Brianna both got their letters and were starting to get really excited and nervous about going to Hogwarts for the first time. They would be waiting until after the wedding to do the back-to-school shopping. They did have a shopping trip to get new dresses for all of the girls that would be attending, and suits for the boys. The weekend before the wedding, Creature and Winky went with all of the kids to the island on Friday, and they stayed until Monday while parents, grandparents, aunts and uncles attended wedding showers and bachelor and bachelorette parties. The big day finally arrived. Al walked into the kitchen and found his dad cooking breakfast for the gang of 9 they had in the house this morning. It was just after dawn, but Harry nearly had breakfast ready to go, and Al had heard lots of movement in other rooms as he'd gotten dressed himself. "Morning, Dad," he said as he sat down at the table. "What's up with the extra early start today?" Harry looked over his shoulder from where he was working. "The girls have to be at Magic Spa by 8 o'clock. "The wedding's not until 2. Why so early?" He smiled as he heard his dad laugh. "They have all of the spots there for the morning, and 6 hours is apparently how long it'll take to get them all beautiful, dressed, and to the ceremony on time. The girls always look awesome every time they come back from a spa day," Al conceded, "but I think they're all beautiful before they go in the first place." 2 arms wrapped around him from behind and hugged him. "Thank you, honey, that's very sweet," his mother told him, laughing as she realized that she caught him by surprise. "What will the guys have to do?" Al asked them. His dad had given his mother a kiss and was now putting platters of food on the table. "We'll be heading over to the house to help Bill for a few hours, then back here to get ready ourselves." Ginny had sat beside Al at the table. "Your dates will be meeting you here in time to go to the wedding together," she told Al, and her eyes were sparkling in the early morning sunshine. She watched as her son couldn't help but grin when she said the word dates. He was officially taking Carolyn as his date to the wedding. James was taking Ariana, but unlike his brother, would not admit that it was a date. Aaron, Lily and Brianna had all decided that they'd all be going solo. James and Aaron were next downstairs, drawn by the smell of food. The girls weren't far behind, and they all ate quickly, and then transportled with Ginny over to the Marauders Mall and Spa Magic, taking dresses and chosen accessories with them when they left. There was no way that the 5 girls had any intention of fighting for bathroom time with 4 boys later in the morning, and would instead do everything right there at the spa. James, Al and Aaron had been setting up chairs all morning, first for where the ceremony was being held, and then around the tables where dinner would be served. "I feel sorry for you guys," Aaron was telling them as they worked. "Why's that, Aaron?" James asked him. "You're both going to be tied down with dates all night, so I'll practically have all of those single French girls to myself all night." "I do not have a date," James said at the same time that he started laughing. "And you're making a pretty big assumption if you think those girls will be interested in you." Aaron just grinned at his friend. "But I have the advantage of having grown up around 3 part Vila women, James. I might be one of the only teenage boys that will be able to put a whole, coherent sentence together in front of Victoire's cousins." "You're probably right," Al told him, grinning too. "Even if I didn't have a date, though, I don't think you and I would be talking with the same girls anyway, since I kinda doubt that the 15, 16-year-old girls would be looking at a 12-year-old kid as boyfriend material." James and Aaron both laughed. "True enough, Al," Aaron conceded. "How about a little more setting up chairs and a little less yakking? We haven't got all day." The boys turned around to see Stuart coming toward them. He was Teddy's best man, and this morning was the set-up general. "Yes, sir. Best man, sir," James told him, coming to attention and saluting. Stuart grinned at him. "As you were, soldier. When you're done the chairs, Uncle Harry said you can head back to the cottage and grab some lunch, hit the showers, and start getting ready." He had barely even slowed down and kept going past them, continuing to check on every detail. "I'll see you guys later if I ever get the chance to slow down sometime before tomorrow." "Let's get this done," Al told James and Aaron. "After setting up this many chairs, we're all really going to need those showers." He grinned at Aaron. "And without them, It won't matter how eloquently you can talk to Victoire's cousins, if thine scent doth offend the ladies. Teddy and Victoire had decided to only have Stuart and Isabel for best man and maid of honour, and not have bridesmaids and groomsmen. There were going to be over 500 guests, though, so some of the cousins were recruited as ushers. Art, James and Nicholas were selected from the Weasley clan, while Michael and 2 Delacour cousins were picked from Fleur's side of the family. Al was walking behind James and Caroline as his brother escorted his date to the row of seats they would be sitting in. He couldn't hear what he was talking with her about in a quiet voice, but heard both of them laugh several times. They were taken to the 4th row from the front, and after a grinning James placed Caroline's hand in his, they moved down the row to the furthest 2 seats from the aisle. What was so funny on the walk down the aisle? He told me I looked so great he was thinking about trying to steal me away from you. She laughed at the look on Al's face. I told him that he was way too late to try, since you caught me back on Valentine's Day, when we were 2, and I still remembered him yelling, "Yuck!" at us when I kissed you after you gave me that silver locket. They were still holding hands, and he squeezed hers affectionately. We could kiss when he comes back down the aisle again, and see if he'd actually yell that now, in front of all of these people. Caroline looked into his dancing emerald eyes. Why wait? She leaned toward him, and they shared a soft, sweet kiss. Rose, Nick, and Hugo were making their way across the row of chairs and sat down beside them. "Don't you just love weddings?" Rose said enthusiastically to them. Caroline had nodded, and the boys shrugged. She leaned over so that only Al and Caroline could hear her next words. "James said to tell you, yuck," she said with a grin. They all laughed and settled in to wait for all of the guests to be seated. They talked quietly together, and there were times that they'd get up to hug other members of their family as they arrived. Ariana was in the row in front of them, where the ushers and their dates would be sitting. She was getting to know Art's date, a pretty girl that reminded the boys a lot of Isabel. The guests were finally all seated, and Teddy and Stuart stood in front of their family and friends, with the elderly wizard who would be performing the ceremony. The music started, and all heads swiveled around to watch as Isabel, in a stunning blue dress, led the small procession up the aisle. Al looked back around for a moment to see Stuart watching his wife walk toward them, smiled, then turned his attention back to the girls. Victoire was wearing a flowing white dress and looked beautiful as she walked beside her father. During dinner, Al would hear all about pearls, lace, and dozens of other intricate details that he hadn't noticed about Victoire's dress. But then, he was a guy. He didn't have to comprehend those details to appreciate beauty. You don't need to know how many feathers are on a phoenix to see how beautiful they were in flight. Guests were taking photos and videos as they walked to the front. Al was already hearing some sniffles, and the ceremony hadn't even started yet. Teddy was smiling when Uncle Bill placed his daughter's hand in his and stepped back to stand beside Aunt Fleur. When the ceremony got underway, Al was watching his family more than listening to the monotonous litany from the old wizard. Bill and Fleur were in the front row on the bride's side of the aisle, which in this case was more accurately the bride's mother's side, since the Weasley family was there as much for Teddy as for Victoire. Fleur's parents and grandparents were sitting with them, as was Aunt Gabrielle and Uncle Kevin. On the groom's side, the front row had Andromeda, Grandma and Grandpa, and Al's own parents. The Delacour side of the aisle was filled with lots of Victoire's more distant cousins. The other rows in front of Al held his own aunts, uncles, and cousins. He felt Caroline squeeze his hand, and he looked at her, but she only nodded to the front. Apparently the monologue had ended, and they'd finally gotten to the "I do" part of the ceremony. That part was over quickly, and there were now a lot more of the women with tears and sniffles. The wizard asked for the rings, and Al watched and listened as Teddy and Victoire exchanged rings and vows. "Victoire, I remember getting to see you the day you were born, and you've been a part of my life ever since that day." He grinned at her now. "There were a lot of years where I didn't appreciate you, especially when you'd throw your food at me, or bonk me on the head with toys or books." There was a ripple of laughter among the guests. "We've come a long way since then, and I definitely don't think you're icky anymore. And you've probably noticed that I've gotten over my fear of girl germs, too." Victoire was smiling at him, and Al couldn't tell if she was shaking from nerves or suppressed laughter. "I love you, Victoire, and today I pledge my heart to you for all time. We've both got great families to show us what love is and should be, and I promise you that every day I will share that same incredible, beautiful love with you." He placed the ring on her finger, and then it was Victoire's turn. "Teddy, your parents would be so proud of the man that you've become, the man that I love with all of my heart. I promise to love you forever, to share our hopes and dreams, and together I know that we'll make them come true." When she'd slipped the ring on his finger, the wizard continued with another short blurb that Al pretty much missed entirely, until he heard the "I now pronounce you husband and wife," and "You may kiss the bride" statements. He'd been handing Carolyn and Rose a steady supply of tissues from the I-do's, and as they watched Teddy and Victoire share their first married couple kiss, he continued to hand the girls a fresh supply. He had his arm around Carolyn, and she was resting her head on his shoulder until the newlywed couple headed back down the aisle, led by the old wizard, and followed by Isabel and Stuart to the applause of their guests. Most of the guests were free to roam around and enjoy refreshments during the time between the ceremony and the dinner. Al and Carolyn were able to do that too, but had first spent over half an hour being photographed with the rest of their family in various shots before the kids were all set free, and the only slightly more patient adults had to continue with all of the other group pictures that were a part of most weddings. While siblings were certainly usually kept close to the wedding party, cousins were not. During dinner, the Weasley cousins, their dates and friends, found themselves at two tables that were close enough to parents to be observed and far enough away from the head table to not attract much attention. They had fun, like all of the guests did, with George's wedding wheezes, and James secretly exulted that the little chocolate bride and groom that he'd helped develop was such a hit. The transformation into tuxes or wedding dresses only lasted for a few minutes, but was especially funny if the boys and girls ate the chocolates meant for the opposite sex. James and Aaron were also happy to continually get the crowd clinking glasses to get Teddy and Victoire or other couples up to kiss, in their case for the annoyance factor, and not because they thought it was sweet or romantic. Their fun ended when, after their 12th attempt to get some kissing going on in less than a half hour, Aunt Hermione came over and suggested they give it a rest before she decided to wrap their table in a muffliato spell for the rest of the night. There was a large area set up for dancing next to the dining tables. They had almost an hour between dinner and the dance where everyone could mingle. Al and Carolyn pretty much stayed at their table and talked with Rose, Nick, Hugo, and Frederica. The other kids were often off wandering around, and people would stop and talk with the 5 kids occasionally, but mostly they were left alone. It was after midnight. Al and Carolyn were sitting down, taking a rare break from the dance floor. They had danced together a lot, but had also danced with other people too. He'd had to dance with Victoire, his mum, grandma, aunts and sister. When he was off dancing with one of them, she was more often than not taken for dances with their respective spouses, excepting Lily, of course. "They'll probably be leaving soon," Caroline told him quietly. Al nodded in agreement. They're going to their new house on the island for the rest of the weekend before leaving for their trip. They turned to watch the dance floor for a while. James was dancing with Ariana, holding her close. She might be 2 years older than he was, but they were about the same height now, and were a good-looking couple. Aaron was dancing with one of Victoire's many beautiful cousins, and they were both laughing and seemed to be having fun. Rose seems to be very popular with the young Delacour men, Caroline said with a grin. She seems reasonably happy with the attention too. They both laughed. I think my cousin has turned into a butterfly tonight, and by the looks of Uncle Ron, I'm not sure if he's decided to be proud or worried about that. Grown-ups worry about that too much, she answered. Your mum and dad aren't worried about us at all, but then maybe it's because she knew she loved your dad when she was 10. Al laughed. Too bad he didn't figure that out until he was almost 17. They missed out on a lot of fun. Caroline hugged him. Thankfully, my date got his dad's looks and his mother's intuition. Teddy and Victoire made the last rounds to say goodbye to everyone, then left for the island, which for this weekend would be closed to the rest of the family. The dance continued without them until after 2 o'clock. Ginny took all of their kids back to the cottage when it was time to leave, and Harry stayed to help out with the clean-up, which, for the group of witches and wizards that stayed to help, was quickly completed. Harry had joined them at the cottage less than a half-hour after the rest of the group had gotten home. Ginny, James, and Ariana were the only people that hadn't gone straight to bed, and after a few minutes, only James and Ariana were left downstairs. She had been sitting on one sofa with Ginny, while James had sat on another one. He got up and went to sit next to her after his parents had gone upstairs. James took her hand in his and smiled at her. I had a really great time tonight. Thank you for going to the wedding with me. Ariana smiled. You're welcome, she said, and gave him a hug that he returned. I have a question for you. James smiled. Sure, go ahead. She looked directly into his eyes and held his gaze. I really like you a lot, James, she started. I don't care that you're a couple of years younger than I am, and I know that you really like me too. James nodded as he looked into her eyes, mesmerized. Don't you think it's time we stop pretending that we don't like each other like that? Your family would have to all be blind to not have noticed tonight, and the friends that matter won't bug us about it. James took a deep breath. I'm afraid, he told her quietly, and he smiled ruefully. She was surprised. Why? 'Cause you think you'll get teased by the guys? James laughed. No, they'd probably all be jealous of me having an older, beautiful, popular girlfriend. Then why? She persisted. I'm afraid of how strong the feelings I have for you are, and what would happen if I didn't keep them bottled up. Ariana laughed, and he looked down at his hands, not sure what to think. She lifted his chin again with her hand. She placed that hand along his cheek. Love is scary for all of us, James. Some people find it, and it's a forever kind of love, like your parents and Victoire and Teddy. Other people miss out and never find it, or are too afraid to take the chance. She smiled at him, and his heart started beating even faster. It's just as scary for me, maybe even more scary considering my background. But I'm not going to be one of those people that never take that chance when it's right here in front of me. James stared at her in wonder for a minute, then leaned forward and kissed her. They'd both had their eyes open, and it certainly wouldn't make the top kisses of all time list, but in that gesture, he'd silently taken that giant leap and opened his heart to her, just as she had done for him. Ariana put her arms around his neck and pulled him closer. Why don't you try that again? I think a little practice session is definitely in order before we go to bed. James laughed and slid his arms around her waist. That is a brilliant suggestion. Why don't I? Chapter 19. Getting ready to go back to school. The first thing that Aaron noticed on Sunday morning was the matching grins on James and Ariana's faces. He sighed, knowing that the first step in seeing his twin growing apart from him had obviously taken place last night. "Congratulations, James," he told his friend. He gave Ariana a hug and kiss. "My deepest condolences, sis," he teased James, who'd laughed. "Thanks, mate," James told him. "What inquiring mind want to know today, though, is how many names and addresses did you take down yesterday?" Aaron laughed. "Only one, actually. We'll probably send a few QMs back and forth, and that'll be it. Nothing worth writing home about. We did have fun last night, though. Now that we're done work for the summer, what's up for the last week before school?" Aaron asked, succeeding in changing the topic. "You're all staying overnight, and we're doing the back-to-school shopping tomorrow," James told them. "Then we have the rest of the week to goof off, except maybe for a little Quidditch practice to start getting back into game shape." They all spent the whole day Sunday relaxing and playing. Monday morning, Harry made breakfast for everyone, saw Ginny off to work, then took all of the kids to Diagon Alley and the Marauders Mall to do the shopping. School books and supplies were taken care of first. Then Harry had the older kids head over to get fitted for school robes, while he and Al took Carolyn and Brianna to Ollivander's for their wands before joining them again. It took nearly all day to outfit the 6 kids with everything they'd need, and the extra things like sweets and wizarding wheezes that helped make school fun. Carolyn, Brianna, Aaron, and Ariana all went back to the residence after dinner on Monday. The rest of the week seemed to fly by. James was over at the residence more than he was at home. Al spent some time with Carolyn, but also read all of his textbooks, which required some organizing, since Lily was also reading them, and doing it faster than he was. September 1st was a Saturday. Most parents weren't working, and so the platform was even more crowded than usual. Aaron and Ariana had stayed overnight and had come to the station with Harry and Ginny, only agreeing to come with them after James proved he was already packed and ready to go first. Carolyn and Brianna had spent the night with Lisa and Marcus and had been brought by them. Somehow they'd managed to get to the platform with 15 minutes to spare, and so didn't have to rush their goodbyes. James, Aaron, and Ariana all got on the train and went looking for a compartment, and their friends. Al waited for Carolyn, Brianna, Rose, and Nick. He saw Scorpius with his parents, and again felt sad for his friend, who had probably been counting down the days until he could go back to Hogwarts for weeks. They hadn't seen each other since their last Quidditch team practice over a week ago, and Al was looking forward to getting to spend time with his friend every day. Brianna had spotted Scorpius too, as she and Carolyn got there, and Al hugged both girls. "Ready to get going?" he asked them. Both girls nodded. "We're just waiting for Rose and Nick, but we can start loading our things on the train. They should be here any minute." "One of them already is, mate," Nick told him, grinning, "and Rose is right behind me with her Hugo and their parents." The boys shook hands and hugged Rose when she caught up to them. "Come on, kids," Ginny told all of them. "It's almost 11. Al hugged his parents and Lily. Then they all loaded up their trunks and an assortment of luggage and cages, then waved one more time to their family before going to find an empty compartment. Lily and Hugo were standing with all of the grown-ups on the platform, watching as the train pulled out from the platform. "Next year," she told Hugo with a big smile, "we're going to be on that train too." Harry picked her up and hugged her, and she hugged him back. "I suppose you wouldn't consider homeschooling so I could keep you with me, would you?" She smiled at her dad and hugged him again. "I'd be happy to consider it, but then the answer would be no to doing that." Harry and Ginny both laughed. The train was rounding the first bend and disappearing out of sight. Well, we've got the rest of a beautiful Saturday ahead of us. What should we do now?" Lily's eyes lit up, and Hugo rolled his eyes. "Please, Cuz, don't say shopping. Couldn't we try something different, like a picnic, or the rest of the day on the island, or both?" She gave him a hug, then looked up at their parents, Lisa and Marcus. "He's got a very good suggestion, you know, even if shopping would be my first choice. Do we need to put it to a vote, or will parental veto power be invoked?" They were all laughing, and decided that Hugo had picked a perfect way to spend the rest of their day. Draco watched Harry hugging his daughter as the Hogwarts Express left. He felt that brief, familiar pang of jealousy and put it down forcefully. He thought back to last year, when he'd seen Scorpius off to Hogwarts, and the events that had followed since then. His son, according to Lucius, had shamed the family name by being sorted into Ravenclaw. Draco hadn't spoken against him, but he didn't believe that was true, only that his son must have some real potential when it came to learning. Making the house Quidditch team as keeper in his first year had slightly mollified his grandfather, if only a little. That had lasted until they'd found out that Harry's youngest son, and not one, but two Weasley kids, had also made the team. Then Scorpius was fraternizing with the offspring of mudbloods and mortal enemies. Thankfully for his son, he'd been at school, and didn't have to endure the weeks of ranting from Lucius. Then came the Quidditch Cup Championship, followed a month later by winning the House Cup too, something that nobody else in their family could lay claim to. When his Hogwarts letter came in the summer, and he had earned 6 O's and an E, there at least was an end to his parents complaining about their grandson, at least for now. Draco had suspected that there was more going on. Scorpius was different than he'd been a year ago. He didn't tell Scorpius, but he got a regular statement for all of the transportal services that he paid for, so he knew that the boy was not going to Trinity's home for the practices, or at least not staying there, since they continued on to either Harry and Ginny Potter's cottage, or to the Lily Evans Memorial Residence, the apparent actual locations for their practices. Draco had gone to Godric's Hollow on his son's first trip there in the summer, and had watched them. He hadn't gone to any of his son's games last season, and was impressed with how well he played, and the rest of the team too. That little redhead that Harry was hugging right now looked like she could play for a house team already too. Scorpius was definitely more than just teammates with the Potter and Weasley kids. They were best mates. Harry had been out there with his son and their team for the first part of their practice. 20 years later, and he was probably even faster than he'd been when they were at school. The practice had wrapped up, and he'd been about to leave when he saw Scorpius meeting with one of the little girls that had been watching the practice from the stands. He'd just about decided that when the boy got home that he'd be putting an end to the whole nonsense, but when he saw them together, he'd changed his mind. That moment had been one of the hardest of his life, and he thought that now he had a pretty good idea of what his mother had gone through, lying to Lord Voldemort about Harry in the hopes that it would help keep her son alive. He didn't like the fact that his son was succeeding with the friendship and help of these kids, but the boy was happy, and in that moment when he saw Scorpius smile at the girl, he realized that it had been the first genuine smile he had ever seen on his son's face. The night before, he'd taken Scorpius for a walk out on the grounds, where they wouldn't be heard or seen by anyone else. "Scorpius," he said in a quiet voice, putting a hand out to stop his son from continuing their walk. "We need to talk about something before you go to school tomorrow." He'd felt a stab of pain at the fear in the boy's eyes. He was still haunted by childhood fears, and he wondered how he'd managed to make it so that his own son's first reaction to his father talking to him was fear. "I know about your friend's son," he'd continued. "That girl of yours is quite pretty. What's her name?" Scorpius had let out a sigh. "Brianna." Draco couldn't help but see the desperation in his son. "I brought you out here because I've decided that we're not going to let anyone else in the family know about this. And maybe you will still have some time before your grandfather finds out, but don't count on that being much longer." "Why?" Scorpius had asked him, looking at his father rather suspiciously. "You've accomplished some really good things in your first year. I'm not very happy about your friends, but if they make you happy and help you succeed, then that's what I want for you." Scorpius had actually hugged him. He could still feel it now, and more, how it had made him feel inside. It had been tentative and too brief, but it had been the closest thing to genuine affection either of them had shared together. "Do you realize what you're risking?" he'd asked Scorpius next. From the look on his face, he did. The resolve he also found in his son's eyes told him that he was ready to pay that price when the time came. Draco had nodded. "I won't defy your grandfather when that day comes, Scorpius. I hope you understand, but even if you don't, it's the way it will be. Do what you can to keep that day from coming any sooner than it has to." Scorpius had nodded, hugged him one more time, and then actually thanked him. He'd never been prouder of anyone in his life, while at the same time angry with himself for not being strong enough to be more like his son. Astoria brought him back to the present with a light touch on his arm. "The train's gone, Draco. Are you all right?" He looked at his wife. That almost sounded like genuine concern. "I'm fine, just lost in thought for a minute. Why don't we go out for lunch before going back to the mansion?" he suggested. "Having lunch with my parents right now isn't very high on my list of things I want to do at the moment." She looked startled, and he realized that they hadn't gone anywhere alone together in a very long time. "Who are you, and what have you done with my husband?" she said with a nervous, tentative smile. Funny, she wasn't quite so plain and boring when she smiled, and he had a small smile of his own now. He held out his hand. "I'm Draco Malfoy, and I've been thinking for a long time about turning your husband into a happier man. Are you possibly interested in discussing that over dinner, and maybe an afternoon of shopping?" Astoria had taken his hand, smiled, and even laughed. "Mum always told me it was never too late to change." When she didn't move to let go of his hand, he held on to hers as they walked off of the platform. And for the first time in a lot of years, he actually felt, well, anything.